Before the foundations of the earth were set, God already existed. Before the sun ignited its first flame, before the mountains took shape, before time itself began to measure history, God was. And even now He remains all-powerful, all-knowing, ever-present, sovereign over heaven and earth. But in today's hurried world, filled with glittering distractions and fleeting pleasures, many have strayed from the ancient way. Many chase after God's hand rather than seeking His face. They crave the gifts, but not the giver. They long for the blessings, but not the presence. They desire success without surrender. And that, my friends, is the deep tragedy of our generation. We have become a people consumed with results. We desire healing without humility, breakthrough without obedience, prosperity without prayer. We hurry to the altar not with hearts bowed in reverence, but with hands outstretched demanding more. God bless me, God promote me, God expand me. But who will cry out, God, I want you, even if the blessings never come? Who will say, take everything from me, but don't take yourself? The deepest hunger of the soul is not for things, it is for God. And until we put Him first, nothing else will ever satisfy. Let me tell you something truthfully and plainly. God is not a vending machine. He is not a silent force waiting to dispense rewards to the most demanding voices. He is a holy, righteous, jealous God. And He desires to be first, not second, not third, not squeezed in when it's convenient. He wants to be the heartbeat of your day, the fire in your bones, the song in your night. He wants to be the first thought when you rise and the last whisper when you sleep. Not because He is desperate for attention, but because He knows that your soul cannot survive without Him. You may think you're hungry for a breakthrough, but what you're really starving for is God Himself. And don't be deceived. Just because your hands are full doesn't mean your heart is satisfied. Just because life looks good on the outside doesn't mean the soul is alive on the inside. People are climbing ladders to success only to find them leaning against the wrong wall. They have houses but no peace, relationships but no intimacy, possessions but no purpose. You see, blessings without God are like rivers without water, like fire without heat. They look promising, but they cannot sustain. They cannot save. They cannot satisfy. So hear me now. Seek God first. Not because He will bless you, but because He is the blessing. He is the source. He is the treasure. He is the reward. Those who seek Him lack no good thing, not because they are always rich or famous or healthy, but because they have found something far greater. They have found communion with the Most High. They have found the one who knows their name, who bottles every tear, who numbers every hair. When you find God, you find peace that the world cannot offer and the devil cannot steal. God is not impressed with empty words or showy religion. He is not moved by routines and rituals. He is moved by a heart that seeks Him earnestly, relentlessly, sacrificially. A heart that says, God, even if you close every door I hope for, I will still worship you. Even if you say no, I will still kneel in awe. That is the heart that God draws near to. That is the heart He honors. That is the life He transforms. You may be waiting for a miracle. You may be pleading for open doors, for healing, for a shift in your season. But I urge you, before you seek the miracle worker. Before you seek the door, seek the one who opens and shuts according to His perfect wisdom. Before you seek healing, seek the healer. Because sometimes what you think is a delay is actually a divine invitation to go deeper. Sometimes God withholds the blessing so you can discover the Blessed One. How many times have people run to God in crisis only to walk away when comfort returns? How many seek His help when their back is against the wall but ignore Him when the road becomes smooth again? God is not a lifeboat you abandon when you reach the shore. He is the ocean itself. He is the reason you live and move and have your being. To treat Him as a convenience is to miss the greatest relationship you were ever meant to have. Do you want to be truly blessed? Then build your life around God, not around what He can give you. Make Him your foundation. Make Him your priority. Wake up early not to chase wealth, but to sit in silence and hear His voice. Fast not to manipulate His hand, but to empty yourself and say, God, You are enough. Study not to gain knowledge alone, but to encounter the living God in every line and every truth. That's what it means to seek God first. It is to rearrange your entire life around Him, not just fit Him into the gaps. Some of you are wondering why everything feels empty, why the success didn't fulfill you, why the applause didn't heal your wounds, why the relationship didn't fill the void. It's because you were created to walk with God, not just to be blessed by Him. His presence is your home. His word is your compass. His voice is your anchor in the storm. And until He becomes your everything, everything else will always feel like not enough. Don't be fooled by this world's version of blessing. Fame fades, riches vanish, beauty withers. But the one who walks with God walks in a blessing that cannot be shaken. You may not have the spotlight, but you'll have His favor. You may not be the loudest voice, but you'll have His whisper in the quiet. You may not have all you want, but you'll have all you need. And that is the real blessing, to walk in step with the Almighty. People chase after God's hand because they have not seen the beauty of His face. They have not tasted the sweetness of His presence. But once you have, nothing else will do. Once you have stood in His glory, everything else loses its shine. Once your heart has been ignited by His fire, you can't go back to lukewarm living. That is why God sometimes strips us of the very things we thought we needed, so that we might finally see that He alone is our portion. So if God removes the blessing, will you still worship? If He delays the answer, will you still trust? If He says, wait, will you still serve? That is the test of true faith. Not what you do when He gives, but what you do when He withholds. The mature soul says, even if He slays me, yet will I trust Him, because the goal is not comfort, the goal is closeness, the goal is not abundance, the goal is adoration, the goal is not the blessing, the goal is God. And I say to you now with urgency in my spirit, return to the secret place. Return to that quiet room where you first heard His voice. Return to the simplicity of loving Him for who He is, not for what He can do. Let the fire of hunger consume you again. Let the thirst for righteousness overwhelm your soul. Let every idol be cast down. Let every counterfeit be exposed. Let your heart cry out, not for more things, but for more of God. That is the beginning of true revival. You don't need a bigger platform. You need a deeper altar. You don't need more followers. You need more time on your knees. You don't need more affirmation. You need more intimacy with God. Because when you seek God first, blessings will chase you. Doors will open that no man can shut. Favor will surround you like a shield. But those things will be byproducts, not your pursuit. The pursuit must always be God alone. So I urge you today, realign your life, Examine your motives. Ask yourself the hard questions. Do I love God, or do I just love what He gives me? Am I building His kingdom or asking Him to build mine? Am I surrendered or just selective? These are the questions that shake the soul. These are the questions that lead to true transformation. And only when we face them honestly can we rise into the fullness of what God has prepared for those who love Him. You don't need to chase after every open door. You need to chase after God. You don't need to compete with the world. You need to commune with the one who created it. You don't need to fear missing out. You need to fear missing Him. Because when God is first, everything else finds its proper place. Peace reigns. Purpose awakens. Blessings come not as idols to distract, but as tools to glorify Him. But when God is not first, even blessings become burdens. There is a kind of poverty in this world that no amount of riches can cure, the poverty of a soul disconnected from its Creator. A soul that hungers for more, but feasts on dust. A heart that reaches for blessings like empty hands chasing the wind, never realizing that what it truly longs for is God Himself. There is no substitute for the presence of God. Not wealth, not recognition, not comfort, not even religious activity. You can surround yourself with everything the world calls good and still feel hollow if God is not the center of it all. When God is not first, everything else becomes misaligned. The heart becomes restless, the spirit anxious, the mind distracted. That is why so many feel exhausted, not just physically, but spiritually. They are carrying burdens they were never meant to carry. They are chasing promises while ignoring the promiser. They have turned faith into a transaction, seeking God only to get something in return, as if He were a means to an end. But God is not a tool for our ambition. He is the purpose, the source, and the destination. To seek God first is not just about giving Him the top spot on your to-do list. It is about surrendering your entire existence to His will, His timing, and His truth. God does not compete for your attention. He waits, patient but not passive, loving but not indulgent. When you ignore Him, He doesn't chase after you with noise. He allows silence to settle in so that your heart might finally recognize its own emptiness without Him. It is in that silence, in that holy stillness, that the voice of God becomes loudest. But you must be willing to silence the world, to quiet your desires, and to listen not for what you want to hear, but for what God is truly saying. There is no greater pursuit than the pursuit of God. Not because He is hiding, but because He is holy. His presence is not discovered through casual glances or hurried prayers. It is found when the soul becomes desperate. When you drop every idol, every distraction, every false hope, and fall to your knees with one cry, God, I need You more than I need anything else. That's when the heavens begin to open. That's when the soul begins to revive. That's when clarity replaces confusion and strength replaces weakness. So many are waiting for God to change their situation, but God is waiting for you to change your position, not your physical posture, but your heart posture. Are you seeking God with convenience or with conviction? Are you coming to Him as a guest in your life or as the one who owns your life? There is no halfway surrender. There is no casual seeking that unlocks deep intimacy. If you want the fullness of God, you must give Him the fullness of you. And understand this. Sometimes God delays the blessing not to punish you, but to protect you from loving the blessing more than you love Him. He sees how fragile our devotion can be. He knows how quickly we forget when things get easy. So, in His mercy, He withholds not to break us, but to build in us a faith that cannot be shaken by seasons or circumstances. Faith that says, even if nothing changes, I will still seek you. Even if doors remain closed, I will still trust you. Even if the blessing never comes, I will still serve you with all that I am. That kind of faith cannot be faked. It is forged in fire. It is born in the wilderness. It grows when God seems silent, when prayers feel unanswered, when hope is tested again and again. But in that wilderness, something beautiful happens. You stop seeking the blessing and you start seeking God. And when you find Him in the dry place, you discover that He is the oasis you didn't know you needed. You discover that His presence is the blessing. Not what He gives, but who He is. The true sign of a blessed life is not abundance. It is alignment. Alignment with God's will. Alignment with His purpose. Alignment with His timing. And that kind of alignment only comes through consistent, deep, passionate seeking of God. Not just on the mountaintops, but in the valleys. Not just when things are going right, but especially when they're falling apart. Because it's in those moments, the moments of pain, confusion, and stillness, that the soul is most open to transformation. Do not measure your spiritual life by your material conditions. There are people with full bank accounts and empty souls. There are others with nothing but God, and yet they are overflowing with peace, with strength, with purpose. Because when you truly seek God, you tap into a power that the world cannot replicate. You receive joy that circumstances cannot destroy. You find purpose that no one can steal from you. That is what it means to be blessed. That is what it means to walk in divine favor. But beware of distractions. The greatest enemy to a God-first life is not always evil. It is often the good things that become idols. It is the career that consumes your thoughts, the relationships that demand your energy, the goals that steal your focus. None of these things are wrong, but when they replace God, when they rise above Him in your heart, they become chains. They may look like blessings, but they slowly rob you of your intimacy with the one who gave them to you. God must be sought with urgency, not passivity, with hunger, not apathy, with fire, not formality. A seeking heart is not content with yesterday's encounter. It yearns for more, not more things, but more of God's presence, more of His truth, more of His refining. Because the one who seeks God is never stagnant. They are always growing, always stretching, always moving towards something deeper. And that depth becomes their foundation, their compass, their identity. God is not calling you to a life of endless striving for His approval. He is calling you to rest in the assurance that you belong to Him, and that seeking Him is the only thing that will keep you grounded in a shaking world. Everything else will shift. People will change. Seasons will come and go. But when God is your foundation, you will stand firm. You will not be tossed by every wind. You will not be crushed by every hardship. You will not be seduced by every lie. The path to blessing is not paved with manipulation or performance. It is carved through surrender. It is walked with humility. It is led by obedience. When you stop demanding and start listening, when you stop rushing and start waiting, when you stop pursuing results and start pursuing God, you will see doors open that no effort could ever force. You will see peace settle into places that used to be filled with anxiety. You will see a joy rise up that makes no sense to the world. This is the secret the world cannot comprehend, that the greatest treasure is not in what God does for you, but in who God is to you. The one who finds this treasure no longer worries about outcomes. They are no longer tossed by opinions. They are no longer afraid of loss because they have anchored their hope not in blessings that fade, but in the eternal God who never changes. So wake up your soul, call it to attention, shake off the numbness that life has tried to place on your spirit, refuse to live another day casually connected to God, seek Him with tears if you must, seek Him with fasting, seek Him with relentless devotion. Let your pursuit of God be the loudest testimony of your life. Let your hunger for Him speak louder than your success, your status, or your reputation. Let the fire in your heart declare to the world, I seek God first, not because I am perfect, but because I know I am nothing without Him. There is coming a time when every foundation will be tested, when storms will blow and fires will rage. What will hold you then? Not the blessings, not the things you acquired, only God, only the relationship you built with Him in the secret place, only the trust that was forged in the furnace of seeking. That is what will carry you through. That is what will keep you standing when everything else falls. You want to live a life that is unshakable? Then let God be your first pursuit, your daily bread, your unrelenting desire. Not just in the morning, not just when problems come, but every moment, in every decision, in every dream. Seek Him, not just with your lips, but with your life. And watch how everything else begins to change. Not because God finally decided to bless you, but because you finally discovered that seeking Him was the greatest blessing of all. The world will always try to convince you that fulfillment lies in what you can achieve, accumulate, or control. But the soul knows better. The soul was never designed to be filled by things. It was created to be filled by God. And until you truly seek God with your whole heart, you will continue to feel the ache of emptiness, no matter how full your hands may be. You see, success without God is merely noise. Comfort without God is a trap. Prosperity without God is a path that leads to spiritual poverty. The enemy of your soul doesn't always come dressed as destruction. Sometimes he comes disguised as distraction. Not to destroy you outright, but to detour you from the one pursuit that actually matters. Seeking God above all else. There are moments in your life when you must stop everything and ask yourself, what am I truly chasing? Am I chasing peace or the Prince of Peace? Am I chasing breakthroughs or the one who breaks every chain? Am I chasing answers or the one who is the source of all wisdom? Many people spend years running after the wind only to collapse in exhaustion, wondering why they feel so lost. The answer is simple. They put the blessing before the one who blesses. They looked for fruit but ignored the root. They tried to build a life without the foundation of God, and now they are sinking in the sand of their own ambition. God does not play hide and seek. He is not far off. He is near to those who call upon Him in truth, but He is not found in shallow waters. He is not discovered in the rush. You must go deep. You must be still. You must let go of your pride, your plans, your need to control, and seek Him with a heart stripped of pretense. A heart that is not trying to manipulate, not trying to impress, but simply longing to connect with the Creator of all things. There is a fire that comes when you seek God sincerely. It's not a fire that consumes you. It's a fire that refines you. It burns away the impurities, the lies, the fears, the false identities you've clung to. It reveals who you really are. And more importantly, it reveals who God really is. And once you've tasted that refining fire, you'll never settle for lukewarm religion again. You'll never settle for secondhand spirituality. You'll want the real thing. You'll want God, not a filtered version, not a cultural adaptation, but the living, breathing, holy, sovereign God who speaks into the silence and shapes destinies with a whisper. Many only turn to God when hardships strike, but those who truly know Him, the ones who carry unshakable peace and walk in divine strength, seek God in every season, in moments of joy and in seasons of sorrow, in times of plenty and in times of need, in celebration and in mourning, because they know God is not bound by seasons. He is eternal. He is not just part of your life. He is life itself. He is not simply the last resort. You run to Him before the fire ever starts, not only when it burns. When you live with that kind of honor, when your heart pursues Him with that kind of devotion, you step into blessings beyond measure. Not merely in possessions, but in His presence. Not always seen on the outside, but transforming you on the inside. Here is a truth many try to ignore. There is no shortcut to God's power. There is no replacement for walking closely with Him each and every day. You cannot fake spiritual intimacy. You cannot microwave spiritual maturity. If you want to walk in wisdom, if you want to carry divine authority, if you want to live a life that truly matters, you must pay the price of seeking God with your whole heart. Not half, not when you feel like it, not when everything else fails. Every day, every breath, every choice. And don't misunderstand, God is not asking you to be perfect. He is asking you to be present. He is not waiting for your flawless performance. He is longing for your surrendered heart. The beauty of seeking God first is that you begin to realize that He has already been seeking you. He's been waiting at the door, knocking, whispering, drawing you to Himself. And once you open that door, once you truly let Him in, not just into your schedule, but into your very soul, you begin to live with a clarity, a purpose, a power that no man can take away. But you must protect that pursuit, because once you start seeking God first, the world will try to pull you back. Distractions will rise. People will misunderstand you. Voices will try to tell you that you're wasting time, that you need to focus on more practical things. But remember this, there is nothing more practical than walking in step with the One who created time itself. There is no greater advantage than hearing from the God who sees the end from the beginning. There is no higher calling than to be known by Him, and to know Him not just in theory, but in intimacy. Seek God first, not just to receive blessings, but to understand how to handle them. Because blessings without wisdom can destroy you. Prosperity without humility can corrupt you. Influence without submission can ruin you. But when you seek God first, He prepares your character before He enlarges your territory. He teaches you how to carry the blessing without the blessing carrying you away. He molds your heart to stay anchored even when the winds of success begin to blow. And hear this with urgency. If your greatest desire is not God, then your heart is aiming too low. You are not created for shallow living. You are not placed on this earth to blend in and drift along. You were created to burn brightly with purpose, to shine with the light of truth, to be so filled with God that the world can't help but notice. That is the power of seeking God first. It transforms you. It elevates you. It marks you. And it causes you to walk in a divine rhythm that no man-made plan can replicate. Some of you have been asking, why hasn't God blessed me yet? Why hasn't He opened that door? Why does it feel like I'm stuck? Could it be that He's waiting for you to seek Him more than the answer? Could it be that the delay is not punishment but preparation? Could it be that He's calling you deeper, stripping away the noise, allowing you to be emptied so that you can finally be filled with Him? There is a sacred power that comes when you make God your priority. You become untouchable. Not because life gets easier, but because your spirit becomes stronger. You walk through valleys with courage. You face trials with peace. You endure storms with confidence because you know who walks with you. You know who holds your future. You know who fights your battles. Not because you memorize the formula, but because you've built a relationship. That is what seeking God first accomplishes. It makes you rooted, immovable, steadfast no matter what comes. So let the world chase fame. Let them chase fortune. Let them chase fleeting pleasures. But as for you, set your heart on God. Make Him your pursuit. Make Him your ambition. Make Him your obsession. And you will find not only are you blessed, you become a blessing. You become a vessel, a carrier of light, a voice of truth, a warrior of peace, a living witness that when God is first, everything else falls into place. Not always as you imagine, but always as it should be. Seek God before you seek approval. Seek God before you seek applause. Seek God before you make a decision, before you move forward, before you plan your future. Because when you get Him right, everything else comes into alignment. He doesn't promise a life free from trouble, but He promises a life filled with purpose. He doesn't promise that you won't cry, but He promises you'll never cry alone. He doesn't promise that the road will be easy, but He walks every step with you. There is no greater pursuit than this: to know God, to love God, to seek God first, not just once, not just when it's convenient, but every single day with all your strength, with all your soul, and with every fiber of your being. That is the pursuit that changes everything. That is the journey that never ends. That is the life worth living. There comes a time in every person's life when the noise of the world begins to fade and the voice of eternity becomes louder. That voice is not shouting, it is calling. It is not demanding, it is drawing. And it is the voice of God whispering to your soul, come closer, come higher, come deeper. Not because God needs anything from you, but because He wants to give you something that no one else can Himself. And when you truly understand that God Himself is the ultimate prize, every other pursuit starts to look empty. Let the world call it madness. Let them mock the one who rises before the sun to seek God. Let them question the one who walks away from fleeting pleasures and shallow fame. Because the one who seeks God first is not living for the applause of men. They are living for the approval of the Almighty. They are building a life that cannot be shaken even when the storms of this world try to tear it down, because they have discovered something most never will. That intimacy with God is worth more than anything this world could offer. When you seek God first, you begin to see through different eyes. You don't chase what everyone else is chasing. You don't panic when doors close. You don't lose yourself in disappointment because you know that God orders every step, and even the delays are divine. Even the detours are designed. Even the silence is sacred. You stop demanding explanations and start trusting the one who sees the end from the beginning. That's the confidence of a soul rooted in God. Not arrogance, but assurance. Not pride, but peace. Not control, but surrender. There is something powerful about the person who has made God their one desire. They are not easily swayed. They do not crumble under pressure. They do not bow to idols of popularity, success, or comfort, because they have tasted something greater. They have touched the eternal. They have encountered the living God, and they know that nothing compares to His nearness. These are the people who change generations, who shift atmospheres, who walk in power not because of who they are, but because of whose they are. They don't seek God for what He can do. They seek Him for who He is. That is the kind of pursuit that heaven honors. Understand this. God cannot be second. He will not share the throne of your heart with your career, your goals, your plans, or your ego. He must be first. Not because He is insecure, but because anything less will destroy you. When God is not first, everything becomes fragile. Relationships crumble under unmet expectations. Ambitions lead to burnouts. Achievements leave you hollow. But when God is first, everything finds its place. You begin to walk in alignment. You begin to hear clearly. You begin to live purposefully. The chaos of life doesn't disappear, but it loses its power to shake you. Seeking God is not a one-time decision. It is a daily discipline. It is waking up and choosing again and again to prioritize what is unseen over what is seen, to invest in the eternal instead of the temporary, to quiet the distractions so that you can hear the whisper. Because God does not compete with noise. He doesn't shout over the chaos. He waits for you to come away to the secret place, to the stillness, to the depth where transformation happens. That is where you receive wisdom for the day. That is where your soul is refilled. That is where the fire is reignited. If your life feels out of control, ask yourself this: who or what have I put before God? Because anything you place above Him will eventually break your heart. Money can disappear. People can disappoint. Health can fail. But God remains faithful, constant, unshakable. He is the anchor in your storm, the light in your darkness, the voice in your silence. And when you make Him your first pursuit, your whole life begins to reflect a divine order that no human effort could orchestrate. Some chase fame, others chase wealth, still others chase relationships, trying to fill a hole that only God can fill. But you, if you are wise, you will chase God. You will run hard after Him, not casually, not occasionally, but relentlessly, because you understand that seeking God is not just about accessing blessing, it is about becoming who you were created to be. You were not made to drift through life. You were not born to chase shadows. You were formed by God for God to walk with God. And when you do, everything else begins to align in ways you could never have planned. There is a difference between knowing about God and knowing God. One fills your mind, the other transforms your life. One gives you information, the other gives you revelation. And that revelation only comes when you pursue Him with a heart that says, I don't want anything more than I want you. That is the place where pride dies, fear flees, and clarity comes. That is where purpose is birthed and strength is renewed. That is where the broken become whole and the weary find rest, not in a change of circumstances, but in a deep, unshakable connection with God. This world is moving fast. Temptation is louder than ever. Distractions are dressed in gold. But don't let them steal your hunger. Don't let them dull your pursuit. Don't let them trade your eternal reward for temporary comfort. You are not like everyone else. You are called to higher ground. You are chosen for something deeper. You are set apart not for comfort, but for consecration. And your power will always be found in your pursuit of God. Don't wait for a crisis to seek Him. Don't wait until everything falls apart. Seek Him now in your youth, in your strength, in your ordinary days. Seek Him when the sky is blue and when the storm clouds gather. Seek Him when it makes sense and when it doesn't. Seek Him with laughter and with tears. Seek Him when the world is watching and when no one is looking. That is the life that brings glory to God. That is the life that echoes into eternity. And remember, seeking God is not a race for perfection. It is a journey of devotion. It is walking with Him, not just on the mountain, but through the valley. It is holding on to Him when nothing makes sense. It is praising Him when the blessings delay. It is choosing faith when fear screams loudest. That is what it means to seek God first. Not with conditions, not with ultimatums, but with total trust. There is a sacred urgency rising in this hour, a call from the depths of the unseen, a stirring from the realm where truth lives unshaken. It is the voice of God calling His people back to Himself. Not back to religion, not back to performance, but back to relationship, to intimacy, to surrender. There is a hunger growing among those who have tasted everything this world offers and found it all to be dust. The soul cannot be deceived forever. It knows the difference between shallow waters and deep springs. It knows when it's being fed and when it's merely being entertained. And the soul that truly seeks God will not be satisfied with substitutes. It longs for the real, raw, holy presence of the one who created it. God is not interested in being your emergency exit. He is not satisfied with weekend visits and crisis prayers. He is not honored when we treat Him like a spare tire, only acknowledged when something goes flat. God is not a background presence. He is the main thread, the centerpiece, the breath in your lungs and the fire in your bones. He is not just a part of your life. He is life. Until you understand that, every blessing will feel incomplete. Every victory will feel hollow. Every mountain will eventually turn into another valley. But when God becomes your pursuit, your daily pursuit, your primary passion, then even the valley becomes a sanctuary. Even your struggles turn into testimonies. Even silence becomes sacred. Some of you are waiting for peace to come when the storm ends. But those who seek God first know a greater truth. Peace is not found in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of God. You can walk through fire and not be burned. You can sit in the midst of chaos and remain still, not because of who you are, but because of who God is to you. That is the power of pursuit. That is the reward of making God first. Not that the world around you changes, but that you are changed. You become steady. You become unmovable. You become a vessel through which the light of the eternal shines in a world drunk on darkness. Let me ask you this. What does your heart chase when no one is watching? What do you dream of in the quiet? What stirs you to get out of bed in the morning? If it is anything other than God, then you have built your life on shifting ground. Because everything outside of God can and will shake. The economy can shake. Relationships can shake. Health can shake. But God, He never moves. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The soul that clings to Him will never be swept away. God is not impressed by external appearances. He sees the motive behind the movement. He sees the posture behind the prayer. He knows the difference between seeking Him and seeking what He can do. And he rewards those who seek him not as a means to an end, but as the end itself. The greatest reward of seeking God is not what he gives you. It is that he gives you himself. And that, my friend, is more than enough. When you make God your first and only pursuit, something supernatural begins to happen. You begin to crave what is holy. You begin to hunger for truth. Your spirit becomes sensitive to his whisper. Your eyes open to his signs. Your heart aligned with his timing. You stop striving and start abiding. You stop performing and start resting. You stop chasing outcomes and start walking in obedience. And in that obedience, you begin to walk in a power that the world cannot imitate and darkness cannot withstand. This world is loud with its invitations. It sells illusions wrapped in glitter. It markets counterfeit purpose under the disguise of achievement. But deep down, you know it's all smoke. It's all mirrors. Nothing can satisfy the soul but God. Nothing. And those who seek him early, who seek him earnestly, who seek him not just with their lips but with their entire being, they are the ones who will walk in a kind of peace that cannot be disturbed, a kind of strength that does not fade, a kind of clarity that cuts through confusion, like a sword through fog. To seek God first means to dethrone everything else, to remove idols that may have crept into your life quietly, politely, wearing the mask of ambition, entertainment, relationships, even religion. Anything that takes more of your attention, more of your energy, more of your affection than God, that thing is too expensive for your soul. Let it go. Burn it down. Rip it from the altar of your heart and offer that space back to the one who made you. He will fill it with glory. This is not a call to extremism. It is a call to excellence of devotion, a call to stop giving God your leftovers, a call to stop delaying obedience, a call to wake up from spiritual slumber and return to the fire of the secret place. God is calling a people who will not just visit his presence but dwell in it, who will not just pray in crisis but commune daily, who will not just speak his name but live under his authority. That's where the transformation happens. That's where breakthrough is born. That's where blessings no longer control you because your heart is already full with God. You cannot fake the fruit of seeking God. You cannot manufacture the fragrance of his presence. It is born out of sacrifice, out of discipline, out of choosing him again and again, especially when the flesh wants something else, especially when your emotions rage and your circumstances contradict his promise. That is when your faith becomes fireproof. That is when your worship becomes war. That is when your surrender becomes a signal to heaven that you are ready, not just for what God can do, but for who God is. Let the tears fall if they must. Let the distractions be cut off. Let the noise die down. Let your heart return. For God is not looking for casual followers. He is looking for seekers, those who will chase after him as if their very breath depends on it, because it does. Those who will not be content with stories from others, but will say, I must see for myself. I must hear for myself. I must know you, God, not secondhand, but face to face. And when you live that way, when you make seeking God your lifestyle, not your last resort, you begin to see his fingerprints in every detail. You hear him in the silence. You sense him in the stillness. You know that even when the world shakes, your spirit stands tall because it is rooted not in things, not in people, but in God alone. That is a life of power. That is a life of purpose. That is a life of peace. So I say to you now with the full weight of urgency and the fire of conviction, seek God first and keep seeking Him, not just with your words, but with your life. Let your days be marked by devotion, not distraction. Let your heart beat for the unseen, not the temporary. Make God your foundation, your compass, your sustainer, and your only true desire. For when you truly seek God above all else, you will walk in a peace this world cannot give, a strength it cannot break, and a purpose it cannot understand. Your journey will no longer be dictated by shifting circumstances, but guided by the firm hand of the Almighty. Fear will not toss you around, nor will the craving for possessions bind you, because your soul will rest secure in the one who never fails. Do not wait for another storm to remind you how much you need God. Do not wait for loss to awaken you to what is truly important. Decide today. Decide now. Decide to pursue God with all that you are. And when you do, blessings will surely come, but they will not control you. Opportunities will open, but they will not distract you. Because your heart will remain steadfast, your spirit will stand firm, and your eyes will stay fixed on God, the source of every good thing. All that is pure, all that is everlasting. Seek Him first. Love Him above all. Trust Him completely, and you will never be without what truly matters. God knows you are exhausted. He sees it. He feels it. He understands the weight you're carrying, the silent battles you fight, and the countless nights you lie awake staring at the ceiling, wondering when the storm will pass. This is more than just a word of comfort. It is a divine confirmation. The pain you've endured has not escaped the notice of the one who made the heavens and the earth. The tears you've shed in secret are known to Him, and He has collected every drop. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. And I am here to tell you today, God is about to step in. When your strength is gone, when your prayers feel unanswered, when your faith seems to be hanging by a thread, God is still in control. God does not sleep. God does not grow weary, and though you may feel as if your back is against the wall, He is already preparing the breakthrough. The tiredness you feel is not weakness. It is the sign of a soul that has carried much, fought long, and trusted deeply. And God honors that trust. He honors that persistence. You're not going under. You're rising. You're not being buried. You're being planted for something far greater than you could imagine. You may be asking, why has it taken so long? Why have I had to go through so much? Because the greater the weight, the greater the purpose. God allows the struggle not to destroy you, but to prepare you. The weariness is not your end. It is the place where God begins. It is in that place of exhaustion, when you can no longer rely on your own strength, that God reveals His. When the flesh has failed and the will has withered, that's when God shows up in power. Don't think for a moment that God has left you. Even when it feels like heaven is silent, He is watching. He is measuring. He is orchestrating something far bigger than you can see. You've come through sleepless nights, through heartbreak, through confusion and fear, and yet you are still standing. That is not an accident. That is God's hand. And if He brought you this far, He will carry you the rest of the way. You are not fighting alone. The very power that created the sun and commands the stars is surrounding you. And when you are at your lowest, God is at His highest. God is closest to those whose hearts are broken, whose spirits are crushed, whose strength is gone. He leans in when the world walks away. He lifts up when others push down. And right now, God is leaning toward you with a plan in His hand and power in His breath. You are not invisible. You are not forgotten. You are not too broken, too old, too tired, or too far gone. You are exactly where you need to be for God to show up and show out. And when He steps in, everything changes. He is not bound by time. He is not limited by human logic. He doesn't need the approval of people to move on your behalf. When God says it's your time, no one can stop Him. This tired season of your life is not the end of your story. It is the hallway before the door opens. It is the silence before the shift. God is not done with you. He is just getting started. You may have lost some things, some people, some years, but you have not lost your purpose. You have not lost your destiny. And though you are tired, your strength is not your own. God is your strength, and He will lift you up when you can't lift yourself. You may feel like giving up, but God says, hold on. You may feel like you've prayed and nothing has changed, but God says, wait, because the moment you think it's over is the exact moment God begins to move. He allows you to reach the end of yourself so that you can discover the beginning of His power. He strips away every false hope until you're leaning on nothing but Him. And that is when miracles happen. This is not just motivation. This is revelation. This is God speaking to the depths of your soul. You've been tired in your body, tired in your mind, tired in your spirit, but God is about to breathe new wind into your sails. The enemy has tried to exhaust you so that you'll settle for less than what God has for you. But the fact that you are still standing is proof that He failed. The fact that you're still listening is proof that your story is not over. And what's coming is greater than what you lost. God has seen every sacrifice you made in silence. He has witnessed the patience you've shown when others misunderstood you. He knows the way you've chosen righteousness when it would have been easier to choose revenge. He sees the way you keep showing up even when you feel empty inside. And for all of that, God is about to reward you. You have sown in tears, and now you are about to reap in joy. Don't be ashamed of your exhaustion. It's a holy exhaustion. It comes from standing firm in a world that keeps trying to shake you. It comes from carrying burdens you didn't ask for but handled anyway. It comes from walking through seasons that broke others but couldn't break you. And now that tiredness is about to be exchanged for divine strength. God is about to lift you, carry you, and restore everything the enemy tried to drain from your life. You didn't survive just to survive. You survived because God still has something for you to do. There is still a blessing to receive, a life to live, a calling to fulfill. God is not finished with you. He has seen the nights you couldn't sleep. He's heard the cries you couldn't put into words. He knows the battles you never told anyone about. And He's stepping in not with a whisper, but with a thunder. Not with a suggestion, but with power. He is the God who changes everything in a moment. Your weariness is not a sign that you're weak. It's a sign that you fought long and hard. And God is proud of you. You didn't quit. You didn't give in. You didn't run away. And for that, a new strength is coming. A supernatural peace is coming. Doors are about to open that no man can shut. Help is coming from places you didn't expect. God is about to make a way where there was no way. You may have felt like God was distant, but He's been closer than ever. He's been holding you together when everything around you was falling apart. And now He's getting ready to step in, not just to comfort you, but to change everything around you. You've carried the weight long enough. You've cried long enough. You've endured long enough. Now comes the shift. You didn't lose because you were weak. You endured because God gave you the strength to survive the storm. You didn't fail because you felt tired. You passed the test because you stayed faithful when it was hard. And now everything you lost in the fire, God is about to return in double. You're not at the end. You're at the edge of a divine encounter. There is a sacred moment coming, a divine interruption. God is stepping into your tiredness with restoration in His hand. And when He steps in, your enemies will scatter. Your fears will vanish. Your doubts will be silenced. What you've been praying for will begin to manifest, and the tired version of you will be transformed into a vessel of power, peace, and purpose. Let the world say what it wants. Let the critics scoff. Let the doubters doubt. But you know what God whispered to your heart. You know the promise He gave you in the secret place. And He is not a God who lies. If He said He would do it, He will. If He said He would deliver you, better believe He's on His way. So don't give up now. Don't let the tiredness pull you into despair. God is closer than your next breath. He is near to the brokenhearted. He saves those who are crushed in spirit. And He is about to lift your head and strengthen your bones. What felt like the end will be the beginning of something extraordinary. What felt like defeat will be revealed as preparation for victory. God is not late. He's right on time. And just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't. His timing is not ours, but His timing is perfect. And when He moves in such a way that no one can take the credit but Him. He will show up in such power that you'll say only God could have done this. And yes, you are tired. But tired does not mean defeated. Tired does not mean forsaken. It means you've walked long enough for God to finally say, "Rest, my child, now let me take over." You've leaned on your own understanding long enough. Now God is saying, "Let me carry you. Let me fight for you. Let me open the doors you could never open." He is not just the God of the beginning. He is the God who steps into the middle, who walks with you through the valley, who strengthens you on the battlefield, and who brings you out with more than you had before. You may feel like you've been wandering for years, but God is about to bring you into your promised place. You may have lost count of how many times you wanted to quit, but God counted every time you stayed. And now, the reward is near. The breakthrough is near. The divine shift is near. You are not alone. You are not powerless. You are not done. You are God's child, and He is about to step in. He is about to take your hand, lift your spirit, and remind you that you are still His, and He has never let go. He never will. Keep standing. Keep trusting. Keep believing, because God is about to show you that everything you went through was not for nothing. It was for this moment, this divine intersection, where heaven meets earth, where exhaustion meets restoration, and where your tired soul meets the unlimited power of God. God is not merely aware of your pain. He is deeply involved in your process. You see, God is not a distant observer, casually watching your struggle unfold from afar. No, God is intricately present in your suffering, walking with you through every valley, guiding your footsteps through every wilderness. Your tears do not fall into nothingness. They fall into the hands of the Almighty, who counts each one and stores them as seeds for a future harvest of joy. You are not alone in your tiredness. God is in it with you. And not only is He with you, He is about to lift you out of it. There are moments in life when exhaustion doesn't come from physical labor, but from carrying emotional burdens that have worn your soul thin. You've smiled through the pain. You've kept quiet when your heart was breaking. You've stood tall when everything inside you was crumbling. And now God is saying, enough! You've done all you can. Now watch what I will do. This is the kind of exhaustion that attracts divine intervention. When you have nothing left, that is when God begins to show you just how much He has in store for you. The silence you've experienced was not abandonment. It was a divine pause. God often becomes silent when He is preparing something sacred. The soil doesn't make noise while it's growing the seed, but deep inside, something is happening in your stillness. God has been rearranging, reshaping, and renewing things that you cannot yet see. Just because you don't hear God doesn't mean He's not working. His silence is not absence. It is preparation. And now that preparation is about to produce manifestation, when your spirit groans under the weight of battles you don't even have words for, God hears it louder than any spoken prayer. When you've reached that sacred place of brokenness, when all your strength has run dry and you fall into the arms of faith, that's when God says, now, let me show you who I am. The weakness you feel is the gateway for God's strength to be revealed. The delay you hate is the doorway through which God brings greater clarity, deeper wisdom, and stronger resolve. You've been tired not just from the trials of life, but from trying to be strong for everyone around you. You've carried others. You've encouraged when you needed encouragement. You gave when you were empty. You stood firm when others fell apart. And though no one clapped for your endurance, God saw it. And God is about to reward the battles you fought in silence. He is about to reward the kindness you gave without expectation. He is about to reward the humility you showed when you could have retaliated. There is a quiet power that comes when your strength is gone and all you can do is whisper, God, help me. That whisper shakes the heavens. That whisper summons divine attention. God does not ignore the faint cry of a weary soul, and He does not turn away from those who have reached the end of themselves. In fact, that's where He does His best work. When human strength is gone, when logic has no more solutions, when the night feels endless, that is the soil where divine miracles grow. There is a beauty in being tired after doing what is right. There is a sacredness in being exhausted from obedience, not from rebellion. When you get tired from pursuing truth, from showing mercy, from resisting temptation, from holding on to faith, that kind of tiredness is precious in the eyes of God because it means you've been fighting the good fight. And those who fight the good fight are never forgotten. God will vindicate your struggle. He will crown your consistency. He will multiply what you thought was wasted. Do not let the enemy lie to you in your tiredness. Do not believe the whispers that tell you God has left, that your prayers are empty, that your labor has been in vain. The enemy always shouts the loudest before God breaks through. He tries to get you to quit right before the door opens. But God is not a man that He should lie, nor does He forget the labor of love shown in His name. The reward is coming not because of your strength, but because of your surrender. You must understand something deep in your spirit. When God steps in, He doesn't patch what's broken, He makes it new. He doesn't just restore what was lost, He increases what remains. He doesn't just heal your pain, He transforms your heart. That's the kind of breakthrough that is coming for you. You will not just recover, you will rise. You will not just survive, you will shine. Because God is not content with just bringing you back to where you were. He is taking you somewhere you've never been. This weariness is not a sign of failure, for it is a sign that you have reached the edge of divine involvement. It is a sacred exhaustion that precedes a holy encounter. You've tried everything in your power. You've knocked on every door. You've cried every tear. And now you are standing on the edge of a moment that will shift the entire trajectory of your life. God is about to act. God is about to release what has been held back. God is about to shift the weight off your shoulders and place peace into your heart. You don't need to see how it's going to happen. You just need to trust that it will, because God doesn't reveal every step. He reveals His presence. And His presence is enough to walk through the fire without being burned. His presence is enough to stand in the storm and not be moved. His presence is enough to calm the chaos within you. Even if the chaos around you remains, there is power in trusting God when you're tired. That kind of trust breaks strongholds. That kind of faith invites divine acceleration. You've waited long enough. You've wept long enough. Now it is time to believe again. Not because you feel strong, but because God is your strength. And when He moves, He does it in a way that makes the tired worth it. He brings such peace that you forget the storm. He brings such favor that you forget the struggle. He brings such clarity that you understand why the waiting had to happen. What you thought was the breaking point will become the turning point. What you thought was a setback will be revealed as a setup. What you thought was the end will be the beginning of something far greater. That's how God works. He doesn't just fix your life, He transforms it. He doesn't just answer your prayers, He exceeds them. He doesn't just step in to help, He steps in to take over. So if you feel like you're at the end of your rope, don't despair. That's exactly where God wants you to be, not so you'll suffer, but so you'll finally release control. God doesn't need your strength. He needs your surrender. Let go of the anxiety. Let go of the fear. Let go of trying to figure it all out. Rest in the knowledge that God is still writing your story, and the chapter you're entering will not look like the one you're leaving behind. You are not what the world says you are. You are not what your past says you are. You are what God says you are called, chosen, protected, guided, and sustained. You are a vessel of purpose, and even in your tiredness, you are being prepared for something divine. God will use your exhaustion to deepen your reliance, to sharpen your focus, and to enlarge your capacity. And when He steps in, the tiredness will turn into testimony. No moment of pain has been wasted. No sleepless night has gone unnoticed. Every cry, every ache, every sigh that escaped your lips has moved the heart of God. And now the heavens are responding. The season is shifting. The clouds are parting, and the light of divine intervention is about to shine upon your path. Not because you were strong enough, but because you trusted enough. That's the kind of strength God is giving you now. Not the strength to carry the weight, but the strength to let Him carry it for you. Not the strength to keep fighting alone, but the strength to believe that help is on the way. And that help doesn't come from people, from systems, or from circumstances. It comes from God alone. You've come through fire. You've come through flood. And you're still standing. You didn't lose your mind. You didn't quit. You didn't sink. That's not by accident. That's because God held you when you couldn't hold yourself. And He's not about to let go now. In fact, He's stepping in stronger than ever before. There comes a time when the soul cries not for answers, but for relief, not for explanations, but for peace. You've crossed deserts with a heart full of faith. You've climbed mountains with trembling hands, hoping that the top would bring rest. And now you stand here worn out, not because you failed, but because you kept going. And in that fatigue, God sees something beautiful. Not weakness, not defeat, but a vessel emptied and ready to be filled. You are not collapsing. You are being cleared of every weight so that the glory of God can take over and carry you farther than your strength ever could. You have not missed your moment. The delays, the setbacks, the unanswered prayers, they were not signs that God forgot you. They were divine shields protecting you from what you could not yet see. Every no was a wall keeping destruction out. Every closed door was the hand of God saying, not this way, not yet. And now, as you stand on the edge of weariness, God is saying, I am the one who kept you from walking into a trap. I am the one who preserved your soul. Now watch how I lift you in my perfect timing. You may be looking around at others who seem to be thriving while you are barely surviving. But don't confuse movement with progress. God has kept you in the waiting room not to punish you, but to prepare you. What He's about to do in your life will require a foundation so deep, so secure that only a long season of refinement could have produced it. And now that foundation is set, the winds have blown, the rains have come, but you are still rooted. You are still here. And because of this, God is preparing to build something extraordinary upon the foundation of your perseverance. Do not lose heart over how slowly things seem to move. A tree does not break through the earth overnight. Its roots dig deep in silence long before its branches reach toward the heavens. In the very same way, your growth has been unfolding quietly in hidden places where no one else can see. That unseen root system, watered by your tears, nourished by your faith, and anchored by your trials, has kept you steady through every storm. Now you are prepared to rise not because of what others notice, but because of what God already knows lives within you. The enemy would have you believe that exhaustion makes you unworthy. Yet God takes the weary to reveal to the world what His strength truly looks like. When He steps in, He does not pick those with polished lives and flawless plans. He chooses the tired, the battle-scarred, the ones who have walked through the fire and refused to bow. And as long as you still draw breath, it means you are still chosen, still called, still destined for the greatness God set apart for you before time began. Your weariness has not disqualified you, and it has prepared you. There is a kind of tiredness that strips away pride, ego, and self-reliance. And when that is gone, all that remains is pure trust. That is the place God has brought you to. Not to crush you, but to reveal Himself to you in ways you could never have understood when you were strong. God reveals the depths of His power to those who are low, not those who are lofty. And in your tiredness, you are standing on sacred ground. You don't need to pretend anymore. You don't need to wear the mask of strength. God is not moved by performance. He is moved by surrender. And when you surrender your exhaustion to Him, He exchanges it for a power that cannot be explained, a peace that confounds logic, a strength that defies circumstances. God is not looking for perfect people. He is looking for honest ones, ones who say, I can't do this anymore, but I know you can. That is when divine power is released not through might, not through intellect, but through faith rooted in humility. You've walked long enough carrying the expectations of others. You've carried burdens that were never yours to carry. You've tried to be everything to everyone. But now God is calling you back to a place of divine alignment, a place where your soul rests not in what you do, but in who He is. You were never meant to carry the world on your shoulders. That is God's job. And the moment you place those weights back into His hands, He will begin to move on your behalf in ways that no effort could ever achieve. This is not about striving. This is about trusting. God is not impressed by how hard you work to hold it all together. He is glorified when you lay it down and say, I trust you to hold me. That kind of trust moves mountains. That kind of trust splits seas. That kind of trust turns weariness into worship. Because when you stop running and start resting in God, He begins to show you that the breakthrough was never in your effort. It was always in your surrender. And now that surrender is opening the gates of divine intervention. The heavens are shifting. The tide is turning. The season is changing because God honors the faith of those who remain faithful in the dry place. You've prayed with cracked lips. You've walked when you felt like crawling. And now the clouds are gathering, not to bring more storms, but to rain down the blessings you've long awaited. This is the moment God takes your ashes and gives you beauty. This is the moment He turns mourning into purpose. God does not rush the process. He perfects it. And your process, as painful and long as it has been, is not without purpose. Every delay has refined your focus. Every disappointment has deepened your dependence. Every hardship has increased your hunger for something more than this world can offer. And that hunger, when directed toward God, unlocks realms of strength, wisdom, and revelation that only come through the fire. You are not stepping into this next season with old strength. God is giving you something new, not recycled energy. Not surface-level encouragement, but deep spiritual power that anchors your soul in the truth that God is your sustainer. When the world shakes, you will not fall. When others lose their way, you will stand firm. Not because of who you are, but because of who your God is. Let the tiredness you feel remind you that you have given everything you had. Let it also remind you that now it is God's turn. You've done all you can do. You've prayed, you've waited, you've believed, and now God is saying, be still, let me be God. He is stepping into the very places where your hands have come up empty. He is stepping into the rooms where your voice was ignored. He is stepping into the chapters of your life that seemed unfinished, and He is writing a new ending. This is a divine promise. What is coming will make sense of what you've been through. What is ahead will redeem what was lost. And you will not just walk into it. You will walk in it with a peace that surpasses understanding. Because when God steps in, He doesn't just change your situation. He changes your perspective. He teaches you how to live above your circumstances, how to dwell in contentment even in chaos, and how to recognize His fingerprints in places others only see confusion. So stand firm even if your knees are shaking. Lift your head even if your heart is heavy, because your tiredness is not the end. It is the invitation. It is the signal that God is about to show Himself mighty. And when He does, you will look back on this season, not with regret, but with awe. You will say it was worth it. Every tear, every ache, every sleepless night, because it brought me to the feet of the Almighty. And when I was at my lowest, God lifted me with a strength not my own, You are on the edge of something sacred. Don't let the fatigue fool you. The enemy always attacks the hardest right before the breakthrough. He tries to confuse your vision, discourage your heart, and drain your hope. But he cannot stop what God has ordained. He cannot delay what God has decreed. You are still under divine covering. And no weapon formed against you shall prosper, not even the weapon of exhaustion. You will rest again, not just physically, but spiritually. You will breathe again without the weight of the world on your chest. You will walk again with joy in your step and peace in your heart. And it won't be because the road got easier, but because God made you stronger. Not by force, not by might, but by the power of trust in the one who holds your life in his hands. Let every heavy burden now be lifted. Let every silent fear now be stilled. Let every doubt now be drowned in the truth that God is not only aware of your tiredness, he is actively responding to it. He is already stepping into your tomorrow. He is already ahead of you, clearing paths, softening hearts, opening doors, and making crooked places straight. You are not late. You are not lost. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where God needs you to be for his power to be made perfect in your surrender and his glory to be revealed in your testimony. And that testimony will not be one of strength that never failed, but of a soul that, though weary, was held together by the hand of God until the appointed time of victory. And now in the stillness of your soul, listen, truly listen. For there is a whisper from heaven rising louder than the noise of your doubts. A whisper that says, I have seen your labor. I have heard your cry. I have not turned my face from you, and I will not delay. That is God speaking to you not as a distant ruler, but as the one who fashioned your spirit, the one who walked with you through the fire, and the one who stands ready to pour out power where there was once only pain. You did not come this far to be abandoned. You did not fight all these battles just to be left in the dark. God has carried you through what others did not survive. You have endured in silence what would have destroyed the strongest among men. And now God is ready to repay every hour you stood alone, every moment you trusted him, when all evidence said otherwise. This is not just a season of restoration. It is a season of divine reversal. Where there was loss, gain will come. Where there was shame, honor will arise. Where you were cast down, God will raise you up. You see, God is not bound by the reports of man, and God does not answer to opinions, to predictions, or to statistics. When he decides to move in your life, it won't matter who counted you out. It won't matter who turned their back on you. God has the final word. And when his word goes forth, it never returns void. When he commands doors to open, no man can shut them. When he declares favor over your life, even your enemies will have to stand aside and watch it unfold. Some of you are tired because you've been trying to fight spiritual battles with natural weapons. You've been using intellect where God required surrender. You've been pushing with effort where he's asking for stillness. You've been trying to do it your way, thinking God was taking too long. But in truth, God was waiting for your hands to release what only his hands can fix. You can't carry the weight of destiny and the burden of control at the same time. At some point, you must lay it down and say, God, I trust your way even when I don't understand your timing. And it's in that moment when you let go that God begins to pour in. Not just blessings, but clarity. Not just answers, but peace. He will not only fix the situation, he will transform you in the process. Because God is not just interested in changing your surroundings. He wants to strengthen the one standing in the middle of the storm. He wants to turn your tiredness into testimony, your waiting into wisdom, your pain into purpose. The fatigue you feel is not just from the load. It's from the hidden battle beneath the load. The thoughts you've wrestled with, the pressure you felt to remain strong, the isolation of carrying a vision others didn't understand. All of that weighs heavier than physical labor. But now God is removing that invisible weight. He is lifting the unseen burdens. You may not feel it all at once, but the shift has already begun. Where there was confusion, there will be clarity. Where there was heaviness, there will be lightness. Where there was delay, there will be acceleration. Don't you dare believe that your best days are behind you. That is a lie whispered into the tired ears of the faithful to break their momentum. But God says your latter days will be greater than the former. What's ahead of you is bigger than what's behind you. The struggle may have worn down your body, but it has built up your spirit. And what God is about to do will not be because you had perfect strength, but because you had unwavering faith. God rewards those who trust Him in the dark. God rewards those who stay faithful when no one is watching. When you chose integrity over compromise, when you forgave instead of retaliating, when you stayed instead of walking away, that was strength not born from willpower, but from the Spirit of the Almighty sustaining you in secret. And now what was done in secret, God is about to reward openly. There will be a visible shift, a public outpouring of what was cultivated in private pain. Every time you resisted the urge to quit, heaven recorded it. Every time you bowed your head in exhaustion and whispered, "God, I still believe," a record was kept. And not one moment was wasted. God stores every tear, and He weighs every sacrifice. And now He is tipping the scales in your favor. You will not just receive back what was lost, you will receive what eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and hearts have not imagined. That is the promise of the one who never breaks His word. And listen, this isn't just about recovery. This is about release. God is not just restoring you back to where you were. He's releasing you into where you were always meant to be. The battles have prepared you for this. The weariness was the womb for wisdom. The fire did not burn you. It purified you. And now, as the smoke clears, you will see what God was doing all along. He was strengthening you in silence, maturing you in solitude, and preparing you for a platform that is built on surrender, not self. So don't grow bitter in your tiredness. Let it make you more tender to the voice of God. Let it draw you closer, not farther, because that very tiredness is the place of your transformation. That exhaustion is not the evidence of failure, it is the threshold of breakthrough. And the moment you stop resisting and start resting in the power of God, you will see doors open that no key could unlock. There are things about your life you still don't understand. There are losses you still grieve, betrayals that still sting, delays that still frustrate. But God is not finished. He is the author of your story, and He has not handed the pen to anyone else. The pages ahead are not blank. They are filled with moments of redemption, restoration, and radical change. What looks like the end is simply the turning of a page, and the next chapter will not carry the weight of the former. You are being shifted, not shattered. You are being positioned, not punished. You are being stretched, not broken. And all of it has a purpose. God wastes nothing. Not your pain, not your process, not your exhaustion. Everything is being used to usher in something that could only be birthed through faith forged in fire. And one day very soon you will look back on this season not with sorrow but with sacred gratitude. You will understand why it had to be this way. Because if God had rescued you too soon, you would have missed the deeper work. You would have missed the revelation. But now you carry something more than answers. You carry wisdom. You carry perspective. You carry strength that doesn't come from this world. And now, right now, God is drawing near to you, not because you cried the loudest, but because your heart stayed faithful when no one understood your journey. Your tiredness has become the altar upon which your devotion is laid. Every silent prayer, every unseen effort, every moment you resisted the urge to run away has risen like incense before the throne of the Almighty. And God in His perfect wisdom has not only heard you, He is responding not with delay, not with a whisper of hope, but with a divine interruption that will shake the ground beneath your despair and replace it with solid peace. There are seasons when God hides His hand so you will search His heart. And in the stillness, in the long nights of tears and unanswered questions, your soul has been learning something sacred. How to know God not through what He gives, but through who He is. And now that knowing will become your strength. That intimacy will become your security because you no longer follow God only for His blessings. You follow Him because you have tasted His faithfulness even in the drought. And that kind of trust birthed in the shadows will carry you through every valley ahead. You've been asking for relief, and God is preparing release. You've asked for a way out, and God is preparing a way through. You've asked for answers, and God is giving you revelation. You've asked for rest, and God is clothing you with resilience. This is not just a response. It is a holy reversal. That which was meant to crush you is becoming the very thing that launches you. That which once made you weep will become the reason you praise. For when God steps in, nothing remains the same. And don't you dare think God is late. He is never late. God moves in precision, not pressure. He does not respond to panic. He responds to purpose. And your life is not drifting aimlessly. It is being carried by divine hands toward an appointed season. The weariness is proof that you've come a long way. The fatigue is a sign that you're closer than ever. If you could see what God has already released in the unseen realm, your soul would leap. The answer is already on the way. The provision is already being prepared. The protection has already been dispatched, and all of it is heading in your direction. Not because of who you are, but because of who God has always been, faithful, true, and merciful. Let this truth burn into your spirit. God knows when you've reached your limit. He knows when the last thread of strength is fraying, and He will not let you fall beneath the weight. He promised not to burden you beyond what you can bear. And He is not a God who breaks His promises. So when you feel like you're at your end, know this: it's not the end at all. It's the beginning of God's power rising in your life like never before. This is the place where miracles start, where the natural stops and the supernatural begins. You didn't come through the fire just to go back to the ashes. You didn't survive the wilderness to settle in defeat. You didn't walk through those lonely nights to live in the shadows. God is calling you out, not in your own strength, but in His. He's calling you to rise again, to believe again, to breathe again. Not as the broken, but as the bold. Not as the weary, but as the warrior. Because this time you will not be moving in your own might. You will be carried by the wind of divine strength. breathe straight from the mouth of the Almighty. This tiredness will not define you. This fatigue will not finish you. It will forge you into someone who walks with clarity, speaks with authority, and lives with peace that cannot be taken away. Because once you've known what it is to be carried by God in your weakest state, nothing and no one will be able to shake your faith again. You will not fear the valley because you've walked through it and saw God waiting there. You will not dread the storm because you've weathered it under divine shelter. You will not question the silence because you've learned that God speaks the loudest through stillness. And now, as you stand in the quiet moments between exhaustion and renewal, know this: God is not only about to lift your burden, He is about to lift your head. He is about to show you that what looked like the end was only the beginning of a new anointing over your life. A new season is opening before you, not built on striving, but on surrender. Not driven by ambition, but led by purpose. Not marked by fear, but sealed with peace. You are not who you were when this season began. The fire changed you. The fatigue refined you. The tears have taught you. And the presence of God has carried you. You've been led by His hand even when you couldn't trace it. And now that same hand is turning the page. A new chapter begins. One not written by your exhaustion, but by God's intervention. One not marked by your weakness, but by His overwhelming strength. So lift your hands not in defeat, but in surrender. Lift your voice not in fear, but in expectation. The same God who noticed your weariness is the one stepping in right now with strength, with calm, and with a promise. I did not bring you this far to abandon you. I have held you through the darkest hours. Now I will shine my light over you. Rest in me. Trust in me. For I am your God, and I will not forsake you. This is the truth you can anchor your soul to. This is the word that can hold the foundation of your life. When all else fades away, this stands unshaken. God is moving now. The season is changing. The weight is being lifted. And you, yes, you, will rise again. Not because you never grew weary, but because you leaned on God in your weakness. The one who holds the heavens has never failed, and He never will. Right now, someone stands on the edge of a breakthrough. Your soul feels tired, your heart is heavy, and your mind is crowded with questions. When, God? How long, God? Why the delay? But I speak to you with the fire of truth burning inside me. God has heard your cry. He has not forgotten a single prayer. The silence you've endured has not been rejection. It has been a divine pause. And the door you've been knocking on with trembling hands and tear-stained prayers is about to open. There is a stirring taking place in the unseen realm. You may not feel it, you may not see it, but faith was never rooted in your senses. It has always been about trusting the one who holds time, doors, and destinies in His hands. God is not slow, beloved. God is precise. The delay you face was not to punish you, but to prepare you. What you call waiting, God calls refining. What you call stagnation, God calls transformation. And the reason the door hasn't opened yet is because God doesn't want to just open it. He wants to establish you behind it. When God opens a door, no man can shut it. And when He closes one, no force in the universe can pry it open. You've been pounding on doors that looked right, sounded right, even felt right, but God kept them shut. Why? Because He knew that just because a door looks good doesn't mean it leads to the place He designed for your elevation. God is not interested in temporary victories. He is building you for something eternal, something weighty, something with purpose. You see, some of you have been waiting for years, not weeks, not months, years. And the enemy has whispered in the dark corners of your mind, it's never going to happen. You've been forgotten. That dream is dead. But let me stand before you and crush that lie with the weight of truth. God never forgets what He promises. Your delay is not denial. Your pain has not been wasted. The door's about to swing open, not because of your perfection, not because of your effort, but because of God's faithfulness. There are doors you prayed for when you didn't even know how to pray properly. Doors you cried for in silence. Doors you fought for in the battlefield of your mind. God saw it all. He counted every tear. He recorded every sleepless night. And now in His divine timing, He is aligning every detail. He is moving hearts. He is shifting circumstances. He is orchestrating events behind the scenes, all so that when the door opens, it will not be by coincidence. It will be undeniable that God did this. Don't mistake God's silence for absence. He's been closer than you think. The waiting season wasn't empty. It was a construction site. While you were crying, God was building. While you were questioning, God was structuring. While you were breaking, God was molding. He allowed the door to remain closed because the version of you that started this journey wasn't strong enough to carry what lies behind that door. But now, after the storms, the losses, the wilderness, you've been fortified. Some of you are standing before a door that generations before you have tried to walk through and fail. You are about to break generational curses, step into territories your family only dreamed of, and occupy places that were reserved for your obedience. You've been faithful over a little, and now God is getting ready to make you ruler over much. And this is not a door that leads to easy, it's a door that leads to assignment. God doesn't open doors for comfort. He opens them for calling. You may not feel qualified. You may think, why me? But that's the beauty of God. He doesn't choose the qualified. He qualifies the chosen. He doesn't look for perfection. He looks for surrender. And if you've been surrendered, even in your weakness, God has been watching. Heaven has taken notice of your endurance. You didn't quit when you were betrayed. You didn't walk away when people mocked you. You stayed on your knees. You stayed in position. And now the door is about to open. And hear me, when God opens a door, it won't come with confusion. It won't require you to compromise. It won't demand that you beg for validation. The door God opens will bring peace. It will confirm what your spirit already knows. It will draw you closer to Him, not distract you. This is how you'll know it's from God. It won't just elevate you, it will humble you. It will cause you to weep with gratitude because you'll know you didn't force it. You waited for it. But I must warn you, there are counterfeit doors. The enemy loves to offer premature opportunities dressed in the garments of blessing. Just because it's open doesn't mean it's God's door. Test the Spirit. Ask yourself, does this pull me away from God or push me deeper into purpose? Does this bring lasting peace or temporary pleasure? You must be discerning. Every good-looking door is not a God-ordained door. That's why your relationship with God is crucial in this season, so that you recognize His voice above the noise. Some of you are tired because you've been standing in front of doors that were never assigned to you. You've exhausted yourself, begging for things that weren't meant for your destiny. Let go. Step back. Align with God. When you chase after Him, you won't have to chase after doors. They'll open at the sound of your obedience. God is not looking for people who knock the loudest. He's looking for people who trust Him the deepest. And for those of you who've been through deep loss, those who've buried dreams, wept over closed chapters, and questioned your very worth, I declare to you, God is about to redeem the time. You thought it was over. You thought the door had closed for good. But God is the God of restoration. He doesn't just give you what you lost, He gives you better. He opens doors that make you forget the pain of the previous season. The glory that's coming will make the suffering make sense. There are some doors that don't open by effort, they open by favor. And the favor of God is about to rest on you in such a way that what others strive for, you will receive by divine appointment. That promotion, that breakthrough, that opportunity, it's not coming because of your connections. It's coming because of your covenant. You've been hidden on purpose. God was preparing you in obscurity so He could reveal you in victory. And when the door opens, hear me, you must walk through it with boldness. No hesitation, no fear, no turning back. God doesn't bring you this far just to tease you. He brings you this far to transition you. What lies ahead is greater than what you're leaving behind. Stop mourning closed doors. If it closed, it wasn't yours. If it ended, it was meant to. The door in front of you is better than the door behind you. Trust God's direction more than you trust your past. This next door is going to shift everything. Your finances, your family, your mind, your health. It's all connected. When God opens this door, He's not just blessing you, He's blessing everyone connected to you. You're the key. You're the one God chose to walk through first so others can follow. Don't underestimate the power of your obedience. Don't shrink back in false humility. Walk boldly. Walk with purpose. Walk knowing that God has gone before you. And yes, there will be resistance. With every open door comes opposition. But do not fear. The same God who opened the door will guard it. The same hand that unlocked it will protect you as you walk through it. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. The critics will talk. The doubters will rise. The enemy will rage. But nothing and no one can stop a door opened by the hand of God. And some of you listen closely. You're not just waiting for a door. You are the door. You are the opening that God is using to bring change in your family, hope to your community, and revival to dry places. Don't limit yourself to physical opportunities. You are the divine access point through which heaven is about to touch earth. You're not waiting for a platform. You are the platform. You're not waiting for a breakthrough. You are the breakthrough. But before that door opens, make sure your heart is ready. God doesn't just want to elevate your position. He wants to elevate your character. He wants your integrity to match your influence. This is the season to clean house, to forgive, to release bitterness, to repent. Because the door God is about to open requires purity, humility, and focus. The higher the calling, the deeper the consecration. Don't just prepare your hands, prepare your heart. And when that moment comes, when the door cracks open and light floods your darkness, don't forget God. Don't forget the nights you cried, the days you fasted, the battles you fought in secret. Don't let success make you lose the voice that got you there. Stay grounded. Stay grateful. Stay submitted. Because the same God who opens doors is the same God who closes them when pride walks in. This is your season, your time, your appointed moment. All of heaven is leaning forward, waiting to see what you'll do with this divine invitation. Will you step forward in faith or retreat in fear? Will you recognize the door or walk past it distracted? Will you obey God's voice even when it doesn't make sense? I pray you choose obedience. I pray you choose trust, because the door you've been waiting for isn't just about you, it's about destiny. And destiny doesn't wait forever. God is not a man that he should lie. What he promised, he will fulfill. What he started, he will complete. What he declared over your life, he will bring to pass. The door is opening. Can you feel it? Can you sense the shift? This is not hype. This is holy. And if your spirit is aligned, you already know it. This is the moment everything changes. There is a moment in every life when you reach the edge of yourself. You've done all you can. You've prayed, fasted, believed, waited, and even crawled your way forward. Yet the door still seems locked. That is the moment when the test reaches its highest point. That is when the human effort ends and God's power begins. You see, God does not open doors merely because we are tired of waiting. He opens them when the appointed time arrives, when the process has done its work, when the fire is refined, and when your heart is finally in alignment with the purpose He has written for you before you ever drew your first breath. God has always been a God of timing. He is never early. He is never late. His actions do not bend to our impatience, because His plan is not based on our emotions. It is rooted in divine purpose. You may think you've been buried in obscurity, but God has actually planted you. And what is planted must first break before it rises. Do not curse your breaking. Do not resent the season where no one sees you. For it is in the quiet, in the stillness, where God does His most sacred work. The roots grow deep before the fruit appears. And understand this, every closed door was part of His mercy. Every delay was an act of protection. You thought rejection was a curse, but it was God shielding you from what would have destroyed your soul. Not every good thing is a God thing. And sometimes God closes one door to prepare you for something far beyond what you were asking for. That is why your prayers must mature from "give me" to "prepare me." Because when God opens a door, He doesn't want you to just enter it. He wants you to thrive in it. So ask yourself, are you ready for what you've been praying for? Can your character handle the weight of the next level? Can your heart remain pure when favor surrounds you? Because God will not promote what pride will destroy. He's not just opening a door for your comfort. He's opening a door for your calling. And if you're called, you must carry it with humility. This door is not about being seen. It's about fulfilling your purpose. It's about impact. It's about legacy. It's about bringing light where there has only been darkness. And let me tell you something vital. When God opens this door, you won't walk through it alone. His presence will go before you. His wisdom will guide you. His protection will surround you. You won't have to push your way in. You won't have to manipulate or strive. You'll walk through it with a peace that surpasses understanding. That's how you'll know it's from God. It won't feel like chaos. It will feel like clarity. It won't make you anxious. It will settle your spirit. Now, don't misunderstand me. God's doors are not always glamorous. Sometimes the door He opens leads to a battle before it leads to a blessing. Sometimes it comes with resistance, with adversity, with testing. But that does not mean it is not from God. In fact, often the greatest doors are guarded by the greatest trials. Why? Because God doesn't give keys to cowards. He gives them to warriors, to the ones who stayed when it would have been easier to leave, to the ones who trusted when everything said give up, to the ones who still worshiped when their heart was breaking. The enemy cannot stop what God has ordained, but he will try to distract you before the door opens. He'll bring noise, confusion, false opportunities, and emotional storms to pull you away from your place of readiness. But this is the time to stand firm, to silence the voices of doubt, to drown out the noise with the truth of who God is. He is not a God of confusion. He is a God of order, a God of power, a God of completion, and what He started in you, He will finish. There is someone listening right now who feels like everything is falling apart. But in reality, everything is falling into place. The pain is not random. The delay is not meaningless. God is weaving something so intricate, so intentional, that when He finally pulls back the curtain, you will fall to your knees in awe. You'll look back and thank God for every no, every tear, every detour. Because now, standing at the threshold of your door, you'll see the masterpiece that only God could create. This door is not small. It's not average. It's not mediocre. It is a divine gateway to a dimension of your life you've never stepped into before. And it will demand more from you, more discipline, more focus, more sacrifice, but it will also give more to you, more clarity, more peace, more fulfillment than you've ever known. You'll wake up knowing why you're alive. You'll move with conviction. You'll speak with authority, not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. And let me tell you, there are some people who cannot go through this door with you. There are relationships that served a season, but cannot survive this next level. You must be willing to leave behind what is familiar to walk into what is divinely prepared. Don't cling to people who no longer align with your purpose. Don't drag the past into a future that God sanctified for your growth. If they had to go, it's because their presence would have poisoned your promise. Let them go and trust that what is waiting behind this door will not just replace what you lost. It will exceed it. I know the weight of waiting. I know the agony of unanswered prayers. But I also know the power of God's timing. And what He's about to do in your life is not small, it's not ordinary, it's not explainable by logic. It's going to make people wonder how you got there. They'll look at you and say, "How did this happen?" And your only response will be, "God opened the door." Because that's the kind of door that leaves no room for pride, only praise. You won't have to defend yourself. You won't have to convince anyone. The fruit will speak for itself. The results will silence the critics. The transformation will be so clear, so profound, that even your enemies will have to admit God's hand is on you. That's the power of a door opened by God. It shuts the mouths of liars and elevates you without explanation. But remember, the door is not the destination. It's a beginning, a launch point, a new chapter. And with every new chapter comes new responsibility. You must steward this opportunity well. You must walk in integrity even when no one is watching. You must remain in alignment with God, not just in public but in private, because the same God who opens the door is watching how you walk through it. This is sacred. This is holy. And you've been chosen not because you are the most talented, the most connected, or the most experienced, but because God saw your heart. He saw the way you honored him when no one else did. He saw the way you stayed loyal in the wilderness. And now, he's about to reward what only he saw. This is divine reward, not earned but granted, not forced but released in due season. The earth may not celebrate you, the world may not applaud you, but heaven is watching. Heaven is moving. And when heaven moves, no force on earth can stand in the way. This is more than an opportunity. It is a divine shift, and you must move with it. You must prepare not just for what's coming, but for who you must become when it arrives. God is not giving you a door to remain the same. He's giving you a door so that He can bring forth the version of you that He always intended. Let your posture be one of humility. Let your spirit remain teachable. Let your life be a vessel through which God can shine. The door is coming, and when it opens, it will confirm what your spirit has already known: that you were never forgotten, that you were never forsaken, that God was working all along, that this was not just your desire, it was His plan. When God opens the door you've been waiting for, it won't simply be an opportunity. It will be a divine appointment, an intersection between your obedience and His unmatched authority. And in that moment, your life will no longer be measured by what you lost, but by what you stepped into. You've been walking through the shadows of uncertainty for too long, but now the light of God's timing is about to break through with undeniable force. Not because you demanded it, but because you were developed for it. God does not honor entitlement. He honors endurance. You endured. You remained faithful. And now the heavens are preparing to release what your faith has already received. Understand this. What lies behind the door is not just for you. It is for those connected to your life. God is not only opening this door for your blessing, but for the breakthrough of others who will witness what He has done through you. Your story is about to become someone else's survival guide. Your testimony is about to shake someone else free from their chains, because God uses doors not just to advance individuals, but to advance His will in the earth through surrendered vessels. And make no mistake, you are being positioned as a vessel, a living, breathing instrument of His mercy, power, and glory. Do not confuse this divine moment with mere human success. The world chases platforms and praise, but the door God opens leads to something deeper. It leads to assignment, to sacred responsibility, to walking in what you were born to carry. You will not walk through to applause. You will walk through with authority. And authority does not come from men. It comes from God. From the fire you survived, from the prayers you cried, from the nights you bled in silence, holding on to promises that hadn't yet manifested. Some of you have been walking in circles, feeling forgotten, dismissed, abandoned. But your steps were not in vain. God is not a God of wasted journeys. Every delay, every detour, every disappointment was God weaving together a foundation that could carry the weight of what's about to be revealed. If that door had opened earlier, you might have stepped through with pride, with ego, and with wounds still unhealed. But now you are whole. You are wiser. You have been shaped by fire, not by flattery. You are prepared. This coming season is not about striving. It is about receiving. When God acts, it is not through prediction. It is through command. He speaks and everything shifts. He declares and doors swing open without resistance. What you once struggled to earn through effort will now come with ease. Not because it is simple, but because it is divinely ordained. And when something is ordained by God, it no longer relies on man's approval or permission. Let that truth settle deep within you. No one can block what God has already decreed. Some watched you fall and believed it was the end. But they forgot that God does His greatest work in the soil of brokenness. They forgot that seeds must be buried before they bloom. They misjudged your silence, unaware that it was God who chose to keep you hidden. For before He reveals, He refines. Before He elevates, He establishes. And now your season of refining has grown roots so deep that no storm can tear them out. You are not simply rising, you are rising with unshakable foundation. And let me say this with urgency. Do not wait for perfect conditions to walk through your door. If you're waiting to feel qualified, to feel ready, to have it all together, you'll delay the very thing God has been preparing for you. God does not require perfection. He requires obedience. When the door opens, walk. When the call comes, answer. When the opportunity presents itself, move. Because obedience is the language that opens realms far beyond what effort could ever touch. When God says go, go, even if your knees are shaking, because trust is not about clarity. It's about confidence in the one who is guiding you. And what if I told you that the door God is about to open is not even the one you were expecting? Because sometimes we pray for doors we understand, but God opens doors we didn't even know we needed. You ask for provision, and He's opening a door to purpose. You ask for healing, and He's opening a door to wholeness. You ask for success, but He's giving you significance. God doesn't answer small-minded prayers with small blessings. He answers them with transformative destiny. And that is why you must let go of your limited vision. You must release the expectation that the blessing will look like your plan. God's thoughts are not your thoughts. His ways are higher, deeper, stronger. If the door doesn't look like what you imagine, trust Him anyway. If it feels unfamiliar, walk through anyway. If it leads you into uncomfortable territory, follow Him anyway. Because the safest place to be is not in what is familiar, but in what is God ordained. Many of you are standing at the edge of answered prayer, but fear is whispering in your ear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of stepping into something bigger than yourself. But listen closely. Fear has no authority where God has given you command. Fear is the thief of destiny, and it is silenced not by self-confidence but by God confidence. Speak to your fear. Tell it that it can't follow you through the door. Tell it that it has no place in the future God is calling you into. You didn't survive all that you've been through just to be held back by the ghost of doubt. The door's coming and you must be ready. Ready in your spirit, ready in your mind, ready in your heart. Because when it opens, you won't have time to prepare. You'll have to respond. And God has already prepared you in secret for what He is about to do in public. The conversations you had with Him in silence, the ones no one heard, the cries, the groanings, the surrendered moments, they are about to produce fruit before all to see. But do not get caught up in the visibility. God is not elevating you to be seen. He's elevating you to serve. And the higher you go, the more surrendered you must be. So let humility be your anchor. Let gratitude be your song. Let reverence for God be the compass that keeps your soul aligned. For the greatest tragedy is not a door that remains closed, but a door that is opened and mishandled. You must walk through with eyes fixed on God, ears tuned to His whisper, and a heart that beats not for glory, but for obedience, because this is holy ground. This is sacred territory, and what God is entrusting to you must not be taken lightly. Do not rush. Do not panic. Do not compare your journey to others. God's timing is tailored. His preparation is specific. And when He opens your door, it won't look like anyone else's because it was designed for you. And the beauty of God's door is this: it fits only your obedience. No one else can walk through it. No one else can claim it. No one else can block it. Because when God opens a door, it's sealed with His authority. And no force in the heavens or the earth can override His command. And hear this deep in your spirit. When God opens the door you've been waiting for, it will not come to validate your ego. It will come to fulfill His plan. You are not the center of the blessing. God is. You are not the author of the breakthrough. God is. And that is what makes it sacred. The door is not about your status, your image, or your self-worth. It is about being positioned where God can manifest His power through your life. It is about becoming the evidence of what happens when someone refuses to let go of faith. Even when it hurts, even when it's lonely, even when it feels like nothing is moving, you are not being rewarded for perfection. You are being trusted with purpose. God opens doors not because we've earned them, but because He sees we are now aligned with His will. The door represents more than change. It represents trust. God is entrusting you with something that carries weight. This is not lightweight favor. This is kingdom-level responsibility. So your prayer must shift. No longer God just open the door, but God prepare me to carry what's behind it. Because if He opens it and you aren't ready, what was meant to elevate you could overwhelm you. And God is too wise to give a crown to someone who has not yet learned how to carry the weight of surrender. Let this be a time where your inner life becomes stronger than your outer performance. God is not impressed by your public words. He is moved by your private obedience. He is watching the way you handle the quiet seasons, the invisible work, the unseen sacrifices. And that is what determines what doors open, not noise, not fame, not applause, but character forged in the silence of surrender. You may think no one sees the way you've obeyed God when it cost you everything, but God sees. And He is the one who holds the key to your future. There are no shortcuts to divine doors. You cannot manipulate your way into what God has ordained. You cannot rush what God is still preparing. Some have tried to build their own doors, carve out their own paths, but anything man-made will eventually collapse under pressure. Only what God opens can withstand the shaking of life. Only what God builds will stand through storms. This is why you must be patient. This is why you must be rooted, so that when the door opens, you are not standing on sand, but on solid foundation. There are going to be voices that rise against your blessing. People will question how you got here. They will try to attach your elevation to natural explanations. But don't waste your time trying to prove your process. Let the fruit speak for itself. Let your life testify. Let the undeniable hand of God upon you silence every doubter and every critic. Because when God opens the door, even those who oppose you will be forced to acknowledge that only God could have done it. And some of you, listen closely. You are not just about to walk through a door. You are about to become a door. A door for others to walk through. A living gateway to hope, to restoration, to wisdom. Your life will open the way for people who thought it was too late. You are carrying more than you realize. God has been using your trials to build a voice that carries authority, a presence that shifts atmospheres, a story that breaks chains. You thought you were being crushed, but you were being commissioned. You thought you were losing, but God was reshaping you into a vessel of breakthrough. And when the door opens, walk with quiet confidence, not arrogance, not self-reliance, but confidence rooted in your trust in God. Don't minimize the miracle by acting like you don't belong. You do belong because God brought you there. You are not intruding. You are assigned. This is not about feelings. It's about calling. It's about knowing deep in your soul that if God opened the door, He has already equipped you to walk through it. You may feel afraid, but courage is not the absence of fear. It's moving forward while trusting the God who goes before you. This is not a door into comfort. It's a door into calling. God is not making your life easier. He's making it eternally effective. He's shifting your focus from comfort to impact, from safety to surrender, from routine to revelation. The days of small thinking are over. The days of shrinking back are behind you. God is calling you to rise, to move, to advance, not in pride, but in power, not in noise, but in depth. Because you were born to carry something sacred, and now is the moment for it to be revealed. There are some listening who've been disqualifying themselves for years. You've believed the lie that your past mistakes have blocked your future promise. But hear me with every fiber of your spirit. God redeems. God restores. God rebuilds what man calls ruin. No one is too far gone. No mistake is beyond repair. If your heart is surrendered, if your spirit is humble, then nothing can disqualify what God has qualified. The door you thought was closed forever, it's still under God's authority. It's not too late. You're not too old. You're not too broken. You're just in time for what God has appointed. So lift your eyes, square your shoulders. Let the fire of expectation rise again. Let your hope be reawakened. The same God who led you through the valley will lead you through the doorway. The same power that sustained you in the wilderness will carry you into the promise. You don't have to force it. You don't have to strive. Just stay close to God. Stay in alignment. Stay in faith, because the key to the door is not in your hand. It's in God's hand. And He opens what no man can shut. When that moment comes, when the atmosphere shifts, when the door cracks open, respond with boldness. Don't hesitate. Don't overthink. Don't look around for validation. If God brought you to it, walk through it. Don't ask for opinions. Don't wait for consensus. Obedience doesn't require a committee. It requires conviction. This is your appointed time. You've been through too much, cried too long, fought too hard to stand still now. This is not the season to look back. This is not the season to second guess. This is the season to step forward. And as you move, keep your eyes on the one who opened the way. Don't become distracted by the success. Don't become addicted to the applause. Stay grounded. Stay low. Stay prayerful. The blessing is not the destination. It's the beginning of a greater walk with God. The more He gives you, the more you must depend on Him. The higher He takes you, the more you must remain rooted in humility. Because the door is not the reward. God Himself is the reward. This moment that you are entering is not just a season. It is a summoning, a divine calling from the Almighty that now is the time to rise. Not in pride, but in purpose. Not for spotlight, but for sacred duty. The door God is about to open in your life is not a reward for survival. It is an assignment for destiny. And when He opens it, it will not look like man's definition of success. It will not be packaged with glitter or adorned in applause. It will come wrapped in obedience, marked by clarity, and dripping with the unmistakable presence of God's will. Do not think for one moment that this door is small. God does not deal in smallness. Even when it looks humble in the eyes of the world, when it seems unnoticed or insignificant, anything touched by God becomes great. Anything connected to His purpose carries eternal weight. What man overlooks, God overflows. What man devalues, God exalts. This is why you cannot allow your eyes to judge the size of the opening. The door may appear narrow, but it leads into a wider place of divine expansion where your influence will multiply and your purpose will stretch further than your mind ever imagined. This is where faith must lead you. Not your feelings, not your fears, not the opinions of those who have no revelation of what God has been doing in your spirit. God has not called you to blend in. He has called you to break through cycles that have kept your family bound, to break through mindsets that have kept you limited, to break through the noise of this world and walk in the still, strong voice of divine instruction. And the only way to break through is to obey without hesitation. There will be moments where what God asks you to do doesn't make sense. He may open a door that leads to unfamiliar territory, a place where you feel underqualified, overlooked, or misunderstood. But those are the places where God shows Himself strongest. He doesn't bring you into the open so you can rely on your intellect. He brings you so that you will lean entirely on Him. And when you do, what was uncertain becomes unstoppable. What was confusing becomes crystal clear because faith sharpens your spiritual vision and tunes your ears to the rhythm of God's will. Some of you are still trying to carry yesterday's burdens through a door that requires freedom. Let them go. You cannot walk into what God has for you if your hands are full of resentment, bitterness, or old regrets. God does not open the door to a new chapter so you can rewrite the old one. He opens it to write something fresh, something anointed, something eternal. You must release what is expired so you can embrace what is divine. Let go of what hurt you. Let go of what confused you. Let go of what didn't work. Because what's coming will make sense of every no that once broke your heart. And do not be surprised when the door God opens leads not only to elevation, but to separation. Yes, separation. Because not everyone can walk with you into the next dimension of purpose. There are voices you will have to silence. There are places you will have to leave. There are habits that cannot survive in the presence of divine movement. If God is calling you higher, then you must shed what is lower. This is not punishment. It is protection. This is not rejection. It is refinement. God is not trying to take something from you. He's trying to make room for something greater. You are being refined not for popularity, but for purity. You are being prepared not for noise, but for power. And the power that comes from God does not boast. It builds. It builds families. It builds generations. It builds legacies that echo long after your footsteps are gone. This is what the open door is about. It is not for your name to be praised, but for God's will to be fulfilled through your yielded life. And understand this, when God opens the door, the attack may intensify. Do not mistake resistance for misdirection. Sometimes the moment you step into purpose, the pressure increases. But pressure is not a sign to retreat it. It is a sign that you have entered the realm of impact. If there is no resistance, you're probably not taking any ground. So don't flinch, don't fold. Stand firm, because the same God who opens the door will sustain you through it. You do not need to manufacture strength. He will be your strength. There are levels to favor. There are levels to calling. And you are stepping into a level that cannot be reached by talent alone. It cannot be sustained by charisma. It cannot be faked. This next level requires anointing. And the anointing is not purchased with applause. It is purchased with surrender, with fasting, with late nights of crying out to God when no one else is watching. It is purchased with obedience when it hurts, with integrity when it's not convenient, with silence when you could have defended yourself, but chose to let God speak for you instead. This is not about chasing doors. Stop chasing. Stop knocking on what God has closed. The door that's opening for you will not require compromise. It will not require begging. It will not require manipulation. It will open because it was already written into the timeline of your life before you were born. God saw you in your mother's womb and ordained this moment. You are not standing here by luck. You are standing here by design. You didn't stumble into destiny. You were summoned by it. And for the one who feels unworthy, let me speak directly to your soul. God does not call the perfect. He calls the willing. Your scars do not disqualify you. Your past does not cancel your future. Your mistakes do not outweigh God's mercy. If anything, your brokenness has prepared you more than you realize, because it is the broken vessel that pours best. It is the humbled heart that hears clearest. It is the life surrendered in pieces that God loves to make whole, because in the restoration He receives all the glory. So rise, rise with reverence, rise with expectation. Rise knowing that what's coming cannot be stopped, delayed, or denied, not by any force of man, not by any voice of the enemy, not even by your own doubt. When God commands the door to open, it must open. And when it does, you will walk into rooms that your resume couldn't get you into. You will be seated at tables where you were once overlooked. You will receive opportunities that were beyond your qualifications, because this is not about merit. It is about mandate. God has spoken, and His word will not return void. And so prepare yourself. Prepare not just externally, but inwardly. Let your spirit be sharp. Let your discernment be heightened. Let your dependence on God be deeper than ever before. Because what you're about to step into is not ordinary. It is not common. It is not something you can explain. It is divine. You will know it. You will feel it. You will walk in it. And when you do, your life will never be the same. This is the moment you've prayed for, wept over, fasted for, dreamed of. And it is here. The door is opening. And when it does, it will be the undeniable move of God alone. So now stand still in your spirit, but strong in your faith. You have not waited in vain. You have not cried for nothing. The silence was never absence. It was preparation. The delay was never denial. It was divine alignment. God is not slow. He is strategic. The heavens are moving. A new season is unfolding. What once remained sealed is now being commanded to open. That very thing you nearly surrendered is about to rise from the ashes, stronger, clearer, and filled with greater purpose than you ever dreamed. When that doorway swings wide, you will know without a doubt it was God's hand. You will not hesitate. You will not be left uncertain. You will step forward with a heart that trembles, yet feet that remain steady. For every hardship shaped you for this moment. Every whispered prayer laid the foundation. Why? Every hidden battle built the strength within you. This is not the hour to shrink back. This is the hour to rise and answer. Lift your gaze. Fill your lungs with breath. Silence the lies of doubt. The door will open not by human effort, but by the sovereign will of the Almighty. And when it does, walk into it not with fear, but with faith. For this is more than a breakthrough. This is the unveiling of who you were meant to become. My friends, lean in and open your hearts wide, because what I'm about to share is no ordinary speech. This isn't casual counsel. This is a divine directive. This is a holy summons to your soul. You were never designed to shuffle through life weighed down, defeated, or discouraged. You were not put here to live like a beggar of hope, grasping for crumbs of blessing. No, you were fashioned to move in the boldness of faith. You were created to carry the light of certainty. You were meant to live as though miracles gravitate towards you because they do. Yes, hear that clearly. Live as though miracles are drawn to your life. Not because of your own merit, but because the one who formed you infused his power within you. When God shaped you, he did not leave you empty. He planted within you the force of belief, the seed of divine favor, and the authority to step forward with expectation. And when you begin each morning declaring, "Today something good will happen," when you rise with that expectation in your spirit, everything begins to shift. Today, God is going to move for me, then you begin to activate a power that attracts the impossible. You become a magnet to miracles. But let me tell you something deep and unshakable. The reason so many people never see the miraculous hand of God is because they walk around acting like victims instead of victors. They speak words of defeat. They carry a posture of doubt. They expect pain more than they expect progress. They think miracles are for someone else, somewhere else, sometime later. But what if I told you that miracles don't come to the doubters? Miracles don't find the passive. They come to those who dare to believe while everything around them says it's over. You must act as if it is already done. That's the posture of faith. Faith is not blind foolishness. It is radical trust in the God who does the impossible. You got to walk through the storm as if the sun is already shining. You got to praise God in the drought as if the rain is on the way. You've got to step into that place of expectancy where you are no longer begging for miracles. You are welcoming them, because when you align your heart with God, when you live like you are covered, chosen, and carried, miracles will find you. They won't have a choice. You will pull them in by the force of your faith. Do you think it's an accident when things shift out of nowhere for those who walk with God? Do you think it's luck when breakthroughs break open for the faithful? No, it is alignment. It is divine timing colliding with unwavering trust. It is the hand of God responding to a soul that refuses to shrink back in fear. You have to understand this. The spiritual world is moved not by emotion, but by faith. God doesn't respond to tears alone. He responds to trust. You must act as if you are a magnet to miracles, because that's how you invite the supernatural into your natural. That's how you draw in what eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. That's how you attract what logic cannot explain. Your faith is not just for comfort. It is a magnet for divine movement. And every time you choose to believe, when you could doubt, every time you choose to rise, when you could crumble, you are pulling miracles closer. Now you might say, but I don't feel like a magnet. My life feels like a magnet to misery. And I say to you, feeling is not fate. Circumstance is not your compass. What you see is not the whole story. Some of the greatest miracles are born in the darkest nights. The seed doesn't look like the harvest, but it carries the full potential of it. You don't have to feel it to walk in it. You don't have to see it to expect it. You just have to trust that God is not finished with your story. Let me tell you this truth. The enemy of your soul wants to rob you of your magnetism. He wants to strip you of your confidence in God. He wants to silence your declarations, destroy your expectation, and drown you in discouragement. But you have authority to resist. You have the power to stand in the middle of the storm and say, I am not shaken because I know who holds the winds. You have the power to act as if the answer is already on the way. Even while you're still waiting on the door to open, God doesn't move when we deserve it. He moves when we believe Him. He doesn't perform according to our perfection, but according to our posture. And when your posture is that of a magnet, miracles are pulled into your life. The blessing that was delayed starts running to you. The healing you've been praying for finds its way to your body. The peace you thought was lost settles over your home. But it all begins with your mindset. You must learn to train your spirit to expect good things, not in arrogance, but in assurance. You must program your thoughts to believe in the goodness of God, even in the valley. You must declare His power when nothing around you looks powerful. You must walk with a strange, radical confidence, not in yourself, but in the one who cannot fail. And let me be clear, it's not magic. It's not pretending everything is fine. It's not about ignoring pain or denying struggle. No, it's about walking through the fire with the unshakable conviction that you will come out refined, not destroyed. It's about waking up every day and declaring with power, today I am a magnet to miracles because God is still on the throne. When you live like that, you don't chase miracles. Miracles begin to chase you. Let your steps be full of purpose. Let your prayers be saturated with boldness. Let your words carry life and not limitation. Every time you speak, you are either attracting or repelling. So speak like the blessing is already done. Speak like the answer is already being formed. Speak like your future is already unfolding in favor. Because in the Spirit, your words are magnets too. Speak defeat, and you attract more pain. Speak faith, and you attract the supernatural. And don't you dare disqualify yourself from the miraculous just because of your past. God does not use perfect vessels. He uses willing ones. He does not choose based on performance. He chooses based on purpose. If He's kept you breathing, He's still got miracles scheduled with your name on them. But you must come into alignment. You must rise up and start acting like the blessings are on the way. Act like the promotion is coming. Act like the healing is underway. Act like the peace is returning. Not because of who you are, but because of who your God is. Some people call it delusion. I call it divine faith. I call it spiritual authority. I call it walking in what you know, not what you see, because we are not ruled by sight. We are led by faith. And when faith becomes your foundation, miracles become your reward. I've seen it. I've heard the testimonies. I've watched the impossible bow its head to those who refuse to quit. I've watched closed doors burst open because someone dared to keep knocking in faith. I've seen broken bodies restored, shattered minds made whole, relationships resurrected, and hopeless situations flipped by the power of God. And it always started with a decision to believe when belief made no sense. So I ask you today, what are you acting like? Are you walking around like someone the world has defeated? Or are you walking like someone who's already won in the Spirit? Are you acting like you are cursed? Or are you acting like the favor of God is chasing you down? Are you shrinking under pressure? Are you standing in the middle of it with your eyes lifted toward the heavens, declaring, "This is not the end for me"? The time has come to flip the script. The time has come to break the curse of average, of defeat, of hesitation. The time has come to put on the garment of expectation. The time has come to speak with boldness, walk with confidence, and believe with fire. The time has come to act like you are a magnet to miracles. Because if you truly believe in the power of God, then that is exactly what you are. Your life is not small. Your calling is not minor. The battles you fought were not random. They were proof that you carry something the enemy fears. And the very fact that you are still standing is evidence that God is not through with you yet. The miracle is not somewhere out there in the distance. It's hovering, waiting for your faith to pull it in. You were never meant to wander through life unsure of your divine backing. There is a certainty, a holy confidence that comes from knowing that the Creator of the heavens and the earth is not distant. He is present. And when you walk with that awareness, you shift the very atmosphere around you. You begin to draw favor where there once was rejection. You begin to attract light in places others only see darkness. You must act, speak, move, and breathe as if miracles are magnetized to your obedience and faith. Understand this: your alignment with God's will is not passive. It's magnetic. You are not just hoping for good things to happen. You are positioning your spirit to receive what was already written for you. And that's the key. Not wishing, but positioning. You don't beg for the rain. You prepare the fields. You don't plead for the door. You position yourself with the key of faith. You don't cry for the light. You walk as if the dawn is breaking. When your spirit shifts from hoping to knowing, from doubting to declaring, miracles begin to shift into your realm. God is not withholding because He wants to punish you. Sometimes He delays to strengthen your spirit. Sometimes He waits until your faith matures enough to carry the weight of the blessing. And when you act like a magnet to miracles, you are saying to God, "I am ready. I trust you. I believe." That belief sends a signal into the spiritual realm. It is the beacon that invites favor to find you. Even when you're lost in a crowd, it is the cry that calls blessings by name, the sound that shifts heaven to earth. Some of you have been sitting in silence too long. You've allowed life to mute your expectations. You've become numb to the possibility of the extraordinary. But today I speak life into your spirit. Wake up, rise up, shake off the rust of fear and stagnation. Begin again to walk with the audacity of one who knows that God is still writing their story. Speak like the mountain has already fallen. Praise like the answer is already here. Because the moment you act like a magnet to miracles, you will begin to attract what eyes have not seen and what hearts have not conceived. There is power in your posture. Not just physical posture, but spiritual posture. The posture of your heart, the stance of your soul. Are you bent over in fear, or are you standing in faith? Are you looking down in despair, or are your eyes lifted in divine expectation? God responds to those who rise in faith before the waters part. He responds to those who take the first step before the ground feels stable. When you posture yourself with confidence in God, You become a lightning rod for the supernatural. You may not know how, you may not know when, but you must know who. And when your faith is fixed on God alone, it creates a magnetic field of miracles around you. That's not religion. That's not ritual. That's revelation. You are a vessel designed to carry the impossible. You are a soul designed to walk in divine outcomes, and nothing, no setback, no betrayal, no delay can cancel what God has already appointed. All that's required is that you keep believing, keep walking, keep acting as if every breath is another step toward breakthrough. There is a mystery in how God works, and that mystery is not meant to confuse you. It is meant to deepen your faith. You are not called to understand every step, but you are called to trust the one who orders those steps. When you act as if you are a magnet to miracles, you are stepping into agreement with the unseen. You are declaring that God's promises are more real than the pain you feel, that His power is more true than the facts in front of you, and that His timing is always perfect, even when your heart grows weary. And here is the truth many overlook. Miracles are not always loud. Sometimes they come wrapped in silence. Sometimes the miracle is the endurance to wait one more day without falling apart. Sometimes it's the favor hidden in a rejection, the protection hidden in a delay. God is not obligated to explain Himself, but He is faithful to fulfill what He has spoken. And if you live with that revelation, you begin to walk with a power that cannot be fictitious, a strength that makes others ask, "How are you still standing?" And you will know it is not by might, not by strength, but by the presence of God surrounding your life. Acting like a magnet to miracles does not mean you walk in arrogance. It means you walk in alignment. You align your thoughts with truth, not trauma. You align your declarations with God's nature, not your emotions. You align your decisions with faith, not fear. And when you are in alignment with God, everything attached to your life begins to shift. Doors that were sealed begin to creak open. Hearts that were hardened begin to soften. Resources you couldn't reach begin to move toward you. Why? Because miracles are drawn to those who believe God is still in control. Do not underestimate the power of consistency. Many expect fireworks, but God often moves in the fire of quiet obedience. Miracles don't always begin with noise. They begin with the person who keeps showing up in prayer, the one who keeps forgiving, keeps serving, keeps trusting, even when the results are delayed. Every time you act with unwavering faith, you are creating space for the miraculous to take root. Like soil waiting for the rain, your consistency becomes the field in which God pours out His divine abundance. And if you ever doubt your value, if the world has convinced you that you're too broken, too forgotten, too ordinary, let me remind you that God never builds greatness on shallow ground. The deeper the trial, the higher the blessing. The longer the wait, the greater the glory. Do not despise the process. The pressure you feel is not there to crush you. It's there to shape you into someone who can carry what God is about to release. Miracles don't just require power, they require preparation. And you right now, in this very moment, are being prepared. Do you know why the enemy attacks your identity? Because he knows if you ever realize who you truly are in God's sight, you will become unstoppable. If you ever stop looking at your reflection through the world's mirror and start seeing yourself through the lens of God's purpose, you will walk like someone who knows heaven responds when they speak. You will carry yourself like someone who expects supernatural solutions. You will no longer chase validation. You'll understand that divine favor is your birthright. You'll speak like someone who carries the presence of God. And everywhere you go, the miraculous will follow. This is the hour to wake up your spirit. This is the hour to silence the voices that told you were too small, too late, too weak. God does not need a crowd to validate His work. He needs one believer with a surrendered heart. One soul who says, even if I don't see it yet, I'll still act like it's on the way. That kind of faith shakes foundations. That kind of faith shifts bloodlines. That kind of faith creates legacies that echo into eternity. And don't be fooled. The world will try to talk you out of it. They will say, be realistic, lower your expectations. But God didn't call you to live realistic. He called you to live redeemed. He didn't instruct you to play it safe. He called you to walk on what others sink in. So stop letting fear disguise itself as wisdom. Stop allowing doubt to dress up as logic. There is no limit in God. His power is without borders. And if you align your life with His Word, your story will become one that others marvel at. Not because of what you did, but because of what God did through your belief. And let us never forget, gratitude is the gatekeeper of the miraculous. When you learn to thank God before the miracle arrives, you unlock a higher dimension of favor. Gratitude in the waiting season is proof that you trust the one who controls the outcome. Thank God not just for what He's done, but for what He's about to do. Praise Him like the doors are already open. Worship Him like the storm has already passed. Because God is drawn to the heart that celebrates before the blessing arrives. That is the heart of a magnet. That is the spirit of one who attracts the miraculous. And now hear this deep truth, one that few speak, but every soul must embrace. Acting like a magnet to miracles is not about pretending you have it all together. It's about standing in your weakness with the confidence that God's strength is sufficient. It is about being honest with your struggles, but not enslaved by them. It's about being real with your pain, yet not ruled by it. Faith is not the absence of difficulty. It is the unshakable belief that God's power is present even in the middle of the storm. And when you carry that faith like fire in your bones, miracles cannot help but be drawn to your path. You must understand the spiritual law that governs this reality. Expectation sets the temperature of your atmosphere. If you expect defeat, life will echo your thoughts. If you expect stagnation, the world around you will comply. But if you dare to expect the hand of God, if you dare to rise each day with holy anticipation that something divine will intersect your ordinary, then you have aligned yourself with heaven's flow. God does not pour oil into vessels turned upside down. He looks for those who position themselves with open hands, open hearts, and eyes lifted upward. Let me speak to the one who feels invisible, to the one who thinks their prayers have gone unheard, their efforts unseen. God has not forgotten you. He is not blind to your tears, nor deaf to your cries. Sometimes the silence is the sacred space where God is shaping you. Sometimes the waiting is the womb where greatness is being formed. The blessing you are waiting on is not being denied. It is being developed. And when you act as if it's already in motion, you align your spirit with its arrival. You are never called to live reactive. You were created to live prophetic, to declare what is not yet visible as though it were already manifested. That is not fantasy. That is fate. That is not pride. It is trust. God honors those who build the ark before the rain, who prepare the table before the guests arrive, who speak life while walking through the valley of death. And every time you do, you are not just surviving. You are drawing divine movement to your life. There is a sound in the Spirit that only faith can make. It is the sound of someone walking through fire and still saying, "God is with me." It is the echo of a voice that refuses to complain and instead whispers, "I still believe." That sound shakes the unseen. That sound summons breakthroughs from the realm of the hidden into the light of the living. And when your soul produces that sound, not just in your prayers, but in your choices, you become a living invitation for God's power to be displayed. Do not let your current surroundings trick you into believing that this is the end. No pit is too deep, no night is too dark. God sees the fullness of your story. And He is not limited by the chapter you're in. Just because you haven't seen it yet doesn't mean it's not coming. Do not measure God's power by your present situation. Measure your situation by God's eternal power. When you do, you begin to act not from desperation, but from dominion. And that kind of faith becomes magnetic to transformation. Let me tell you, miracles don't arrive to entertain. They arrive to testify. They are not for show. They are for revelation. When God moves, it is to remind you and everyone watching that He is still supreme, still sovereign, still active. Your life is not just a personal journey. It is a platform for divine glory. The way you believe, the way you speak, the way you walk, it's all a signal to heaven and a message to the world. I know my God is able, and I'm living like it's already done. And hear me well, fear is a liar. Fear will tell you to wait until everything is certain. Fear will paralyze you in the presence of uncertainty. But faith is not the absence of uncertainty. It is the decision to trust God in the middle of it. Every step you take in faith silences fear. Every declaration you make in boldness exposes the lies of doubt. And every action you take as if the miracle is already yours ignites the path for it to arrive. This is your time to rise. This is your moment to shift the atmosphere, not by effort alone, but by faith, by your deep, unwavering, relentless trust in the God who cannot lie and cannot fail. Live as though God is already shifting everything in your favor, because in the unseen realm He is at work. Carry yourself as if provision is already on its way, because in the Spirit it's moving toward you. Stand as if healing has already been released, because God has spoken restoration over your life. Let your posture display the confidence of His promises. Let your steps reveal the strength of His presence. Let your voice declare the clarity of His direction. Live as one who is loved. Walk as one who is chosen. Wait as one who is appointed. And treat every single day as though miracles are not just possible. They are guaranteed. Not because of your strength, but because of God's unchanging nature. The world may label it confidence, but those who truly walk in faith know it is something far greater. It is conviction refined in the fire of prayer. It is certainty that doesn't come from comfort, but from deep communion with the living God. When you act like a magnet to miracles, it is not pride that carries you, it is surrender. A surrender so complete, so resolute that even when the earth trembles and doors close and voices around you falter, your soul remains fixed like a tree planted beside still waters. Because you know that the same God who parts seas and raises valleys is guiding your steps even in the silence. And here is a truth the world often forgets. The miraculous begins inside before it manifests outside. The transformation begins in your spirit before it shows in your surroundings. That is why you must not wait for the evidence to believe. You must believe before there is evidence. You must choose to act like the storm is ending while the sky is still dark. You must speak like the chains are broken while the weight is still on your shoulders. That is not denial of reality. It is alignment with higher truth, God's truth. And when your internal world comes into alignment with the promises of God, your external world has no choice but to respond. Faith does not need an audience. It only needs agreement with the will of God. Sometimes God will isolate you so He can prepare you. He will quiet the noise around you so you can hear His voice above all. And in that place of stillness, when the world calls it failure, God calls it foundation. You are not being buried. You are being planted. You are not forgotten. You are being preserved. And the miracle that will rise from that soil will silence every doubt that tried to define your worth. You see, miracles are not always explosive moments. Sometimes they are gentle unfoldings. A door that opens softly but leads to a destiny you never imagined. A burden lifted slowly but surely until one day you realize you're free. Never despise the small beginnings. Never ignore the subtle signs, because what you call small, God calls sacred. And when you act like a magnet to miracles, you begin to see with new eyes. You no longer chase what is flashy. You follow what is faithful. And you recognize that sometimes the greatest miracle is peace in the middle of chaos, clarity in confusion, or strength when you thought you had nothing left. And listen, your miracle is not just for you. It's for those watching, for those wondering if hope is real, for those hanging on by a thread. Your faith becomes the evidence they need to believe that God still moves, that God still hears, that God still honors those who trust Him with everything. So carry your miracle with humility. Let your breakthrough preach louder than your word. Let your story become a beacon for others, because when you act as if you are a magnet to miracles, you give permission for others to believe. Again, there's power in movement, power in progress, even when it's slow, even when it's silent. Some of the most powerful faith is expressed not in shouting, but in simply not giving up. In choosing to get out of bed when despair tells you to stay down. In choosing to smile when your heart aches. In choosing to speak life when your world feels dry. Every time you choose faith over fear, you are sending a message into the atmosphere. I am still expecting God to do what only He can do, and that expectancy draws the miraculous closer. You do not have to force what God has already promised. You only have to believe and align. There is no striving in divinely surrender. And when your heart beats in rhythm with God's timing, what once seemed out of reach begins to come with ease. The favor that used to feel like a fight now feels like a fragrance that follows you. The doors you used to knock on now open before you arrive. This is the power of walking in the fullness of faith, living like you already carry the proof of what you've been praying for. But know this, your miracle may not look like you imagine, and that's the beauty of trusting God. Sometimes His yes is dressed in something unexpected. Sometimes His protection looks like a closed door. Sometimes His provision comes through people or paths you never considered, but every time it is perfect, every time it is purposeful, and every time it proves that God's wisdom far exceeds our understanding. So act not just as a magnet to blessings, but as a magnet to God's will. Because when you seek His will above all, the miracles that come will not just elevate your life, they will transform your soul. Faith is not passive, it is fierce. It is a fire that keeps burning when the winds of life try to blow it out. And when you act like a magnet to miracles, you are feeding that fire with every word you speak, every decision you make, every thought you choose to entertain. You are fanning the flame of belief that God is moving, God is speaking, God is answering. And the more you nurture that fire, the more clearly you will see the hand of God in every detail of your life. Listen closely, because this next truth will shake your soul awake. Miracles are not just events you witness, they are realities you walk in. You are not waiting on something magical to fall from the sky. You are carrying something divine inside you that is waiting to be unleashed by your faith. God has already placed the blueprint of breakthrough in your spirit. But it is your belief, your obedience, your alignment with God's voice that brings that breakthrough from the unseen into the visible. The miracle is not far, it is buried within your willingness to act as if God is already moving on your behalf. And if you think the delay is a denial, you don't yet understand the depth of how God works. God delays not to punish, but to prepare. Every moment you think is wasted is actually a moment He is using to stretch your faith, sharpen your focus, and break off what cannot go with you into the next season. The silence is sacred. The waiting is not avoided. It is a womb. The longer the wait, the deeper the root, and the stronger the fruit. So stand still when you must, but stand still with power. Stand still with purpose. Because even when nothing is changing around you, something is always shifting within you when you trust God. Let me tell you something powerful. The way you talk is either repelling or attracting what God has for you. Your words are containers of spiritual force. They either carry expectation or they carry doubt. When you speak defeat, you make a home for failure. When you speak worry, you give fear a seat at your table. But when you speak the promises of God over your life, even when you feel broken, even when you're unsure, you are building a runway for the miraculous to land. Speak as if the door is opening. Speak as if the favor is already flowing. Speak as if the breakthrough is already scheduled, because it is. And don't be fooled by the comfort of the crowd. Some of the greatest miracles happen in isolation. God will pull you out from what is familiar so He can form you into what is powerful. He will separate you not to punish you, but to prepare you. And in that space where you feel unseen and unheard, heaven is leaning in. God is doing His deepest work when you feel the most hidden. So do not despise your season of separation. That's where the oil is pressed. That's where the clarity is birthed. That's where the fire of real faith is lit. When you begin to act like a magnet to miracles, you stop chasing validation and start standing in your God-given value. You stop begging for attention and start walking in intention. You become less concerned with applause and more obsessed with alignment. Because when your life becomes about pleasing God, miracles become your new normal. Favor follows those who follow God, not those who follow the crowd. And let me tell you, when God's favor marks your life, no man, no force, no system, no setback can stand against you. Now, you may be thinking, but I've made mistakes. I've failed too many times. Listen to me. God is not looking for perfection. He's looking for submission. He's looking for surrender. He's looking for someone who will rise from the ashes and say, even now I still believe there is no failure too final for God to redeem. There is no detour too far for God to reroute. When you act like a magnet to miracles, you are not ignoring your path. You are handing it over to the one who can transform it into testimony. And believe me, God can do more with your surrender than you could ever do with your control. Faith without action is dormant. It's time to walk like you believe what you say. It's time to move as if the door's already unlocked. It's time to build while others mock, to prepare while others doubt, to praise while others panic. Because when your actions match your declarations, miracles manifest. You're not just hoping anymore. You're hosting the supernatural by the way you live, think, and respond to life. That is what separates those who witness miracles from those who walk in them daily. And here's another truth. The size of your miracle is often tied to the size of your risk. Safe faith sees little. Bold faith sees the impossible. Are you willing to take the step when there's no visible support? Are you willing to give when it doesn't make sense? Are you willing to stay when it's easier to run or move, when it's easier to stay comfortable? That's when God moves. When you step out of the boat, when you stretch past the limits, when you walk toward the unknown because you trust the one who already sees the other side. So I ask you, what would your life look like if you truly believe God was orchestrating every detail? How would you carry yourself if you knew beyond doubt that the delay you hate is the very thing God is using to protect your destiny? How would you speak if you were fully convinced that the door you need is about to swing open at the appointed hour? I'll tell you how. You would speak with fire. You would walk with boldness. You would sleep in peace. And you would rise every day expecting something powerful to collide with your path. Your energy would shift. Your presence would shift. You wouldn't be shaken by small storms because you would know they are only clearing space for something greater. That is what it means to act as if you are a magnet to miracles. Not to be blind to reality, but to live with your spiritual eyes wide open. To see beyond what is and step into what could be. To act not according to fear, but according to faith in a God who has never failed and never will. Let this be your awakening. No more passive waiting. No more powerless prayers. No more living beneath the standard God has written for your life. Rise, declare, move, walk, align, and act like you are a magnet to miracles. Because by the will, mercy, and majesty of God you are. And now let this truth pierce through every layer of doubt that has ever tried to settle in your heart. When you act like a magnet to miracles, you are not relying on emotion. You are operating from revelation. You are stepping out not because you feel strong, but because you know God is stronger. You are declaring hope not because your situation is perfect, but because God is perfect in all His ways. When everything around you says it's over, faith looks to heaven and says, "My God is still writing." That is the voice of someone who knows what it means to walk with authority under divine instruction. Too many live like they are at the mercy of the world. But you are not at the mercy of man, money, or circumstance. You are under the mercy of God, and that mercy is new every morning. That mercy goes before you and makes crooked paths straight. That mercy covers your past, empowers your present, and prepares your future. So why walk timidly? Why live like you are powerless? Why speak like you have no hope? When you know God is with you, every step becomes prophetic. Every choice becomes purposeful. Every breath becomes sacred. You were not made for survival alone. You were created for divine impact. Let your life become a sanctuary for the miraculous. Let your daily living become a testimony that God is real and active and moving through those who dare to believe. Walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere with your peace. Step into broken places and let your faith mend what fear tried to destroy. Speak into darkness and expect light to respond. Not because of who you are, but because of who your God is. Because you walk under the covering of the Most High. And nothing can touch you unless it is allowed by His wisdom for your growth and elevation. There is a level of faith that confuses the world. A level that cannot be explained by logic or emotion. It's the kind of faith that builds before there's a blueprint. That prays before there's a problem. That praises before there's a performance. That's the kind of faith God is calling you into. A faith that looks ridiculous to the flesh, but irresistible to the spirit. A faith that doesn't just hope for miracles, but hosts them, lives them, breathes them, carries them like fire shut up in your bones. This is not the season to shrink. This is the season to stretch your vision, to stretch your expectations, to stretch your belief in what God can do through you. You've been thinking too small, praying too safe, dreaming too low. But God did not breathe life into you for you to live in limitation. God designed you with purpose, appointed you with power, and positioned you for influence. You are not weak. You are not random. You are not invisible. You are chosen, guided, watched over, and carried by the same force that holds the galaxies together. So, act like it. Stop begging for what God has already given you authority to walk in. Stop crying at closed doors when God is building a new one for you to open. Stop rehearsing your pain and start releasing your potential. What happened to you is real. Yes, but what God is doing in you is more real, more powerful, and more lasting. You are not defined by what tried to break you. You are defined by the one who kept you breathing when the weight felt too heavy to bear. And that is why you must move forward, not with fear, but with fire. Let the world call you foolish. Let the doubters whisper. Let the skeptics mock. It changes nothing. Because when you walk in God's purpose, what others say cannot stop what He has set in motion. You don't need everyone to believe in you. Just you need to believe in what God has spoken over your life. And when you do, the impossible starts to look small. The mountains start to look movable. The barriers start to look like blessings in disguise. That's the vision of someone who lives with heaven's perspective. And don't you dare give up because the process is painful. Growth is painful. Change is uncomfortable. But stagnation is far more dangerous. What God is birthing in you requires stretching, surrender, and sometimes solitude. But oh, the fruit it will produce. Oh, the doors that will open. Oh, the lives that will be touched because you chose to believe when it was hardest to do so. The miracle is not just what you will receive, it is who you are becoming in the waiting. The faith that is forming in your spirit is more valuable than any material reward. So act like you carry something sacred because you do. Act like you were born for more because you were. Act like the heavens are watching every move you make because they are. Act like your voice has power because it does. And above all, act like the presence of God surrounds you, because that, my friend, is the unshakable truth. Miracles are never scarce for those who yield fully to God. They are never far away from hearts that choose obedience. They are not random occurrences. They are drawn to trust, to bold action, to souls declaring, even if my eyes cannot see it today, I will live as though heaven has already released it. This is not fantasy. This is authority. This is not shallow emotion. This is true alignment with the Spirit. This is not pride. This is proof of a heart firmly rooted in the presence of God. So rise from this moment with a new posture. Speak with a new tone. Think with a renewed mind. Choose today that fear, delay, and wavering faith will have no place in your next hour. Choose that every step from here will resound in eternity. I stand on the truth of God's nearness, His mercy, and His power. And when you embrace this, your very life will begin to attract miracles. Not once, not here and there, but constantly, endlessly, mightily, because God honors those who dare to act in faith. There comes a point in every heart's journey when the longing for true companionship grows louder than every other desire. A hunger not for just anyone, but for the one hand-picked by God, the one formed in eternity's quiet, meant to walk beside you through purpose, through trials, through joy and hardship alike. And today I speak this over you, not by accident, not by chance, but by divine design. God is preparing to pour out a great relationship into someone's life. And if these words find you now, it could very well be you. Because when God is ready to shift your destiny, He does not stir your emotions, He awakens your spirit. What you sense in this very moment, that pull, that anticipation, that deep craving for something holy and authentic, it isn't from the world. It is from God. Understand this, whenever God is preparing to bless you greatly, the enemy often intensifies his attacks. Before the blessing, there is always a battle. Before the breakthrough, there is resistance. And before the right person comes into your life, the wrong ones will try to confuse you. But don't be distracted. Don't be deceived, because there are unmistakable signs, divine whispers in the noise of life that tell you God is moving, God is aligning, God is preparing something greater than you asked for. There is a fire that rises in your spirit when you've outgrown everything that once entertained your loneliness. The conversations no longer feed you, the flattery no longer impresses you, the casual connections no longer satisfy. Why? Because your soul has matured, and God is preparing your heart for something sacred. When your heart starts yearning for depth, not drama for truth, not temporary thrills, that is not just growth, that is God. God does not bless confusion. God does not bless compromise. God does not bless chaos. If everything in your life that once distracted you is now silent, if the people who once pulled on your heart have vanished, if what once filled your time now feels empty, it's not emptiness. It's pruning. God is cutting off the noise so He can prepare you to receive the relationship He has ordained for your destiny. And listen to me clearly, because this is for you. If lately you've been feeling a sacred dissatisfaction with the way things are, if deep inside you feel like something is about to change, if you've been waking up at night with a burden, a shift in your soul, a quiet whisperer saying, "Get ready," then you're not imagining things. You're discerning the move of God. He is removing the counterfeits. He is cleansing your atmosphere. He is reordering your life not for a casual romance, but for a divine covenant. But God will not send a great relationship into a messy life. He does not deposit diamonds into dirt. He sanctifies. He refines us. He sets apart. So if your season right now feels lonely, isolated, misunderstood, don't resent it, embrace it, because God always hides what He values. He hides the gold in the mountain. He hides the pearl in the ocean. And He is hiding you to prepare you for someone who is also being hidden. Someone who's being transformed in secret just like you. And one day your paths will cross, not because of chance, but because of purpose. Not because you chased them down, but because God ordered your steps. That moment won't need manipulation. It won't need performance. It won't need pretending. Because when God writes a love story, it doesn't need edits. It just needs patience. I speak to the person who's been praying in tears, wondering if God even hears. He hears. And not only does He hear, He's answering in ways you don't yet see. He is not denying you. He is developing you. He's not delaying you. He's defending you from what would have broken you. That relationship that slipped through your fingers, that person who ghosted you, that love that ended in silence, it didn't fail. It was filtered because God only allows what leads to His plan, not your pain. You must understand this. When God is about to send a great relationship into your life, your standards will elevate. You'll start seeing through people. The lies won't move you. The charm won't convince you. The titles won't impress you. Because when you are rooted in God, attraction becomes spiritual, not superficial. What once tempted you will now offend you. What once entertained you will now drain you. And that shift in your discernment, it's not cynicism, it's clarity. The right relationship will not drain your energy. It will multiply your peace. It will not pull you away from God. It will push you deeper into prayer. It will not distract you from your purpose. It will partner with your calling. So, if what you've been entertaining only excites your flesh, but starves your spirit, cut it off. Let it go. Do not settle for connections that fill your nights but empty your soul. God is not calling you to survive another heartbreak. He's calling you to thrive in a relationship that brings glory to His name. And hear me, because I say this with fire in my bones. You are not hard to love. You are not too much. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are chosen. You are preserved. You are protected. And you are being prepared for a love that will not require you to shrink, to beg, or to compromise your values just to be seen. The one God sends will recognize your worth without you having to explain it. When God is about to bless you with a great relationship, He will give you peace that makes no sense. You will look at your life and say, I should be worried. I should be lonely. I should be panicking. But instead, your heart will be calm, because that is what God does. He gives you peace that surpasses understanding. Peace that anchors your soul. Peace that says God's timing is perfect, and I will not rush what is sacred. Sometimes that peace will come after pain. God allows heartbreak to build strength. He allows rejection to teach redirection. 6 is He allows loneliness to become the soil for intimacy with Him. Because the most beautiful relationships are not built on neediness, they are built on wholeness. And you cannot give someone what you don't yet carry within. So God is not just sending you someone to love. He is teaching you how to love yourself the way He sees you. Not through pride, but through divine identity. Some of you are in a season of weeping, a season of wondering. Why hasn't it happened yet? Let me tell you, it's because what God is doing in your life is not small. It's not shallow. It's not temporary. He's not giving you a seasonal person. He's preparing you for a lifetime covenant. And covenant takes construction, foundation, surrender. That is why it feels so heavy, because what's coming is so holy. This is not about finding someone to complete you. You are already whole in God. This is about finding someone to walk with you as you both chase God together. Someone who prays when you're weak, someone who speaks life when you doubt, someone who builds you up when the world tears you down. That kind of relationship does not come through swipes and surface talks. That comes through spiritual maturity, through alignment, through divine orchestration. And let me tell you something, when it's from God, it won't feel like striving. It won't feel like confusion. It won't feel like anxiety. It will feel like peace. It will feel like purpose. It will feel like home. The right one won't compete with your calling. They will complement it. They will cover you in prayer, not in pressure. They will walk with you in storms, not abandon you in silence. And the only way to receive that kind of love is to let God lead. When God begins to prepare you for a great relationship, He will first teach you the art of waiting not with frustration, but with faith. Waiting on God is not wasting time. It is the holy space where He shapes your character, matures your mindset, and strengthens your spirit. Because a relationship that is rooted in purpose cannot be built on impatience. God knows the weight of the blessing He is about to release, and He must make sure your foundation can carry it. If God gave it to you too soon, it would crush you. But when you wait on God's timing, you receive not just what you desire, but what you are ready for. And while you wait, God is watching. He sees how you treat your solitude. He sees if you pursue purity or compromise. He watches whether you run to distractions or run to Him. Because how you manage your waiting season reveals what kind of steward you will be in your relationship season. If you cannot be faithful in silence, how will you be faithful in love? If you cannot seek God when you're alone, how will you lead or serve when you're united? The relationship you long for is not a reward, is a responsibility, and God will not release responsibility to someone who cannot manage self-discipline. You see, God never gives a blessing without first testing your ability to protect it. The great relationship you are praying for, it's not just about companionship, it is a calling. And if you are called to build with someone, to grow with someone, to glorify God with someone, then you must be pruned. You must be positioned. Then yes, you must be patient, because the higher the calling, the deeper the preparation. This is why some of you have experienced delay after delay, disappointment after disappointment, doors that seemed open only to close suddenly. It is not because God is cruel, it is because God is merciful. He would rather let your heart break now than watch your destiny shatter later. He would rather offend your comfort than allow you to bond with someone who does not honor your value. Every no you received was protection. Every rejection was redirection. Every goodbye was a divine act of love. And when God is about to bless you with a great relationship, He will refine your definition of love. The world teaches you that love is about convenience, about excitement, about chemistry. But God teaches that love is about covenant. It is about commitment in the dry seasons, loyalty in the storms, respect in the pressure. The world looks for compatibility in hobbies. God looks for compatibility in spirit. And when your spirit aligns with another whose heart is bowed before God, you don't just find romance, you find divine partnership. That's why you must stop chasing those who don't see you. Stop begging to be chosen by people who are blind to your value. If they couldn't love you when you had less, they won't know how to love you when God increases you. If they couldn't appreciate your prayers, they won't know how to stand with you in spiritual warfare. God is not sending someone who tolerates you. He is sending someone who treasures you. And how will you know when the right person comes? Because the presence of God will be undeniable. Not in emotion, but in alignment. Things will move smoothly, peace will reign, clarity will increase, drama will decrease. You will not feel like you are fighting to earn love. You will feel like you are resting in it. You won't need to perform, to shrink, to prove. The right one will see your light and match it, not dim it. But before that person comes, you must let God do the inner work. Some of you are still carrying the wounds of past heartbreaks, still haunted by betrayal, still holding bitterness against someone who walked away. And God is saying, let it go. Release it. I cannot bring new wine into old wineskins. The heart that God blesses with a great relationship must first be healed, whole, and humbled. You cannot enter something new, still bleeding from something old. Stop expecting someone to be your healer when healing only comes from God. Some of you must learn that love is not about possession. It is about purpose. It is not about finding someone to fill your void. It is about finding someone to walk with you as you fulfill your divine assignment. A great relationship is not a vacation from reality. It is a battlefield where two people stand back to back and fight for faith, for peace, for vision. And if you are not ready to fight for something greater than yourself, you are not ready for what God is about to give you. And let me speak to the men and women who have lowered their standards because of fear. Fear that no one godly exists anymore. Fear that time is running out. Fear that you will be alone forever. That fear is not from God. That desperation is not from heaven. That anxiety is not truth. That is torment. God has not forgotten you. God has not overlooked you. He is not late. He is preparing something so holy that you must be kept hidden until the right moment. Your value is too precious to be placed in the hands of someone who doesn't know what they're holding. God is not just preparing you, He is preparing them. That person is also being tested, refined, matured. God is working on their habits, healing their past, sharpening their purpose. Because when two prepared people meet, the blessing is unstoppable. So don't try to manipulate timing. Don't try to chase what God hasn't assigned. Stay in alignment, because what is from God will not come through begging. It will come through obedience. And when that person comes, you will feel a divine confirmation, not through butterflies, but through spiritual peace. Your spirit will not feel anxious. Your soul will not feel confused. Everything will click, not because it's perfect, but because it's purposed. You will recognize their voice not from their words, but from the way your spirit responds. Because when God brings someone into your life, your soul will know it, will know this is not fantasy. This is fulfillment. But hear this warning. Not every good person is your God person. Not everyone who seems right is sent. Some are distractions dressed in attraction. Some are lessons, not lifetimes. You must pray for discernment. You must pray for wisdom. You must ask God, is this your will or my desire? Because your emotions will lie, but God's peace never will. His peace will guard your heart like a gate, and His no will save you more than 1,000 yeses ever could. If you're wondering why you keep encountering the same toxic patterns in relationships, it's because God is trying to teach you to stop choosing from your pain and start choosing from your purpose. You attract what you tolerate. You allow what you excuse. And God will keep allowing the lesson until you finally learn it. Don't settle just to fill time. Don't compromise just to avoid loneliness. Wait for what God has authored, because what God writes will never be erased. A great relationship is not a fantasy you chase, is a fulfillment you prepare for. It is the reward of those who choose purity over popularity, prayer over pressure, and purpose over pleasure. And when God is ready, nothing will stop it. No delay, no detour, no devil in hell can block what God has destined. So stay faithful, stay ready, stay in alignment, because your story is not over. It's just beginning. And when that door opens, you will understand that every tear, every test, every lonely night was worth it. And let me tell you this, with every fiber of truth burning inside me, when God prepares to bless you with a great relationship, He will first break every idol you have built in your heart. Because before God places someone beside you, He must be the one enthroned above you. If you've placed love on a pedestal higher than obedience, He will tear it down. If you've chased connection more than you've chased His presence, He will remove every distraction. Why? Because God is a jealous protector of your soul. He will not allow you to give the sacred away to someone who doesn't value it. This is why some of you feel like your life has been stripped bare. People left, doors closed, affections dried up. And it wasn't because you weren't worthy. It was because you were too precious. God removed what couldn't carry the weight of your calling. You were not abandoned. You were preserved. You were not rejected. You were protected. And that protection is the evidence of God's love, not its absence. Because God always prepares the soil before He plants the seed. And before He gives you someone to walk with, He will make sure you can walk alone with Him. And while the world is busy promoting surface-level love, momentary pleasures, and empty attractions, God is doing something deeper in your life. He is birthing a standard in you, a new awareness, a higher demand for authenticity, for mutual respect, for God-honoring love. You no longer crave attention. You crave alignment. You're no longer impressed by charm. You're looking for character. You've stopped being moved by compliments. You want commitment. That's not a personality change. That's spiritual growth. That's God preparing your eyes to see the difference between what looks good and what is sent by Him. And I declare this today. You will not settle, not because you're arrogant, but because you know your worth in God. You've cried too many tears. You've healed through too many nights. You've outgrown the shallow and the sinful. What once entertained you now offends your spirit. And that's how you know God is about to do something divine. He's separating you not to punish you, but to position you. He's disconnecting you not to hurt you, but to prepare space for someone who will speak to your soul the way only someone handpicked by God can. Don't miss what God is trying to reveal to you just because it's not arriving the way you expected. You thought the blessing would come in beauty, but God might send it in brokenness. You thought it would come through glamour, but it may come through humility. You imagine grand gestures, but God works in quiet obedience, because the greatest relationships are not always found where the crowd is cheering. They are found in the still places where God is whispering. So don't confuse popularity with purpose. Don't confuse chemistry with calling. Don't confuse feelings with favor. God will never bless a relationship that pulls you away from Him. If someone leads you into sin, God didn't send them. Someone pulls you out of purpose that's not from Him. Love that is rooted in truth will sharpen your spirit. It will increase your discernment. It will make you more faithful, not more foolish. And if you've ever had to shrink, silence your convictions, or sacrifice your peace just to keep someone to stand this, that was not love. And it surely was not from God. You are not preparing for an ordinary relationship. What God has for you is greater than conversation. It is covenant. Greater than attraction. It is alignment. Greater than romance. It is righteousness. And that kind of blessing cannot be microwaved. It must be marinated in prayer, tested through time, confirmed in peace. The person God sends will not meet your lust. They will meet your calling. They won't just see your body, they will see your soul. They won't just admire your smile, they will honor your sacred purpose. But be warned, the closer you get to what God has ordained, the harder the enemy will fight. Suddenly, all temptations will reappear. Suddenly, people from your past will reemerge. Don't be fooled. Not everything that comes back is meant to stay. Some doors God closed for your survival, and don't you dare reopen what God has sealed shut. Don't re-enter battles God already delivered you from. Don't return to the pain God pulled you out of just because you're tired of waiting. The enemy always sends counterfeits before the real thing. Stay discerning. You must walk in spiritual authority. Now speak it out. I will not settle. I will not be deceived. I will wait on God. I will walk in purpose. I will guard my heart. I will trust His timing. I will be prepared for the one God sends. And when you begin to speak this way, when you begin to live this way, something in the atmosphere shifts. God starts to open unseen doors. He begins to whisper instructions in your midnight hour. He positions people around you who align with your future. And without you forcing anything, the one who is destined for you will step into your path at the appointed time. God does not operate in confusion. His will is not vague. When something is from Him, it will be confirmed over and over in peace, in wisdom, and in alignment. That relationship will not pull you off track. It will accelerate your purpose. You won't need to hide your faith. You'll build it together. You won't need to beg for love. It will be given freely, consistently, intentionally. And when storms come, you won't stand alone. And you'll stand together, covered under the protection of God. And one day when you're walking hand in hand with the one God sent, you will look back at every tear, every trial, every silent night, every lonely prayer, and you will thank God. You will thank Him for every delay, for every closed door, for every time He said no, because all of it led to the yes that was written in His divine plan for your life. The pain was necessary. The pruning was holy. The process was ordained. There is a weight to divine love that cannot be counterfeited. It carries responsibility, integrity, and purpose. When God chooses to bless you with a great relationship, He doesn't just give you someone to make you smile. He gives you someone to sharpen your destiny. Someone who will not just stand beside you in public, but who will kneel with you in private prayer. Someone who understands that this is not a union built on lust or emotion, but a spiritual alignment ordained by the hand of God. This is not just love, it is leadership. It is loyalty. It is legacy. God is raising up a generation that is tired of pretending, tired of performing, tired of shallow interactions masked as intimacy. He is awakening hearts to desire what is real, what is holy, because a relationship that is from God will feel different. It won't bring chaos to your mind. It won't pull you into cycles of sin. It will not deceive, manipulate, or cause harm. Instead, it will carry a quiet strength, a steady assurance, a peace that stands without needing explanation. That is how you recognize it is from God, because His signature is upon it, gentle, unwavering, and holy. Yet before God entrusts what is sacred, He first examines the altar of your heart. Are your intentions pure? Are you prepared to give as much as you long to receive? Do your prayers for love come from a desire to escape loneliness? Or do they flow from readiness to walk in a covenant designed by heaven? These are the questions God poses to your soul before He draws another close. He does more than ready your hands to accept. He shapes your spirit to carry the blessing with honor. And there's something powerful that happens when you stop trying to find the right one and start becoming the right one. When you stop chasing connection and start cultivating your character. When your prayers shift from send them to shape me, that is when heaven begins to move. That is when the windows of favor open, because God always responds to surrender. And He will not give you someone who is whole while you're still bleeding with bitterness. He will not send someone with a purpose while you're still entertaining distractions. So guard your heart not in fear, but in wisdom. Guard your eyes from lust, your ears from lies, and your spirit from environments that kill your faith. The blessing God has for you is far too valuable to be contaminated by counterfeit cravings. You cannot receive what is holy with hands full of compromise. You cannot carry God's best while clinging to what He's told you to release. Let go of the familiar. Let go of the toxic. Let go of the people who only know the broken version of you. Let them go with love. But don't let them stay with authority. Because when God begins to elevate you, not everyone can go, and you must understand this. The greatness of the relationship God has for you will require you to shed your former self. He will ask you to forgive those who never said sorry. He will ask you to stay pure in a world that rewards perversion. He will ask you to believe again even when your past screams doubt. Why? Because trust in God is the soil where great love grows. And if your trust is in timelines, appearances, or circumstances, you will be shaken. But if your trust is in God, no matter what happens, you will stand. Some of you are right at the threshold. The warfare has increased. The silence is louder. The waiting feels unbearable, but that's not a sign to give up. It's a sign you're close. The enemy always fights hardest before a breakthrough. He wants you to settle, to turn back, to compromise, to give in to temporary pleasure at the cost of permanent purpose. But don't you dare lower your standard. Don't you dare quit now. You've come too far. You've healed too much. You've grown too strong. Hold on to your faith. God is about to reward you. He never forgets obedience. He never overlooks faithfulness. The nights you spent alone crying, praying, waiting, He saw it. The times you walked away from temptation when no one was watching, He saw it. The moments you chose to trust when everything was falling apart, He saw it. And He remembers. God always rewards those who walk uprightly. Not because you're perfect, but because you're surrendered. Not because you never failed, but because you got back up with purpose in your steps and humility in your heart. And when that blessing comes, it will be evident, not just to you, but to everyone who doubted you. God will make it clear that this relationship wasn't random, was righteous. It wasn't a product of chasing. It was a reward for enduring. It won't just look good. It will be good because it was formed in prayer, forged through waiting, and sealed by God's approval. But listen to me. This relationship will not make you whole. God must do that first. It will not fix your identity that must be built in Him. It will not erase your past, but it will help you walk into a future that is finally aligned with who God created you to be. That person will not complete you. They will complement you. And together your light will shine brighter. Your faith will grow deeper. Your influence will stretch wider. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is in your midst. And when storms come, and they will, you will not fall apart. because your love is not built on sand, but on the solid foundation of obedience, truth, and spiritual maturity. You will fight together, pray together, and overcome together. Because when God authors a love story, the enemy cannot edit the ending. What he joins, no voice of doubt can separate. What he blesses, no hand can curse. What he builds, no storm can destroy. And now, as the weight of this message rests on your heart, I speak this with the boldness of one who has seen the fingerprints of God on every hidden chapter. When God is preparing to bless you with a great relationship, He first matures your spirit to match the magnitude of the blessing. He does not allow children to walk into covenant. He raises you into emotional and spiritual adulthood because this next chapter of your life will not be like the last. This is not about games or gossip, not about excitement that fades or attention that flatters. This is about a bond so deeply rooted in truth that storms will only water it, not uproot it. You will know God's hand is moving when your appetite begins to change. You no longer crave surface-level conversation. You crave depth. You no longer seek flattery. You seek truth. You no longer fall for sweet words. You wait for consistent actions. This is because God is training your eyes to see differently. Where once you looked at outward beauty, now you see inward alignment. Where once you pursued chemistry, now you seek clarity. Where once you entertained for fun, now you observe for purpose. This is how you know God is near, when your vision begins to match His. And hear me clearly, the relationship God has for you will not cause you to lose yourself. It will remind you of who you really are. It will not silence your gifts. It will stir them. It will not compete with your relationship with God. It will drive you deeper into it. That's the fruit of a divine bond. It brings stability, not chaos. Honor, not harm. Growth, not confusion. And when God is at the center, love becomes a spiritual discipline, not just an emotional reaction. It becomes a decision you protect every day with prayer, with humility, and with faith. There is a divine principle that governs all of God's movements. He prepares vessels before He pours oil. He breaks the ground before He sends rain. And He prepares hearts before He sends union. You must allow Him to do the hard work in you before He sends someone to build with you. Let Him deal with your impatience, your triggers, your fears, your past hurts. Let Him teach you how to communicate, how to forgive, how to sacrifice, how to lead or follow with grace. This is the training ground for covenant. This is the place where greatness begins when no one is watching, when no applause is heard, when it's just you and God and the sacred work of becoming is happening inside. And do not be discouraged by time. God's timing is not human timing. You may look around and see others forming relationships, some rushing, some breaking, some celebrating, and wonder, why not me? But understand this, God is not on your clock, and His delays are never denials. His process is always prophetic. What takes others a moment may take you longer, not because you are cursed, but because you are called. The higher the calling, the longer the shaping. God takes time on masterpieces. And when it's finally unveiled, it silences every doubt, every fear, every question. God is not raising you for temporary attention. He is raising you for eternal impact. He's not sending someone to pacify your loneliness. He's sending someone to partner in your legacy. Someone who will push you when you're weary, pray for you when you're weak, protect your honor when you're not in the room, Someone who will carry burdens with you, not add to them. Someone whose presence feels like confirmation, not contradiction. You must believe that the path God is leading you on is not barren. It's just sacred. He doesn't let just anyone walk it with you. He protects it. And that's why the wrong ones couldn't stay. Don't cry over what left. Don't mourn the doors He closed. You were never abandoned. You were preserved. Every delay was divine. Every heartbreak was a holy detour. Every disappointment was a disguised deliverance. Because what God has for you will not require endless tears, desperate pleading, or spiritual compromise. It will feel like alignment. It will come with peace. It will be wrapped in confirmation. And when it comes, you will understand that God was not just preparing someone for you. He was preparing you for someone who also walked the fire. Someone who didn't take shortcuts. Someone who chose holiness over popularity. Someone who wrestled with their purpose and came out stronger. When your paths meet, your spirits will recognize one another. You will not have to convince them of your value. They will already be praying for someone like you. This is what happens when two people are prepared separately by God. Their connection becomes a collision of destinies. But for now, stay in your process, stay in your knees, stay in the presence of God. Build what He told you to build. Serve where He placed you. Heal where He's touching you. Become who He's called you to be. Because love will come, and not when you're looking for it, but when you're walking in your assignment, love will find you in the field of obedience. And when it does, it won't interrupt your purpose. It will ignite it. And I want to speak to those who've been through betrayal. You trusted, you gave, you believed, and it still ended in pain. You've said in your heart, maybe I'm not meant for love. But I say to you, do not make a permanent conclusion out of temporary heartbreak. Do not allow a chapter of pain to rewrite the entire story God is writing. That person may have walked away, but the blessing did not. What you lost was not your future. It was a lesson, and the blessing still has your name on it. It's still coming, and it will make up for every tear you've cried in the dark. God is not only capable of restoring, He's capable of exceeding. He will not just give you what you asked for, He will give you better than what you imagined. Because while you were asking for a companion, He was preparing a covering. While you were asking for attraction, He was building alignment. While you were asking for someone to love you, He was preparing someone to lead you closer to Him. And now, as the weight of divine preparation settles more deeply into your heart, let this truth burn in your soul. When God is about to bless you with a great relationship, He will refine not only your vision, but your voice. He will teach you to speak not just from emotion, but from wisdom. He will train your tongue to build, not to break. Because the power of life and death lies in the tongue, and the kind of love He's about to send requires you to speak with care, with clarity, with spiritual maturity. A relationship born of God cannot survive in a house filled with reckless words. So God will first discipline your language that your love may flourish in truth. God is preparing your spirit to lead with grace and receive with humility. That means He may break your pride before He brings your person. He may humble your heart before He honors your desires. Because when He sends someone to walk beside you, He wants that union to be rooted not in ego, but in purpose. You must be ready to serve, not just to be served. Ready to forgive, not just to be adored. ready to give when it's inconvenient, to stay when it's difficult, to love when it costs you something. And that kind of love only flows from a heart that has been fully surrendered to God. You see, the world teaches us to enter relationships with selfish ambition. What can I get? How can I win? How can I be desired? But God asks, how can you reflect me? How can you serve? How can you make this covenant holy? Because love is not about taking. It's about giving without conditions. Not giving to be praised, not giving to manipulate, but giving because it is the very nature of someone who has been touched by the hand of God. And when two people enter a union with that mindset, the bond becomes unbreakable. Not because of perfection, but because of submission, not to one another, but to God. And let me speak to your hidden fears, the ones you never voice. The fear of choosing wrong again. The fear of being misled. Of investing your soul into someone who isn't worthy of it. The fear that maybe this blessing is too late, that too much time has passed, that your chance has slipped away. Hear this with conviction. Nothing God has ordained can be missed if you remain surrendered. You may feel delayed, but you are not denied. What belongs to you will not pass you. What God has designed for your life cannot be stolen, cannot be ruined, cannot be buried. The only way to miss it is to step outside of obedience. As long as you remain under His covering, the blessing will come out a second too soon and not a second too late. And when it comes, it will not just bless your emotions, it will bless your atmosphere. The presence of the right person chosen by God will bring peace into your home, strength to your mind, and clarity to your path. Their words will affirm your growth. Their spirit will match your fire. Their presence will feel like purpose, not pressure. It won't always be easy, but it will always be sacred. You will both carry each other's burdens and celebrate each other's victories. You will fast together, pray together, heal together, grow together, not because either of you is perfect, but because both of you are surrendered to the one who is. And yes, you must protect it. When God gives you something valuable, the enemy will try to attack it. Don't be surprised when distractions come, when old habits try to return, when doubts whisper again. That's a sign that you're walking in something worth fighting for. The more divine your union, the more intense the opposition. But don't fear, because what God joins, He defends. And as long as both of you stay anchored in His truth, no storm, no temptation, no voice of the enemy can tear it down. Let this settle deep in your spirit. God doesn't just want you in love, He wants you in alignment. Because love alone is not enough to sustain a relationship, but alignment will carry you through every season. When you are aligned in values, in vision, and spirit, you walk with purpose. You don't compete with each other. You complete the mission together. You become two individuals walking under one divine instruction. And that, my friend, is the kind of relationship that shakes generations and brings glory to God. God is not in a hurry, but He is intentional. Every delay is orchestrated for growth. Every pause is protection. Every not yet is a sacred invitation to go deeper with Him before you go forward with another. So if you're still waiting, don't despair. Use this season to become disciplined, become prayerful, become wise, become emotionally healed, become spiritually whole. Don't just prepare to meet someone, prepare to walk with them. Cover them, honor them, and walk the distance with resilience and faith. Because when you walk into that relationship, you're not just walking into love, you're walking into legacy. a covenant that impacts everything connected to you, a love that teaches your children how to honor, a bond that teaches your community what it means to wait on God, a union that speaks to the world. This is what happens when two people choose holiness over haste, surrender over self, and purpose over pleasure. You will not miss your moment. If God has written it, it will manifest. But you must stay faithful, stay watchful, keep your spirit open, your heart guarded, and your life aligned with heaven. Be the one who walks in purity when others fall into pressure. Be the one who chooses to wait when others chase. Be the one who trusts God even when emotions scream otherwise. Because that trust will lead you into a blessing no man can manipulate and no enemy can destroy. Your season is not barren. It's building something. Every day God is aligning steps, not just yours, but theirs. And when that destined moment arrives, you will step into a love story crafted not by human ideals or fleeting fantasies, but authored by the hand of the Almighty. A story designed with intention, from its first word to its final chapter. A relationship that will stand as a lifelong testimony. This is the work of God. So stand unshaken in your faith. Move forward with hope, not with haste. Believe that the same God who shaped you in the womb, who guided you through every season, will also bring the right soul into your life at the perfect time. Not to make you whole, but to strengthen the calling already within you. Wait with patience. Prepare with depth. And when that moment comes, the blessing won't simply appear in your life. It will change everything about it. For when God blesses, He leaves behind no uncertainty. Have you ever paused and asked yourself, why am I going through this? Have you ever faced days so dark, so heavy, so unbearable, that it felt like every prayer you whispered bounced off the ceiling and dropped back down unanswered? There are seasons in life where the weight feels crushing, the pain seems unjust, and God's silence feels louder than anything else, so much that you wonder if He even remembers your name. But hear me clearly today. God has not forgotten you. God sees the battles you're walking through. God hears the cries you've never spoken aloud. And even now, in the middle of your storm, God is working to turn your trouble into a miracle. The reason you are still standing after everything that came against you is not luck. It's not because of your own power. It's because God's hand has been shielding and carrying you from the very beginning. You may not see the whole story yet, but He does. You may feel abandoned, but you are not alone. You may feel like the situation is hopeless, but God specializes in hopeless cases. He is not intimidated by the depth of your pain, nor overwhelmed by the size of your trouble. In fact, it is in the very place of your deepest trouble that God plants the seed of your greatest miracle. There is something you must understand. God never wastes pain. He never allows suffering without purpose. Every tear you've cried, every hardship you've endured, every betrayal you faced has been seen by the eyes of God. And what the enemy intended to use to break you, God is using to build you. What was meant to destroy your faith is being used to deepen it. What was meant to stop you has been transformed into the very fuel that will launch you into a new level of destiny. God is not sitting idle in heaven watching your struggles with indifference. No, He is working behind the scenes, orchestrating a divine turnaround. You may be in a pit today, but pits are temporary when God is involved. You may feel like you are surrounded by enemies, but when God steps into the battle, the enemy doesn't stand a chance. You may be walking through the fire, but you will not be consumed because God controls the flames. The trouble is real, yes, but so is the God who rules over it. Don't judge your life by this chapter, because God is not finished with your story. The miracle is not at the beginning, and it's not always at the end. It's in the middle, right where you think it's over. That's where God does His best work. Some of you are facing financial burdens that seem impossible. Bills are stacking up, opportunities are closing, and you feel like you're drowning in pressure. But God is not limited by your bank account. He owns everything. And when God decides to bless you, no man, no system, no economy can stop it. Others are facing betrayal and heartbreak. Friends turn to enemies, family turn cold, love turn to silence. But even in that, God is moving. Sometimes He removes people from your life, not because you did something wrong, but because your destiny can't afford the weight of their presence. Let them go. Because when God brings peace, He often starts by removing what disturbs it. I speak to the one who is weary in faith, the one who has prayed and fasted and waited, but nothing seems to change. Listen to me with your whole heart. Delays are not denials. God hears every word you speak in the secret place. God sees the sacrifices no one else sees. And just because you don't see the result yet doesn't mean the miracle isn't in motion. Sometimes the delay is preparation. Sometimes God is aligning other people in other places so that when He releases the blessing, it will not just meet your need, it will exceed it. You must understand, trouble doesn't mean you're cursed. Trouble doesn't mean you're forgotten. In fact, when you're facing great resistance, it's often a sign that something great is on the way. Hell does not fight empty vessels. The attacks are proof that your life carries purpose. If you were not dangerous to the kingdom of darkness, the enemy wouldn't be trying so hard to stop you. But the fact that you've survived what should have taken you out is proof that the hand of God is on your life. You're not still breathing by accident. You are breathing because God still has plans for you. Let the storms rage. Let the winds howl. Let the nights grow long, because you're not alone in the storm. God is with you, and He is not standing by. He is working. Every time you pray, God moves. Every time you trust Him when it doesn't make sense, something shifts in the atmosphere. Your faith is the magnet that draws the miracle into your life. And you don't have to understand the how. Just trust the who. Trust God. Trust that He knows the way through the wilderness. Trust that He has already written the ending while you're still walking through the valley. Some of you have been mocked for your faith. They laughed when you said God would come through. They rolled their eyes when you said, I believe. But watch what happens when the same people who mocked you see you rise. Watch how God prepares a table in the presence of your enemies. Not to shame them, but to show them what He can do with someone who trusts Him fully. What they thought was your downfall will be your platform. What they thought was your ending will be your testimony. God is not finished. In fact, He's just getting started. And when God moves, He doesn't do small things. When God turns trouble into a miracle, it's not subtle. It's undeniable. The kind of miracle that leaves no doubt. The kind of breakthrough that silences the critics. The kind of blessing that causes people to say, surely this was the hand of God. That's what's coming for you. Not because you deserve it, but because God is faithful. He doesn't operate on your timeline, but He is never late. He may come at the last minute, but when He comes with power. There's someone listening to these words right now who's on the edge of giving up. You've cried yourself to sleep more nights than you can count. You've questioned your worth, your purpose, your future. But hear this clearly, and don't give up. God is not done with you. If He brought you to it, He will bring you through it. The trouble is not the end of your story. The pain is not the full picture. The fire you're walking through is forging something inside of you that is stronger than steel. The pressure you feel is birthing something greater than you've ever imagined. And soon, very soon, what you thought was a breakdown will be revealed as a breakthrough. Do not despise your valley, for that's where fruit grows. Do not curse your trial, for that's where strength is formed. Do not fear the storm, for it's only revealing how strong your foundation really is. And if your foundation is in God, nothing can shake you. You may bend, but you will not break. You may cry, but you will not quit. You may fall, but you will rise again, because the power that holds the universe is holding you. There is a shift coming, a holy reversal, a divine exchange. The very things the enemy sent to destroy you, God is about to use to elevate you. The same hands that carried your burdens will carry your blessing. The same heart that endured rejection will overflow with joy. The same eyes that cried tears of sorrow will soon see the dawn of a new day. God is not blind to your pain, and He is not deaf to your prayer. He is faithful to every word He has spoken. And He is turning your trouble, yes, even this, into a miracle. The storm is not your destination. It's the path to your promise. The fire is not to destroy you. It's to refine you. And what is coming out on the other side of this is not the same person who went in. You are coming out wiser, stronger, purer, bolder. You are coming out with a testimony that will shake nations. You are coming out with faith that no devil in hell can shake. You are coming out carrying evidence that God still works miracles. Let me tell you, the power of God is not limited by the conditions around you. God does not require ideal circumstances to perform a miracle. He is not restricted by timing, location, or logic. When He decides to move, He will move in such a way that human understanding is silenced. You may be standing in the middle of a mess right now, but to God, that mess is raw material for a miracle. While you're looking at broken pieces, God sees a masterpiece in the making. Why you're overwhelmed by the size of the problem? God is preparing a solution that exceeds your expectation. You must understand, God does not look at your trouble the way you do. You see trouble and think defeat. God sees trouble and prepares a transformation. The very thing that was sent to bury you is the same thing God will use to build you. The weight you're carrying is heavy, yes, but it's not meant to crush you. It's meant to shape you. Trouble teaches dependence. Trouble breaks pride. Trouble purifies intentions. And when you come out of this, you will no longer be who you used to be. You will carry the strength and maturity that only comes through experience with God in the fire. The delay you're experiencing is not a punishment. It's divine alignment. If God gave you the miracle before you were ready, it would crush you instead of bless you. Sometimes the blessing is not withheld. It's just being perfected. You must trust that God's timing is not just right, it's perfect. And what He is preparing for you is worth every tear, every restless night, every unanswered question. You see the surface, but God sees the entire structure. You want relief, but God wants to give you restoration. You want a quick fix, but God is preparing a permanent shift. The problem is not the enemy. The real challenge is your perception. If you believe that trouble will drown you, you'll live like a victim. But if you believe that God is using this storm to strengthen your faith and prepare your next season, you will walk through the storm with your head high and your faith firm. God never promised a life without struggle, but He promised never to abandon you in the middle of it. His presence in the storm is your assurance that the miracle is already in motion. God allows trouble not to torment you, but to transform you. Every great person in the divine plan went through fire before the blessing. Not because they were forgotten, but because they were being forged. Don't let the process make you bitter. Let it make you better. Don't let it push you away from God. Let it pull you closer. The pressure you feel is not a sign of defeat. It's a sign that something is being birthed in your life. And birth is never silent. It's messy. It's loud. It's painful. But it ends in life. You are not being destroyed. You are being delivered. I speak now to the person who's carrying silent battles, the one who smiles on the outside but is exhausted on the inside, the one who is faithful in front of others but questions everything behind closed doors. God sees you. He knows the weight you carry that nobody else can see. He knows how hard you fight to stay strong, and He is not far away. He is near to the brokenhearted. Your silent battles are loud in His ears. Your whispered prayers shake heaven. Your quiet faith in the middle of chaos is producing a harvest greater than you know. When God is preparing to do something extraordinary, He often allows your situation to look completely hopeless. He lets the night get darker before the dawn. Why? Because when the miracle comes, no one will be able to say it was anything but the hand of God. Not your intellects, not your strategy, not your connections, but God alone. And when He brings you out, it won't be barely. It will be completely. It will not be a partial answer. It will be a complete transformation. You will come out free, whole, strong, and victorious, not limping, but leaping. Don't be discouraged by the silence of God. The silence is not rejection, it's preparation. Sometimes God is quiet because He is working in a deeper place. He is healing wounds you didn't even know existed. He is removing the wrong people and positioning the right ones. He is shifting environments and preparing hearts. And when He speaks, when He moves, it will not be subtle. It will shake everything around you. And those who once doubted your faith will have no choice but to say, "Surely God has done this." The enemy wants you to believe that your trouble is a sign of abandonment, but it's not. It's a setup, a divine setup for something greater than you can comprehend. If only you could see what God is protecting you from. If only you knew what doors He is closing for your safety. If only you saw the traps He's removing from your path. Your trouble is not a curse. It's a clue. A clue that something significant is about to break loose in your life. The most powerful miracles often begin in the most painful places. Not in comfort, but in chaos. Not in peace, but in pressure. Because pressure produces power. It crushes what's unnecessary and reveals what's essential. And when everything around you falls apart, it forces you to fix your eyes on the only one who never changes. When you have nothing left to lean on, you discover that God is enough. And that discovery is the beginning of strength you didn't know you had. So declare it even when you don't feel it. God is working. Proclaim it even when everything looks opposite. God is turning this around. Speak it into the atmosphere. Even when your voice trembles, this trouble is becoming a miracle. Because words of faith activate power, and power moves mountains. Refuse to be defeated in your spirit. The battle may rage on the outside, but let peace rule on the inside. Because you are not walking alone. You are being led, shielded, and empowered by God. And when the miracle comes, and it will, you will look back and understand why the trouble was necessary. You will see how every closed door led you to the right one, how every heartbreak taught you to discern, how every delay protected you from danger, how every struggle prepared you for strength. You will realize that what you thought was breaking you was actually building you. And when others ask how you made it through, you will say it was God. This is not the end. This is not where your story stops. This is just the middle of the place where God does His greatest work. Don't rush out of the process. Don't resent the pressure. Trust the timing. Believe that what you carry inside you is too important to be aborted by discouragement. God is not just solving your problem. He is changing your entire life. He is not just making things better. He is making you better. And when He is done, you will carry not just a blessing, but the evidence of divine transformation. And I want to speak now to those whose hearts have grown tired from waiting. You've believed. You've held on. You've trusted through the tears. But somewhere deep inside you feel a quiet voice whispering, "Maybe it's not going to happen for me." Let me silence that lie with the truth. When God gives a promise, no time, no trial, no person can stop its fulfillment. The waiting is not wasted. Every moment that feels like a delay is packed with purpose. It is in these very seasons, when nothing seems to move and the heavens feel still, that God is doing His most intimate work in your soul. You must realize that some miracles take longer because they are preparing you for something greater than you imagine. God doesn't rush the masterpiece. He takes His time shaping your character, expanding your capacity, and testing your endurance. Because where you are going, weak faith cannot survive. Shallow belief won't hold. You're not just receiving a blessing. You are becoming someone who can carry the weight of divine purpose. And that means trouble is not your enemy. It is your training ground. Every storm has built your spiritual muscles. Every heartbreak has sharpened your spiritual discernment. You are not breaking down. You are being rebuilt from the inside out. There are some of you who keep asking, "Why me? Why the loss? Why the betrayal? Why the delay?" But hear this with clarity. God did not choose you to suffer. He chose you to shine through the suffering. And sometimes the only way to bring out the oil in your spirit is through the crushing. The olive must be pressed to release its richness. And likewise, your life under pressure, under weight, under resistance, is where God is drawing out a depth of strength, power, and purity that could never surface in comfort. What you call pain, God calls preparation. What you call struggle, God calls shaping. The question is not why me. The question is, God, what are you building in me? And when you realize that God is not just interested in delivering you from trouble, but transforming you through it, everything changes. You stop complaining and start listening. You stop panicking and start preparing. Because the fire doesn't just burn, it refines. The valley doesn't just humble, it equips. The midnight hour isn't just dark. It's where God speaks with clarity to those who are still enough to hear. If your life feels like it's been flipped upside down, take heart. Sometimes God must tear down what's familiar in order to build what is divine. And I know this. Some of you are not only carrying your own burdens, you're carrying the pain of others. You're interceding. You're covering your children, your spouse, your family with prayer. You're holding up others while you yourself are weary. But God sees that too. He sees the silent warriors, the ones who cry in private but lead in public, the ones who carry the weight of others without applause, without thanks. Let me declare to you today, your sacrifice is not invisible. Your faithfulness has not gone unnoticed. The God who watches in secret will reward you openly. And the miracles that are coming will not just touch you, they will overflow to the ones you've been praying for. Some of you have been through such deep rejection that it wounded your identity. It made you question your worth. But rejection is often redirection from God. He removes you from places that cannot contain the fullness of your calling. He separates you from relationships that cannot walk with you into your next season. He allows certain doors to close so that you will not settle for less than what He's destined for you. The hurt was real, but so is the healing. And when God heals, He doesn't just patch wounds, He restores wholeness. He gives beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, strength for despair. And what was meant to destroy your confidence will now be the very testimony that releases boldness into others. Listen closely. Your trouble has a limit, but the power of God does not. The trouble you see today has an expiration date, but the glory God is preparing for your life is eternal. The enemy may have thought this season would shut you down. He hoped the trouble would break your spirit. But what he didn't realize is that every time you stood in faith, every time you refused to give up, every time you whispered, "God, I trust you," something in the invisible realm shifted. Something began to break because faith is not passive. It is a weapon that shakes strongholds, a force that invites the intervention of the Almighty. And here is a miracle in motion right now. Even if you don't feel it, even if the natural looks unchanged, the spiritual is alive with activity. God is sending resources. God is assigning help. God is moving in the hearts of people you haven't even met yet. Divine appointments are being scheduled. Closed doors are being revisited. Broken areas are being rebuilt. But it will not come from where you expect, because God is not limited to what you can imagine. He brings water from a rock. He provides sustenance in a desert. He brings light in the midnight hour. He makes a way where there is no way. And the miracle God is preparing for you is not only for your survival, it is for your influence. When God lifts you out of trouble, He gives you authority. Authority to speak to others still stuck in the same darkness. Authority to break cycles. Authority to inspire, to lead, to heal. This miracle will not just bless your life, it will multiply beyond you. That's why the pressure has been so intense. Because the miracle is not small. The change is not shallow. What God is doing is generational. It is foundational. It is the beginning of a legacy that hell tried to destroy, but heaven refused to surrender. And now hear me clearly. Sometimes the reason you're under attack is not because you're weak, but because you're close to a turning point. The enemy does not fight people who are standing still. He doesn't waste his weapons on those going nowhere. He strikes hardest when you're about to break through. That pressure you're feeling, that intensity in your soul, that sense that something is shifting, it's because you're nearing the threshold where trouble transforms into testimony. The weight you're carrying isn't just pain. It's evidence that you are carrying something precious, something divine. And the more pressure that is applied, the more it reveals what was placed in you by God from the beginning. God never promised a life free from adversity, but He promised victory through it. Not comfort without battle, but triumph after struggle. And the purpose of your life is not to simply exist or survive. God has designed you to reflect His greatness, His mercy, His strength, and His ability to lift the low and bless the broken. This is why the enemy has targeted you, because he fears what God is about to do through you. And God in His mercy allows the fire not to burn you, but to remove everything that doesn't belong in the next chapter of your life. God doesn't just prepare the blessing for you, He prepares you for the blessing. That's why the process has been intense. That's why you felt stripped, shaken, misunderstood, because God is not in the business of giving premature elevation. He doesn't release miracles to those who haven't been molded to hold them. It is not the trouble that defines you. It's what you choose to believe about God in the middle of the trouble that defines your destiny. If you can lift your head in the darkness and still say, God is good, if you can stand in the ruins and declare God will restore, then your heart is ready to carry what others have collapsed under. You've been made strong not because you avoided trouble, but because you met trouble face to face and didn't surrender your faith. Let me speak to the hidden ones, the ones who have been overlooked, undervalued, underestimated. You've been praying in silence, sowing in secret, serving without recognition. But God sees. And when God rewards, He doesn't whisper. When He exalts, it will be in full view of those who once dismissed you. Not to embarrass them, but to magnify His ability to raise those who remain humble and faithful in the shadows. So don't be discouraged if no one claps for you now. Don't be disheartened if no one sees your worth. God has already determined your value. And what He has marked for promotion, no man can delay. At times, hardship comes to tune your ear to the voice of God. When life is crowded with too many opinions, too much noise, and endless distractions, God allows a season of shaking so you're drawn to listen to Him alone. And once you've learned to recognize His whisper in the chaos, the roar of the world will never deceive you again. Trouble brings clarity. Suffering sharpens discernment. And in your most desperate moments, you'll discover that only God's presence can truly satisfy. That's where transformation begins. That's where your identity becomes immovable. Not defined by success or human applause, but rooted in the steady hand of God. And some of you right now are not just fighting for yourselves. You are breaking chains that have held generations. You are stopping cycles of fear, defeat, addiction, and limitation. The battle you're in didn't begin with you, but it will end with you. You are standing in places your ancestors only longed for. You are lifting prayers your family never knew how to speak. You are walking roads your bloodline never dared to tread. And yes, the opposition is fierce because the breakthrough is generational. The miracle God is preparing is not just for your blessing, it is for your legacy. What begins in you will bless those who come after you. And that's why God is refining you so precisely, because He's not just changing your situation, He's shifting your lineage. There is no trouble so deep that God's mercy cannot reach it. No failure so severe that God's plan is canceled. No wound so hidden that God cannot heal. And no enemy so fierce that God cannot silence. His power is not limited by your past. His ability is not confined by your mistake. He is the master of redemption. And what others throw away, God restores. What people discard, God reclaims. What seems lost, God resurrects with purpose. You may think it's over, but when God speaks into the ashes, beauty begins to rise. You may feel forgotten, but God remembers what others ignore. Even now, while you're in the middle of uncertainty, God is assigning angels to guard your path. He is orchestrating divine meetings. He is planting seeds of favor in the hearts of people you've never met. He is aligning time, place and purpose in such a way that when the moment comes, it will feel sudden, but it will not be random. It will be the fulfillment of everything you've prayed for in silence. And when it happens, don't be surprised. Stand in reverence, because you'll know without a doubt this was the hand of God. You will look back at this season with gratitude, not because the trouble was easy, but because it taught you what nothing else could. You will realize that the breaking brought revelation. The silence brought sensitivity. The hardship unlocked hidden strength. And the wilderness showed you how to rely not on the world, but solely on God. This is why He allowed the road to be narrow. This is why the path was lonely. Because where you are going, not everyone can come. And what God is placing in your hands requires purity, focus, and unwavering trust. And now I say to you, this is not just about what God will give you. It is about what God is doing inside you. We often ask God to change our circumstances, but He is more interested in changing us through those circumstances. You see, the true miracle is not always what happens around you. It's what happens within you. When you can stand in the fire and still praise, when you can walk through rejection and still remain kind, when you can lose everything but not lose your peace. That is a miracle of transformation. And that kind of transformation makes you unstoppable. That kind of change shakes the gates of darkness and releases heaven's favor into every room you enter. The greatest power God gives is not the removal of your trouble. That is the strength to rise above it, strength to endure, strength to forgive, strength to remain faithful when everything in you wants to run. And when God strengthens you, that strength does not fade with time. It becomes your armor, it becomes your weapon, it becomes your identity, because you have learned to draw not from the outside world, but from the eternal wellspring of God's presence within you. And from that place, you no longer react to life. You rise above it. You no longer bend to the opinions of others. You stand firm in the truth God has written over your life. Let this sink deep into your spirit. When God is in control, nothing can spin out of control. You may not understand the timing. You may not see the full picture, but if God has His hand on your life, every twist and turn is leading somewhere purposeful. Even detours have divine direction, and even delays carry hidden gifts. Sometimes what looks like a breakdown is just God rerouting you away from destruction and closer to destiny. And though you may cry in the moment, you will one day thank Him for every no, every closed door, every unanswered prayer. Because you'll see it was not rejection, it was redirection. Don't be afraid of the process that strips you. When God allows certain things to fall away, it's not because He's taking from you, it's because He's protecting what's ahead. You can't carry old mindsets into new seasons. You can't drag old relationships into new levels. Some things must be removed so that what's holy, what's true, what's destined can remain. This is not loss. It is cleansing. And when the refining is done, you will rise lighter, sharper, and more aligned with the will of God than you've ever been. Some of you are still trying to make sense of past pain. You're still asking why certain things had to happen the way they did. But not all pain is meant to be explained. Some pain is meant to be transformed. And when God transforms pain, He doesn't erase it. He redeems it. He takes the very thing that broke you and uses it to lift someone else. He turns your scars into signs that healing is real, that survival is possible, that even when the world abandons you, God remains. He turns the memory of pain into the testimony of power. And in doing so, He gives you authority not just to walk in freedom, but to set others free. Let me tell you what the world cannot offer you: peace in the middle of chaos, joy in the middle of sorrow, hope in the middle of uncertainty. These are gifts only God can give, and they are not based on external circumstances, as they are born from a deep, unshakable connection with the one who never changes. So don't chase what the world offers. Position yourself to receive what God provides, because what He gives no man can steal. What He promises no enemy can block. And what He declares over your life no failure can cancel. Even now, as you listen, God is renewing your mind. He's lifting the fog of confusion. He's calming the storm in your heart, not by removing every problem, but by awakening your awareness of His presence. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. God is nearer to you now than you've ever realized. His eyes are upon you. His hand is guiding you. His wisdom is shaping you, and His mercy is carrying you. Even when you don't feel strong enough to stand, it is His strength that holds you upright. And if He's holding you, you cannot fall. You must learn to speak differently when you're in trouble, not to echo fear, but to proclaim faith. Because words are not just sounds, they are seeds. What you declare in difficulty becomes your atmosphere. So speak with the authority God has given you. Say, this is not the end. Say, something greater is being born through this. Say, God is writing a better chapter. Don't wait for the miracle to start speaking victory. Speak it now, and you'll begin to see it take shape before your eyes. Because faith that speaks, even when it's trembling, is faith that moves mountains. Sometimes the greatest miracle is not what changes, but how you've changed in the process. How you've stopped chasing approval and started walking in confidence. How you've stopped living in fear and started living in peace. How you've stopped settling for less and started expecting more, not from people, but from God. And once you've tasted that kind of faith, you can never go back to living like a victim. You are no longer defined by what you've been through. You are defined by the one who brought you through it. So don't be surprised if this season feels like everything is shifting. Don't be shocked if you feel disconnected from what used to satisfy you. That's not confusion. That's God growing you. He is calling you out of the familiar and into the unknown, because your next chapter requires a new mindset. It requires a new level of surrender. It requires you to let go of comfort and step into calling. And that's where your miracle is, not in what you can control, but in what you are willing to trust God with completely. And when it happens, when God completes the work He began in you, your mouth will be filled with awe. Your heart will overflow with worship, and your life will be living proof that God does not forget, God does not abandon, and God never fails. This is not just survival. This is the beginning of supernatural turnaround. Your trouble has been loud, but your testimony will be louder. Your pain was deep, but your purpose will be deeper. Your loss was real, but your restoration will be undeniable. And let me speak this truth into your spirit. Now there is divine strategy in your suffering. God is not only allowing you to pass through the fire, He is using the fire to expose what cannot go with you into your next season. He is refining not just your surroundings, but your spirit. He is removing the pride that hides in success, the doubt that lives in delay, and the fear that lingers in uncertainty. When the heat intensifies, it is not a sign that you are forgotten. It is a signal that God is near, working in the hidden places, doing the deep work that surface blessings cannot accomplish. Many of you have cried out, "God, just take this pain away." But sometimes God does not take the pain away. He gives you power through the pain. He gives you wisdom in the struggle. He gives you discernment in the darkness. Because what He is building in you is not weak faith, but warrior faith. The kind of faith that won't flinch when adversity strikes. The kind of faith that says, even if I don't understand it, I will still trust God. The kind of faith that does not bend to emotions or circumstances, but stands on the unshakable truth that God is always in control. You see, true faith is not proven on the mountaintop. It is proven in the valley. It is revealed in the midnight hours when your prayers seem to echo into silence. It is forged in the hidden battles no one sees. And let me tell you, if you're still here, if you're still standing, if you're still listening, then God is not done with you. Your story is not over. The final chapter has not been written. What you think is a setback is actually God's setup. And what looked like a dead end is about to become a divine detour to something greater. God never allows warfare without weapons. For every season of affliction, there is a season of abundance. For every tear you've cried, there is a harvest of joy. Prepare for every door that closed. A better one is being carved by the hand of the Almighty. Don't be deceived by the silence. God is working even when you can't see Him. He is not limited by your understanding. He is not bound by human timelines. When He moves, it will be swift. It will be undeniable, and it will leave no question in your heart that this was God and God alone. Let the world mock your hope. Let them question your conviction. Let them misunderstand your journey, because when the tables turn, and they will, those same voices will be silenced by the magnitude of what God does in your life. This is not the time to shrink back. This is not the season to give in to fear or frustration. It is the moment to lift your voice with authority and declare, no matter what it looks like, God is still sovereign. God is still faithful. And God is still turning my trouble into triumph. You may not see the miracle forming yet, but it's already in motion. In the unseen realm, God is shifting things in your favor. The things that once held you back are being broken. The people who abandoned you were necessary for the isolation that brought you closer to God. The delays were actually divine pauses, protecting you from what would have destroyed you. And the tears you've sown in silence, they are watering the very ground where your miracle will soon spring forth. What feels like emptiness is actually a sign that you are about to be filled in ways that only God could orchestrate. Let me remind you, God is not fragile. God is not distant. God is not unaware. He is the creator of time, the mover of mountains, the healer of the heart, and the sustainer of the soul. And when He lifts His hand over your life, nothing in heaven or in earth can stop what He has planned. Trouble does not cancel the promise. Storms do not void His word. Darkness does not frighten Him. In fact, God does some of His best work in the dark, because that's when you stop relying on your own vision and start depending on His voice. You don't need to see every step. Just obey the next one. You don't need to understand the process. Just trust the one who holds the blueprint. God is not asking for perfection. He's asking for surrender, surrender of your timeline, surrender of your logic, surrender of your will, because miracles are birthed in surrender. Not when you have all the answers, but when you have all your faith in the right place. And when you reach the point where your strength fails, that's where God steps in with power that cannot be measured, favor that cannot be earned, and peace that passes all understanding. I want to speak directly to the soul that has been barely holding on, the one who smiles in front of others but cries when no one's watching. God sees you. God hears you. And God is not late. Every delay has a divine purpose. Every silence has a sacred meaning. He is teaching you to walk by trust and not by sight. He is developing endurance in your heart so that when the blessing comes, it does not crush you but carries you further than you ever dreamed. The preparation is hard because the blessing is heavy, and only a prepared vessel can hold it without breaking. Don't look at your life and define it by this moment of struggle. Define it by the hand of God that has never left you. Define it by the breath still in your lungs. Define it by the grace that kept you from falling apart when everything around you did. You are not just surviving. You are maturing. You are growing into the person God knew you could become all along. And every broken piece is being gathered by His hands and placed into position, not to patch you up, but to elevate you into the exact place you were created to occupy. There's a reason you didn't quit, a reason you didn't collapse, or a reason you kept pressing forward when everything told you to stop. It wasn't just resilience, it wasn't just inner strength. It was God holding you. It was God carrying you. And it was God whispering in the depth of your soul, "This is not the end." And indeed, it is not. The end is not despair. The end is not destruction. The end is restoration. The end is breakthrough. The end is glory. And the end will testify of the power of the one true God who never fails. And now, as I bring this word to a close, hear me with your whole heart. God has not brought you this far to leave you now. The same power that sustained you in the fire will lead you out of it. The same hand that held you in the storm is guiding you toward still waters. Trouble was never the end of your story. It was only the tunnel leading to a testimony that will shine with the light of God's glory. What felt like defeat will soon be revealed as divine preparation. What the enemy meant for evil, God is turning for your good. So don't lose hope. Don't lose faith. Stand firm and declare with boldness, "My struggle is not a cage. It is a doorway. My sorrow is not a sentence. It is a stage. And my journey is far from finished. God is still unfolding it. You might have entered heavy with burdens, but you will leave carrying blessings. You may have wept through the darkness, but morning will bring joy. You may have wrestled with doubt, yet now your faith is rising strong again. Step forward with your head high and your heart rooted in trust. For when God transforms trouble into testimony, He does it so perfectly that every trace of defeat disappears. Only glory remains, only calm, only strength. And when the breakthrough comes, the memory of pain will no longer carry the same weight. You'll look back and declare, "That was the season where God rebuilt me. That was the valley where I discovered His power. That was the fire where I heard His voice." So, wait just a little longer. Stand firm in faith. Keep proclaiming victory, because God is not only bringing you through, He is raising you higher. And your life will shine as undeniable proof that God turns trials into miracles. Hear me, friends, lean in, because what I'm about to declare is the pulse of hope itself, a burning proclamation meant to awaken your spirit and change you forever. Right now, in this very instant, God is stirring things on your behalf. If you feel trapped, battered by life's tempests, weighed down by worry, or entangled in doubt, listen up. God is poised to turn every circumstance in your favor. This isn't vain optimism or hollow reassurance. It is a deep, eternal reality that shakes the heavens and humbles the earth. God's arm is not too short to save you. His might is undiminished, able to liberate you from every chain and lift you from every valley that threatens to swallow your hope. This is a living, urgent promise streaming from the heart of eternity straight into your situation. A shift is coming, a reversal beyond natural explanation that will dismantle the barriers between you and the victory God intends for you. Do you feel this stirring? It is the wind of God's presence blowing into your situation, about to scatter every obstacle, about to tear down every stronghold of fear and frustration. You have endured long enough. You have prayed fervently, cried silently, even wondered if God heard your desperate cries. But believe this tonight: God has not forgotten you. Your story is not finished. Your breakthrough is not postponed. God's timing is perfect, and His plan surpasses the understanding of every human heart. The moment you have been waiting for is on the horizon, drawing near as the night yields to the dawn. This shift is not accidental. It is intentional, sovereign, and filled with divine purpose. Consider how relentless storms sometimes seem to rage against us. How dark the nights feel when the shadows deepen. Yet God's light never fails. Though the clouds cover the sun still shines behind them, ready to burst forth and illuminate the entire sky. So too, your trials are but temporary veils that God will lift with His mighty hand. He is the God of shifting circumstances, of turning what looks impossible into unmistakable victory. When you look back one day and see the valley you walked through, you will understand in a way that only faith can reveal the valley was the path for God's greater glory to move in your life. I want you to rise up with your eyes wide open, with a heart fully expectant, because God is not just rearranging things here and there. He is orchestrating a divine shift that will open doors no man can shut and close doors that must never be entered. This is the shift of divine favor, the floodgate of blessings, the miracle that defies logic and reason, because it is God Himself who moves on your behalf. You are not alone. In fact, God's eyes are running to and fro across the earth, searching for those whose hearts are fully committed, those who have not given up, those who are ready to receive His mighty deliverance. If that is you, then listen carefully. This moment demands faith. It requires that you stand firm on the promises of God, that you believe with more conviction than ever before, because what you believe will begin to form reality. You may have been betrayed, abandoned, misunderstood, and left in despair, but God's love does not fail. His love does not delay. God's love is the unshakable foundation upon which everything good is built. And when He decides to shift things in your favor, you will know it by the peace that surpasses all understanding, by the strength that rises within you that no enemy can overpower. You will see doors opening where walls stood, hear chains falling where bondage once ruled, and experience joy bubbling forth where there was once only sorrow. This is the power of God's favorite changes destinies. It rewrites history. It ushers in a new season of hope. Remember, God's shift is often quiet before it becomes loud. It is tender before it becomes triumphant, like the breaking of dawn that starts as a whisper of light before it bursts into brilliant day. God's work in your life begins in ways unseen but unmistakable to those who watch by faith. The waiting season is not wasted. It is the preparation ground for greatness. Every delay, every setback, every challenge is being used by God to perfect you, to refine your character, and to heighten your dependence on His unchanging power. Now listen carefully as I say this. No power in heaven or earth can stop the shift God is bringing. He is the Almighty One, the Eternal, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No circumstance, no opposition, no past failure can stand before His majesty. If you have trusted in Him, then you can boldly declare, God has turned my mourning into dancing. He will put off my sackcloth and clothe me with joy. This is not mere poetry. It is the living reality for those who embrace the shift God is carrying out. So, what must you do? Stand firm. Lift up your eyes and fix them on God who does the impossible. Strengthen your heart with faith, not fear. Declare with confidence that you will see the goodness of God in the land of the living. God is aligning circumstances, raising up helpers, pouring out wisdom and resources, all for your good. He has prepared victory in the heavens and tiptoes around the corner of your life, ready to unveil it. The shift you are praying for is also a shift within you. God will move in the depths of your soul, stirring courage where there was timidity, igniting passion where there was coldness, and rekindling hope where despair tried to set up camp. This inner transformation is the foundation for the outer blessing. You cannot receive the fullness of God's shift unless your heart is ready, unless you strip away bitterness, unforgiveness, and doubt. Choose today to embrace God's grace, to walk in obedience, to wait with patience and expectancy. When God shifts everything in your favor, it is not just fleeting luck or temporary success. You will carry the mark of divine empowerment for a lifetime. Gates that once led to dead ends will open wide toward your destiny. Your testimony will shine brilliantly to encourage others who are in the waiting room of life. You will understand that God's timing is perfect and that His love is relentless. Now, hear me again. This coming shift is not just about your circumstances. It is about God revealing His unmatched glory through your life. When God moves, He moves with a purpose far beyond our understanding. He is the Master threading your trials and triumphs into an intricate tapestry of divine beauty. This is the moment where despair will bow before hope, where limitation will be swallowed by boundless possibility. Because God's power makes the weak strong, the small great, and the broken whole. Do you realize that no night is so dark that God cannot create day from it? No prison is so secure that God cannot break every chain and open every door. We often carry the weight of past failures and the sting of rejection. But God is about to change that narrative. He is the God who resurrects dry bones, who causes barren places to bloom, who breathes life where there was once only death. If your heart is weary, if your spirit feels crushed, know this. The God who created the stars and placed them in their courses is the very same God working on your behalf. He is a God of miracles and movement, not stagnation. When He decides to favor you, the heavens themselves will shift in alignment with His will for your life. Your breakthrough will be so profound, so undeniable, that even the forces opposing you will have to acknowledge the hand of God at work. You must be ready to receive this shift with an open and willing heart. It is not enough to hope quietly or to pray half-heartedly. God's favor demands that you rise up with boldness and courage. The Scripture declares in no uncertain terms that those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not grow weary, and they shall walk and not faint. This promise is not meant for the passive. It is for those who are purposeful, those who refuse to sink under the weight of discouragement. So prepare yourself, dear soul, to rise like an eagle, for God's favor is lifting you higher than you have ever dared to imagine. There is another dimension to this shift. God is not only realigning the external, but also transforming the internal. Your heart will be purified like gold refined by fire. Doubts that once clouded your vision will be swept away by the fierce clarity of faith. God's shift will awaken within you a hunger for righteousness, a passion for truth, and a commitment to integrity that will shine as brightly as the sun. The world around you will recognize that this change is not merely luck or coincidence, but the undeniable work of the Almighty. Your character will be a testament to His faithfulness. I urge you to cling to this truth with unwavering determination. Your past does not define your future. Your limitations do not dictate your destiny. And the failures that once haunted you will become the stepping stones to your greatest victories. God is not a God of yesterday's regrets, but of tomorrow's glory. He is already on the move to lift you above the noise, above the confusion, into a realm of divine favor and peace. He shifts not only the mountains in front of you, but also the landscape within you, bringing forth hope where there was despair, joy where there was mourning, and power where there was weakness. Listen well, for this is the day to reject the voice of doubt and to embrace the voice of divine assurance. God's timing is perfect, and His plans for you are plans of prosperity, not of harm, to give you a future and a hope. This is the time to declare a holy war against the spirit of fear that attacks your mind and tries to paralyze your faith. Stand firm on the rock of God's promises. Speak boldly that the shift is here, that it is unstoppable, irreversible, and unmatched. Your testimony will someday inspire multitudes because you dared to believe when everything around you screamed impossible. Do not underestimate the power of persistent faith. Even when the evidence seems thin, God's favor is real and active. The sun rises every morning without fail, and so does God's mercy toward you. It is new every day. With each step you take in faith, the shift grows stronger, the tides turn higher, and the impossible edges closer to your grasp. Your prayer life becomes a powerful lightning rod, attracting heaven's favor. Your acts of kindness and righteousness position you as a vessel ready to receive divine blessings. God's shift honors those who honor Him with their hearts and their lives. And remember, this divine shift is not confined by human boundaries or logic. God's hand stretches from eternity to eternity. His wisdom is beyond measure. What men declare impossible, God calls close at hand. What human hearts despair over, God declares ripe for harvest. Expect the unexpected, for God delights in confounding the proud and uplifting the humble. This is your invitation to step into the miraculous, to watch the heavens literally open on your behalf, and to witness signs and wonders as God Himself declares. This one I favor, and I am shifting their circumstances. So rise, take courage, and fix your eyes on the author of your destiny. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not failing. God's mighty hand is reaching down to lift you. God's voice is calling you to rise, and God's eternal power is ready to renew your strength. When you face the storm, declare that God's favor is the shield around you. When you walk into the unknown, proclaim that God's light guides your steps. You are standing on the threshold of something great, something divine, something eternal. The shift in your favor will flood your life with blessings that cannot be measured. Joy that cannot be contained and peace that surpasses all human understanding. Hold fast to this promise. It is anchored in the unchanging nature of God, the one who holds the whole universe in His hands. the one who numbers every hair on your head and marks every tear you have shed. He is about to show forth His glory through you. And the world will see that there is a God who reigns, who moves mightily, and who always causes all things to work together for the good of those who love Him. Let every part of your being awaken to this truth. When God moves to shift your life, He does so with unparalleled authority and wisdom. The winds of change that God brings are never random, never out of control. They are sovereign currents of purpose sent to carry you far beyond what you ever dared imagine. God in infinite compassion sees not only your needs, but the hidden cries of your soul, the dreams yet spoken, the prayers yet uttered. God knows the depths of your longing more deeply than you do. In every season of waiting, every unanswered question, it is God who is preparing you for more than a mere answer. He is preparing you for transformation. The story is far bigger than a change in fortune. It is about the transformation of your soul, the unearthing of gifts God has buried within you for such a time as this. Listen, the shift God brings into your life is not dependent on the approval of others or the logic of circumstance. God breaks the pattern, disrupts the cycle, and sets a new course where there was none. When the world says the door is shut, God says, I am making a way even through the wilderness. His promises are not empty gestures. They are contracts sealed by His eternal word. When you choose to trust in God's shift, you step out of the shadows of fear and into the radiant field of faith, a place where the impossible bends its knee and the ordinary becomes extraordinary under God's touch. You must understand that God's favor is not earned by perfection, but received by surrender. When you lay down your fears, your pride, and your disappointments before God, you make room for miracles. Every act of humility, every quiet moment of trust, is a seed that God waters and multiplies into a harvest of blessings. As you journey forward, let your prayers be bolder, your worship be truer, your hope be brighter. For God honors those who dare to believe beyond the present reality. Even if you cannot see the full extent of God's plan, you can trust the heart that holds your future. In times of uncertainty, when you're tempted to waver, remember, God is not limited by what limits you. What seems like an ending is often the beginning of God's greatest work in your story. Stand firm in the silence, for God is always speaking, always working, always designing beauty from ashes. Learn to recognize the subtle rhythms of God's guidance. A gentle prompt, a sudden surge of peace, a closed door that was never meant for you. These are the ways God orchestrates the shift, leading you away from what would have hindered you and toward what will fulfill you. There is a sacredness to struggle, a holiness in your longing. For it is in those places that God forges character and prepares you for greater things. Do not despise your challenges. See them as divine invitations. With every burden you release to God, you become lighter for the journey ahead. When difficulties seem unending, remind yourself it is the refiner's fire that brings forth the purest gold. God does not waste your tears. He stores them as testimony to the faith that rises in you. The shift on the horizon is birthed through these very moments of perseverance. Let each setback remind you that what lies behind pales in comparison to what God is guiding you toward. Your worth is not measured by your scars or your accolades, but by the unwavering love God lavishes upon you. When you fall short, God's mercy is greater. When you grow weary, God's strength becomes your own. When you face opposition, know that God's shield is impenetrable, guarding you through every storm. Rest in this confidence. God's shift is not just about your victory, but about His glory revealed in you. Do not let the opinions of others or past disappointments be the ceiling of your faith. God alone has the final word over your destiny. Where others see limitations, God sees opportunity. Where they see a valley, God sees the mountain rising in the distance. Stay anchored to the hope that God's hand is moving even when you cannot track it. Keep your spirit open, your mind expectant, and your heart receptive. For God delivers in seasons that often seem the least likely. If you find yourself in the valley, do not be ashamed or discouraged. Valleys are corridors to new heights with God. In the quiet, in the pressing, in the waiting, God is shaping in you a resilience that cannot be shaken. The comfort He brings you now is the very fuel that will propel you into the places you are destined to reach. Allow your faith to expand, to stretch, to become as daring as the God you worship, refusing to settle, refusing to accept anything less than God's best. Let your life be the living proof that God's power is never diminished by silence or darkness or delay. Your testimony will shine not in spite of your struggle, but because of it. The world will witness the shift and know it is God who has done it, who uplifted, who restored, who multiplied hope where hope was gone. All things, the seen and the unseen, bow to God's command. Trust boldly and walk freely. For when God shifts everything in your favor, you are both changed and empowered to become a beacon to all who still wait for their own day of deliverance. Let your soul be alert to this. There is a sacred urgency pulsing through your life. When God stands ready to shift the very ground beneath your feet, when God determines a turning point, nothing on earth or in the unseen realm can halt it. He orchestrates events with such wisdom that even delays become bridges. Setbacks morph into setups, and silence churns with the promise of coming thunder. God's favor does not arrive quietly. It moves with a majesty that leaves you and all who witness it struck. The burdens that felt immovable begin to lose their grip, and new possibilities break in like a tide that cannot be turned back. There is a profound humility in recognizing that every breath, every opportunity, and every day you wake to see the light is a gift lovingly extended by God. Let your gratitude become a wellspring river that flows through doubt, discontent, and disappointment. Nothing in your story is wasted. God uses every thread, every trial, every joy, and every tear to weave outcomes that far surpass human understanding. Rise in the confidence that even when the world discards or overlooks you, God's vision is vivid, God's plans precise, and His timing exact. Each moment is a note in a symphony that only God could compose for your ultimate good. Allow yourself to be transformed by the patience God instills within you. It is in the waiting, when answers seem distant and prayers return in echoes, that your character grows and your faith gains muscle. God, who set the stars in their courses and commands the rain to fall in its season, teaches that trust endures not by sight, but by surrender. When shadows lengthen and hope feels faint, recall that God brings forth light out of darkness and harvest out of barrenness. His promises are as sure as the dawn. His word unbreakable as the mountains that stand through the ages. Let your mind be renewed by the certainty that God's will is never at the mercy of circumstance. He moves with purpose, stirring within you the assurance that your current season is not confinement and your future cannot be contained under His direction. God purifies you so that your life radiates the brilliance of His wisdom. Your light is meant to shine not only in victories, but also in the crucible of trials. The strength to keep moving forward even when the road is hidden is the clearest proof of God's hand securing your soul. When challenges rise or opposition gathers, remember that God's shield cannot be pierced. He surrounds those who rely on Him with favor that pushes back resistance and welcomes opportunity. Do not lose heart when doors close or companions drift away. For often separation is God's preparation, refining your circle until only what strengthens your purpose remains. What He delivers into your life, no power can remove. And what He takes away, trust that He is clearing the path for greater blessings ahead. Raise your vision higher. Pray not just for escape from trials, but for discernment to recognize God's design in every unexpected turn. Let your faith be proactive, setting sail before the winds of blessing are visible, knowing that God upholds what is committed faithfully into His keeping. Stand ready to serve, to extend kindness, to sow encouragement, for God rewards those who bless others, even in their own season of waiting. Keep your heart attuned to the quiet movements of God, encounters, moments, and insights that seem small, but are seeds of momentous change. A simple act can trigger a wave of blessing. A whispered prayer can move mountains when uttered in unwavering faith. Invite God to saturate every corner of your life so nothing is walled off from His transforming touch. Remember, God's presence is the fountain that never runs dry. When friends fail, when strength withers, when resources dwindle, God remains abundantly, inexhaustibly present. You do not walk alone. You are carried by a love that is measureless and guided by a wisdom unfathomable. As you await the turning, as you sense the stirring, as you grasp for new beginnings, let hope anchor your heart, and let every step resound with the assurance God is about to shift everything in your favor. And with Him, all things become possible. Let your spirit awaken afresh to the astonishing truth that in every season of your life, God's wisdom is at work, orchestrating details you could never foresee. Trust that even in the quiet stretches where answers seem concealed and blessings distant, God is cultivating the soil of your heart for an abundant harvest. This is the hour when God calls you to dare greatly, to rise above complacency, and to open your arms wide for the unforeseen goodness coming your way. Cast away the notion that you must find your own way through the maze. God is the waymaker, the pathfinder, the one who draws straight lines through life's crooked places. There comes a point where you must choose. Will you settle for what you understand, or will you surrender to the magnitude of what God can do? The greatest shift begins not with the changing of your conditions, but with the expansion of your vision. God invites you to look past your limitations, past voices that sowed doubt, past the wounds that tried to convince you to withdraw. Raise your expectations. The one who shaped the valleys and flung the stars has not overlooked the details of your struggle. Every trial you endure, every challenge you overcome becomes a testimony, stamped with God's faithfulness, sending a ripple of hope to everyone who sees your breakthrough. Consider this: God's shift is both invitation and promise. It urges you to break free from patterns of fear and cycles of defeat. Where the world draws borders around what is possible, God redraws them, brushing the limits aside with a single act of grace. He pours new vision into weary hearts, fresh courage into trembling hands, and dignity into lives battered by disappointment. You are not defined by your past, nor are you limited by present obstacles. God's favor has a history of transforming the least likely moments into the most fruitful season. Allow the knowledge of God's constancy to become your lifeline. When turbulence comes, anchor yourself in prayer or conversation with God that moves mountains unseen. In moments of uncertainty, remember that God is not silent. He is inviting you deeper, calling you to hear guidance that the noise of life often drowns out. Refuse to interpret the temporary silence as absence. Understand it as the holy pause before a powerful move. God's timing is meticulous. It is always purposeful, never random. As you release anxiety and grasp the unyielding promise of God's presence, peace begins to replace pressure and gratitude overtakes fear. There is strength in humble reliance. Let your greatness be found not in how high you climb, but in how deeply you depend on God's sustaining presence. Yield to the wisdom that says God's plans may baffle your senses, but they will never betray your trust. When storms rage and chaos shakes your surroundings, secure your mind with the truth that God is uncontested in sovereignty and unmatched in compassion. His hand steers the currents of your life toward shorelines you would never have chosen, but that proved to be exactly what your soul needed. As you walk through doors only God could open, let your first offering be thanks. Give praise for the battles you never noticed, for the dangers diverted, for the countless no's that spared you from a lesser destiny. Let gratitude not become contingent upon visible blessings, but rooted in the unwavering confidence that God's love is intentional and His shift is always for your highest good. The more you thank God, even for what you do not yet understand, the better you position yourself to receive the next wave of favor. Stand tall, not in self-assurance, but in the certainty that God's word will never fail. Let each sunrise be a summons to hope. Let the rhythm of your every heartbeat echo the anthem of reliance, that God is for you, that God is with you, and that God is already making all things new. Speak life into dead places. Declare hope where discouragement once held sway. For just as the barren earth blooms in its appointed season, so too will your life blossom. As you yield everything to God's masterful touch, this sacred shift is not a fleeting moment, but a lasting transformation. You are being prepared not just for relief, but for purpose. What God initiates, no hand can thwart. What God promises, no force can break. No valley is too deep and no summit too high for God's reach. As you press forward, carry this unwavering truth in your soul. God is never late, never outmatched, never lacking. The pages of your story are still being written by the author who delights in redeeming every chapter. Let this conviction saturate your days. God's favor is not a rumor, not a distant hope, but a present active force surrounding you right now. Open your eyes to the subtle signs. Attune your ears to the softest whispers. In time, every seed sown in faith will bear the fruit of a life changed by trust, courage, and unwavering surrender to the God who shifts everything in your favor. There is a sacred awakening that occurs when you finally realize that God's purpose runs deeper than fleeting comfort or the satisfaction of immediate wants. God does not simply remove obstacles. He transforms trials into teachers and detours into doorways. Every step you've taken, every valley crossed was preparation for the unveiling of extraordinary favor. What may have appeared as rejection was often God's redirection, shielding you from roads that would have led you astray. Set aside the urge to question every twist, and instead embrace the revelation that no event escapes God's all-seeing wisdom. In the grand weave of your life, every thread, even the tangled and torn, is worked into greater beauty by His hand. Invite hope to sit beside you when discouragement knocks at your door. Allow yourself to be astonished daily by God's ability to turn scarcity into abundance and lack into overflow. The God who sustains the sparrows and clothes the lilies in glory is ever attentive to your needs, and there is no shortage in the storehouses of divine provision. When you feel the burden of waiting pressing in, remember, waiting with God is never inactivity. It is the training ground for miracles. With every silent dawn that you greet in hope, you are strengthening the roots of faith that will bear the weight of coming blessings. Open your heart wide and let expectations swell, not with arrogance, but with a humble recognition that God delights in the boldness of your trust. Let today be the day you risk believing in the sheer scale of God's generosity and the mystery of His timing. Speak affirmations of faith over your life. Let your lips declare the reality of the invisible. For God honors the courage to proclaim unseen blessings. Where logic draws boundaries, let faith leap beyond. Where cynicism sees futility, dare to declare fruitfulness. Remember, God's record is unblemished. There is not one promise left unfulfilled for those who anchor themselves in trust. Release the grip on all disappointments. Do not let what went wrong in the past harden your spirit. Instead, use every scar as proof of God's healing, every closed chapter as witness that endings only clear space for beginnings, orchestrated by one who knows your need before a word escapes your tongue. If you must look back, do so only to marvel at how far God has carried you. If you look ahead, do so with the unshakable assurance that the path is shaped by a hand both tender and mighty. Let the testimony of your life become an oasis for others, a living invitation to witness what God can do when faith outlasts fear. Seek not just personal advancement, but that your favor would spill over, quenching the thirst of those lost in their own deserts of doubt. In every act of kindness, every word of encouragement, let it be known that you serve a God whose abundance never narrows to self-interest, but overflows in rivers of compassion. As new opportunities emerge, resist the pull of worry. What is ordained for you cannot be snatched away. Ignore the murmur of voices that belittle your hope, for they do not know the intimacy of your journey with God. Let your confidence be founded on substance far deeper than shifting opinion or temporary applause. It is rooted in the unchanging character of God who alone holds your destiny secure. The shift you sense is not a gentle nudge, but a divine surge, realigning circumstances, relationships, and even desires, so that what blesses you will also honor the one who brings every good gift to fruition. As courage rises within, as certainty displaces doubt, remember that your gratitude and obedience are the greatest offerings you bring to God. Respond generously to His generosity. Be faithful with small things, for God delights in trusting you with more. Persevere through delay, armed with the knowledge that God has not forgotten. He is refining, not denying. Stir your heart to gratitude before the answer comes, giving thanks for the outcome you cannot yet see, but surely will. Use every waking hour as testimony to hope that stands tall against despair. Surround yourself with reminders of every victory, every moment when God's help arrived in the midnight hour, renewing your resolve and breathing new power into tired bones. Every morning, invite God's wisdom to go before you. Walk with quiet expectation. Speak words that encourage and choose actions that reflect the conviction that your life is being carefully shifted by God toward a purpose greater than your imagination can hold. Live as one who trusts not just with words, but with the radiant peace that marks those who know God's favor is both present and advancing. Peace so vibrant that it becomes a beacon through the storms of life to all who stand in the shadows waiting for dawn. Let the depths of your heart awaken to this. When God declares a new season, every limitation that wants to bind you must bow before His power. The dawn of transformation does not arrive with thunderous noise, but comes dressed in quiet conviction, whispering to your soul that there is more more hope, more purpose, more grace than you have ever fathomed. God's presence is as close as the very breath in your lungs, never distant, never indifferent. He is attentive to every silent cry, every wordless longing, every hope deferred. Trust that God's attention to the smallest details of your life means nothing is random and nothing unnoticed. With the care of a master builder, God positions every stone and crafts every chapter, designing outcomes that astound even those most familiar with struggle. Do not let the storms intimidate you, for even furious winds must answer to God's command. Just as the mightiest mountains rise at His word, so will obstacles dissolve when their purpose is fulfilled. The comfort you seek is not escape from challenge, but the unshakable assurance that God walks with you through every fire. Release the demand for clarity and embrace the invitation to walk by faith where vision surrenders to trust, and trust grows stronger than understanding. God's wisdom is not bound by your urgency. His timing flows from a higher vantage, seeing the end from the beginning and weaving your deliverance before you are aware you need it. Lift your prayers higher and let your questions become altars, places where uncertainty is exchanged for holy expectancy. Be bold in your requests, not shrinking from the magnitude of what God is capable of doing in your life. As you yield your plans, watch God's greater design unfold beyond the limits of your past experience. The shift you await does not always announce itself with spectacle. Sometimes it blooms quietly within as newfound patience, peace, and wisdom, the fruits that prove the season has truly changed. When disappointment tries to settle in your soul, remember that God's record is flawless. Every promise made is a promise kept, though fulfillment may take a different path than you envision. The moments that feel like detours are sometimes the direct routes to deeper strength and unimagined blessings. Invite God to teach you the value of persistence, the beauty of hope, and the discipline of gratitude. Let these virtues become anchors that hold you steady until the full tide of God's favor washes over your life. Allow your spirit to celebrate not only the victories, but also the lessons learned in waiting. Know that every door closed by God is an act of mercy, every pause of provision, every delay a measure of protection. Look for the surprising ways God provides, how comfort arrives through a timely word, how direction emerges in quiet reflection, how strength multiplies as you lean not on your own understanding, but on God's infinite wisdom. There is a nobility in leaning on God, acknowledging that your strength was never meant to suffice and your knowledge never meant to supersede divine guidance. With each surrender, you step further from striving and closer to the assurance that God's goodness is your lifelong inheritance. Encourage yourself with memories of past deliverances and the quiet confidence that the same God who sustained you until now will be faithful to the end. Invite God to enlarge your vision, not for your own acclaim, but so the testimony of your life becomes a light on a hill, a message of hope for those watching your journey. Live generously, knowing that favor from God is not a possession to hoard, but a blessing to be shared. Be quick to forgive, slow to judge, eager to encourage, and steady in unwavering trust. These are the marks of those who have encountered the full power of God's shift. Let humility be your companion, and gratitude your anthem as the story unfolds. Each morning, remind yourself that today you stand on the verge of renewal. Each trial faced, each joy embraced becomes another page in the narrative God is authoring for eternity. Walk in the confidence that your steps are ordered, your needs known, and your destiny secure in God's hand. The shift is ongoing, the transformation real, and the favor undeniable for those whose hope is placed in the one who never fails. Let your hearts stand in awe before this timeless truth. God's purposes stretch beyond the horizon of your imagination, and His generosity exceeds every hopeful longing. If doubt has lingered or fear whispered that you're forgotten, let assurance rise in your spirit. God never abandons those who wait in expectant faith. As the Creator breathes new life into tired dreams, receive this moment as an invitation to participate in the unfolding of a purpose much grander than you could devise. The shift you are sensing is not mere coincidence. It is the choreography of the divine guiding your steps to places of peace and flourishing. Do not shrink from uncertainty, for every uncertain path is an opportunity for discovery, a canvas on which God leaves unmistakable marks of kindness and wisdom. Instead of striving for answers, abide in the shelter of trust. Watch how God turns scarcity into abundance, not just in material matters, but in wisdom, peace, and relationships that anchor your soul. He is the restorer of what was lost and the multiplier of every seed sown in hardship. The valleys you feared to cross prepare you for mountaintop vision, strengthening character and gifting humility. Let your words become mirrors reflecting God's steadfastness into your circumstances and into the lives of those around you. Speak affirmations of hope into places where silence has reigned too long. Each declaration of faith is both a claim of territory and an invitation for God to reveal even greater wonders. Let the rhythm of prayer be your heartbeat. Make gratefulness your resting place. Ask boldly, not because of your worthiness, but because God's capacity to give knows no limit. At every crossroad, remember that God's guidance is a lamp that cannot be extinguished. Even as uncertainties swirl, trust that God sets the boundaries of the storm and determines when the sun will break through the clouds. What may begin as a test of endurance becomes an arena for God's faithfulness to shine. Where others predict defeat, God announces victory. Where the world points to endings, God crafts new beginnings brimming with potential. Embrace hardships as invitations, not to despair, but to deeper intimacy with the one who governs all things. Maintain integrity in moments unseen, for God honors the private battles as much as the public triumphs. When resentment or bitterness tempt you, release them, choosing the liberating path of forgiveness. For in doing so, you make more room in your soul for blessings yet to descend. Allow your perspective to widen, recognizing that the shift you receive is rarely meant for you alone. Each gift, each breakthrough, each act of favor bestows upon you the privilege to uplift others and reflect God's boundless compassion. Live generously with open hands and an open heart. Let your life become an echo of God's goodness in someone else's wilderness. If you wake some morning still heavy with questions, let hope be your anthem and persistence your companion. Remind yourself that God's resolve to do you good is steadfast and His timing impeccable. Be willing to let go of expectations that limit your faith. Trust instead the journey that is still unfolding, knowing that God's view is never obstructed. Draw comfort from the knowledge that what He ordains He provides for, and what He promises He brings to completion. As you press forward, guard your peace fiercely, nurture your joy, and continue to sow faith into your days. It is not only victory that signifies God's favor, but the peace that endures through trials, the hope that refuses to dim, and the willingness to love without conditions. These are the true marks of a life touched by God's hand. Final word. Let your spirit rise as you step into a new horizon, confident that God is at work even in the unseen places. Begin each morning clothed with courage, humility, and thankfulness. Remember, no challenge is too great, no delay without purpose, and no vision too large when entrusted to the hands of the Almighty. Hold fast to the truth that God is not only transforming what surrounds you, but also molding you into a vessel of hope, wisdom, and compassion for those around you. Stand unshaken in faith, open-handed in generosity, and unwavering in trust. For the one who has called you is forever faithful. His grace will always reach you. His wisdom will always direct your steps, and His love will never leave your side. The divine turning point is not simply approaching, it has already begun, weaving a tomorrow brighter than your imagination can hold. Stay steadfast, for when God moves, every force aligns in your favor. Friend, let me start with a truth that will rattle you to your core. You were never meant to live under the shadow of defeat. You were not fashioned to be crushed by fear, failure, or doubt. You were not set on this earth to scrape for moments of joy or bargain for fragments of peace. You were formed by God's own hand, molded in the quiet by the Almighty who breathed purpose into dust and called forth vision and destiny. And when God shaped you, He sowed within you a seed of success. Not the kind the world applauds, but the kind no person, no force, no circumstance can steal. A success born from obedience, a success that flows from surrender, a success that emerges when a heart fully, fearlessly, and faithfully lines up with God's will. If you're hunting for the secret to drawing in success, listen closely. Success isn't discovered by pushing harder. It is discovered by trusting deeper. The world will tell you to hustle, to grind, to outwork everyone in the room. And while discipline has its place, let me declare this on your knees. Success is attracted by surrender. Success runs toward the soul that refuses to move without God's guidance. You want to attract success? Then check the soil of your life. Because God will not plant greatness in corrupted ground. You must cleanse your heart, purify your intentions, rid yourself of bitterness, envy, pride, and fear. These are weeds that choke the seeds of God's favor. You can't harbor jealousy and expect peace. You can't curse others and expect blessing. You can't live two-faced and expect God to honor your part. God does not bless pretenders. He blesses the pure in heart. Those who are real, honest, broken before Him. Listen closely. The power to succeed is not in what you do, but in who you become under the weight of God's presence. When you begin to hunger for righteousness more than riches, when you long for purpose more than platforms, when you seek the face of God more than the praise of men, then success will chase you down. Doors will open that no man can shut. Opportunities will emerge in places others gave up on. You won't have to fight for attention because God will highlight your name in the places it matters most. But you cannot attract what you secretly despise. Some of you are asking for success while speaking failure. You say you want to rise, but you live like you're meant to be buried. You speak against yourself. You doubt your calling. You shrink in fear when God calls you forward. Let me tell you, if you continue to speak death over your own life, don't be surprised when it shows up at your door. There is power in the words you speak. And the first sign of someone walking with God is not just clean hands, but a clean mouth. Stop calling yourself unworthy when God calls you chosen. Stop saying you'll never make it when God has already paved the way. Stop looking at your past like it's a prison when God has already turned the key. You want to attract success? Then start aligning your language with God's promises. Speak what He says. Declare what He's written. Stand in the truth even when the facts around you scream failure. Now let me go deeper. Success is not attracted to the lazy. The world may reward shortcuts, but God honors diligence. Not busy, but spiritual diligence. Wake up and seek God. Open your day with gratitude. Carry yourself like someone sent by heaven. Make excellence your standard, not to impress man, but to reflect the glory of God who lives in you. Clean your room. Show up early. Speak with integrity. Do the hidden work, because God blesses what is done in secret long before He reveals it in public. Too many want a throne without carrying the towel. They want spotlight but despise preparation. They crave applause but run from correction. Let me remind you, God cannot anoint what your pride refuses to surrender. Until you are willing to humble yourself and be taught, you will attract confusion instead of clarity. You will draw drama instead of direction. Because pride attracts destruction, but humility attracts success. Success also comes to those who learn to wait. Oh, this is where many fall short. You see others rising. You hear their names celebrated. You watch them thrive while you still struggle. But don't be deceived. Sometimes God hides your greatness so He can build your character. Sometimes He withholds the stage so He can strengthen your spirit. Because the worst thing is to be elevated before you're ready. Success is heavy, and God will not allow it to crush you. So He delays not to deny you, but to develop you. You want to attract success, then rejoice even when you are not seen. Celebrate even when no one claps. Obey even when no one watches. That's when God smiles. That's when the heavens open. That's when favor finds you not in the spotlight, but in the quiet places where your heart is tested. Let me speak to the soul that feels forgotten, the one who gave and gave but received nothing in return. Hear me, God has not overlooked your faithfulness. He has not ignored your silent prayers or your tears that soaked the pillow in the night. He saw when you helped others while needing help yourself. He saw when you kept smiling while carrying wounds. And in due time, oh yes, in His perfect time, He will elevate you. Not because of connections, but because of covenant. Not because of influence, but because of intimacy with Him. Let me remind you, success is spiritual warfare. The enemy doesn't fight those who are already bound. He fights those who are about to break through. That's why your journey has been hard. That's why the betrayal came. That's why the attack increased when you made up your mind to walk with God. But listen to me. Resistance is proof of your assignment. The enemy wouldn't bother you if your future didn't scare him. So stand firm. Keep pressing. Keep believing. Your pain is not punishment. It's preparation. Stop trying to be like everyone else. Success is attracted to those who are authentically obedient to God, not cheap copies of culture. You were not born to blend in. You were born to stand out, not by being loud, but by being anchored in truth. God did not call you to be trendy. He called you to be timeless. He called you to walk with holiness, courage, and conviction. And when you live like that, you attract what money can't buy: peace, favor, access, and divine alignment. And let me tell you this, you must protect your circle, because not everyone can go where God is taking you. Some people were sent to distract you, not develop you. Some friends are really enemies in disguise. If you want success, you must learn to walk away from noise. Disconnect from gossip. Delete the numbers that pull you into darkness. Let go of connections that cause you to compromise. God won't bless what you're too afraid to release. The road to true success is lonely sometimes, but hear this: You are never alone when you walk with God. He will be your strength when you're weak, your defender when you're attacked, your counselor when you're confused, your provider when you're in lack. You may lose people, but you will gain purpose. You may be misunderstood, but you will be known by God. And that, my friend, is success in its highest form. To be known, led, and sustained by the one who created the heavens and the earth. Refuse to compromise your values just to fit in. You don't have to lie, cheat, or manipulate to succeed. If you must betray your character to win, then what you gained was never from God. Real success requires righteousness, and righteousness requires sacrifice. You may lose temporary comfort, but you will gain eternal reward. You may miss some opportunities, but you will attract the right ones. The ones designed for your destiny, not your ego. Let me speak into your spirit. God wants you to succeed. He takes no pleasure in your defeat, but He will not let success destroy you. So He waits until your hands are clean. He waits until your spirit is stable. He waits until your motives are pure. Because when He blesses you, He wants you to keep it. And what God gives, no man can take. What God ordains, no enemy can cancel. So stop chasing success and start chasing obedience. Wake up and ask God, what do you want me to do today? And then do it with passion, with excellence, with faith. Do it even if no one sees. Do it even if it scares you. Do it even if it stretches you. Because every step of obedience is a magnet for favor. Every act of obedience draws success towards your life. Hear me well. Success is not a place, it is a posture. A posture of humility, a posture of gratitude, a posture of worship, a posture of trust. When you posture your life before God, He positions your life before kings. He places you in rooms you didn't qualify for. He gives you influence you never asked for. He turns your private preparation into public promotion. And let me say this loud and clear. God wants your soul to prosper before your name does. If your platform is bigger than your character, it will collapse. If your image is greater than your integrity, it will fade. But if your soul is anchored in truth, if your life is rooted in faith, if your mind is stayed on God, then no wind can move you and no enemy can break you. That is success. So now, right where you are, stop looking for success in man. Stop chasing what the world calls making it. Real success is walking in alignment with God's will. It's hearing His voice and obeying without delay. It's being bold when others are silent. It's being still when others are anxious. It's rising when others give up. It's forgiving when you want revenge. It's being faithful when nothing makes sense. You attract success when you stop making fear your God. Too many have let anxiety rule their decisions. But fear is a liar. Fear is not from God. If you are waiting to feel brave before you obey, you'll wait forever. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is obedience in the face of fear. It is saying, God, I don't understand, but I trust you anyway. That's the kind of faith that pulls heaven into your situation. That's the kind of faith that moves mountains, opens doors, parts waters, and makes a way where there was no way. If you want to attract success, you must let go of the past. God cannot fill a hand that is still holding yesterday's pain. Release the guilt. Let go of the shame. Stop rehearsing what they did. Stop replaying what you lost. What's behind you is over, but what's ahead of you is full of promise. Lift your eyes. Open your heart. Get ready. Because when you let go of the ashes, God will crown you with beauty. And remember, success is not instant. There is no microwave miracle. God works in seasons. Some seasons are for planting, others are for pruning, some are for preparation. And then when the time is right comes the harvest. Don't give up in the waiting. Don't abort the process. Trust the timing, because when God moves, He moves suddenly. What took years to build in silence will be revealed in moments. What was hard will become easy. What was blocked will break open. What was delayed will accelerate. Let me take you deeper into this divine truth. Success is not found in the clapping of hands, but in the quiet approval of God. If God is pleased, then you have already succeeded. If His presence surrounds you, then no crown, no title, no position, and no applause can compare. People chase validation, not knowing that the most powerful validation comes from the one who sees in secret and rewards openly. Stop asking the world to clap for what God already called good. The favor of God outweighs the approval of man 1,000 times over. God's yes is all you need to rise. Let me tell you something that will separate the average from the anointed. You must learn to be led by conviction, not by convenience. Success is not found in comfort zones. Success is born in the fire of testing, in the furnace of discipline, in the lonely nights of obedience. When your flesh says no, but your spirit says yes to God. That's when heaven takes notice. That's when the unseen realm begins to shift. That's when the seeds of success begin to grow under the soil of your sacrifice. You cannot be casual about your calling and expect to walk in divine greatness. You must be fierce, focused, fixed on God like a lion, fixed on its prey. Listen carefully. True success begins when you conquer yourself. It's not your enemies that are holding you back. It's your own lack of discipline. It's your excuses, your distractions, your desire for ease over elevation. God cannot bless who you pretend to be. He blesses the real you, the version of you that wakes up early to seek His voice, the version of you that says no to temptation when nobody is watching, the version of you that still praises Him when the storm rages and nothing makes sense. That version, that surrendered, sanctified spiritual virginess who God pours success into. And know this, success requires vision. Not the kind you see with your eyes, but the kind that burns in your spirit. If you cannot see it in your soul, you will never hold it in your hand. Vision is the divine picture God paints on the walls of your heart, and it gives you direction when the path is dark. When you walk with God, He gives you dreams bigger than your environment. He gives you hope stronger than your past. He gives you insight that cuts through confusion. But you must protect your vision. You must guard it from doubters, dream killers, and the noise of the world. Keep your focus on what God whispered, even when it hasn't shown up yet, because what He promised, He will perform. Let me speak this with fire. You must learn to walk by faith and not by sight. Sight will deceive you. Sight will say there's no way. Faith will say God will make a way. Sight will show you obstacles. Faith will remind you of the one who speaks and mountains move. Sight will make you feel small. Faith will tell you that you are walking with the God who holds galaxies in His hand. And when you live by faith, you begin to attract miracles. You begin to draw breakthroughs. You begin to walk in rooms where your resume doesn't qualify you, but your obedience does. There is a power that comes when a person decides, I will not live by fear anymore. Fear paralyzes potential. Fear kills dreams before they're even born. But when you rise and say, I trust God with everything I am, you attract a realm of success that no school, no money, no man can offer. That success is divine. That success is holy. That success sets you apart. That success makes you a magnet for resources, for revelation, for righteousness. Because faith attracts the power of God like lightning to a mountaintop. But hear me, success also demands separation. You must learn to walk alone before you can walk in abundance. There are some heights you cannot reach with crowds around you. You must get away from those who drain your energy, distort your vision, and disrespect your calling. Stop trying to explain your growth to those who are committed to staying small. You don't need permission to rise. You don't need approval to obey. When God calls you higher, He often calls you away. Away from noise, away from compromise, away from distraction. And it is in that holy place of separation that your next level is born. Don't forget, success begins in the mind. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. If you think small, you will live small. If you think defeated, you will attract defeat. But when your mind is saturated with the promises of God, when your thoughts are filtered through His truth, then success is not just possible, it becomes inevitable. Renew your mind daily. Feed your spirit more than your flesh. Starve the lies. Feast on faith. Think like someone chosen. Think like someone appointed. Because you cannot live beyond your thoughts. And let me touch on something crucial. Gratitude is a magnet for success. When you are thankful in the wilderness, you attract the breakthrough. When you praise God in lack, you open the windows of abundance. Gratitude is not just polite, it is prophetic. It declares, I trust God's hand even when I don't see His plan. And that trust moves mountains. That trust opens rivers in deserts. That trust confuses the enemy and empowers your soul. Be grateful even now. Be grateful in the waiting. Be grateful in the stretching. Because success follows those who carry gratitude like a crown. Now lean in even more, as success does not mean everything will be easy. In fact, the closer you walk with God, the greater the battle. But the battle is not the absence of success. It is the sign of it. It's proof you are threatening darkness. It's evidence that you carry something valuable. You don't get attacked for being empty. You get attacked because you carry divine oil. So stop crying over the fight and start praising God for the fire. It's refining you. It's sharpening you. It's preparing you. You are not breaking. You are becoming. And never forget, every success story built on God's foundation begins with obedience. Radical, irrational, inconvenient obedience. The kind of obedience that doesn't wait for understanding, but moves at the sound of God's whisper. When you obey without delay, you access what others only dream of. When you obey, even when it's costly, you unlock provision, protection, and power that cannot be explained. Obedience is the bridge between the promise and the manifestation. If you walk in it, success will find you even in the most unlikely places. God is not looking for the most talented. He is looking for the most surrendered. He is not impressed by your gift. He is moved by your submission. When you lay down your plans, your timing, your pride, your pain, and say, God, your will be done, you begin to walk in a realm of success that shakes nations. People will wonder how you got there. They won't see the nights you cried, the days you fasted, the prayers you whispered, the temptations you conquered, the storms you survived. But God saw, and He rewards in public what you endured in private. You want success? Then become a vessel God can trust, a vessel that will not crack under pressure, a vessel that does not leak through compromise, a vessel that pours out what it has received, because God does not bless you just for you. He blesses you to be a blessing. When success flows through you, not just to you, God keeps refilling, but when you hoard the blessing, it dries up. Be generous, be kind, be a light, and you'll find that success follows those who give more than they take. Let me tell you plainly, success without God is a curse. You may have fame but no rest, wealth but no peace, applause but no joy. Don't envy the godless who rise fast. They rise fast, but they often collapse just as quickly. Yet when God is the one who builds you, He builds you to endure. When He lifts you up, no one can pull you down. When He sets your life on solid ground, storms may rage, but your foundation will not be shaken. That is the kind of success that outlives your years. That is the kind of legacy that resounds into eternity. So let me ask you this. Will you let God define success for you? Will you release your grip on control? Will you let Him guide your steps even when the road feels unclear? Will you stay faithful in the quiet seasons, remembering that true success is often birthed in silence? Will you choose to walk alone if it means walking in God's alignment? Because if you dare to surrender fully, you will experience what only a few ever discover. You will step into divine success, not by forcing doors open, but by following God's lead one step at a time. And in the end, the fruit of your life will testify for itself. The peace will confirm it. The doors will validate it. The presence of God will seal it. Don't chase platforms. Chase purpose. Don't pursue influence. Pursue intimacy with God. And when you do, success will no longer be something you strive for. Will be something that follows you, flows through you, and lifts others around you. That, my friend, is success that never fades. That is success rooted in eternity. And that is the kind of success God is ready to release if only you are ready to receive it. And now, I want to speak directly to the depths of your spirit. You will never attract divine success if your heart is still chained to the approval of people. The fear of man is a trap. It will silence your courage, blur your vision, and rob your identity. When you are more concerned with what people think than what God has commanded, you forfeit the greatness He has placed within you. You cannot walk in God's power while bowing to human opinion. You must rise with holy confidence and declare, I will follow God even if I stand alone. Because true success is not popularity. It is purity. It is integrity. It is walking with God when no one else understands. There is something sacred about walking with unwavering focus. You cannot be easily moved by noise if you are deeply rooted in purpose. Many miss their moment because they are too distracted by what doesn't matter. They scroll for hours and pray for minutes. They feed the flesh and starve the soul. And then they wonder why success feels so far. Let me be clear. What you feed will grow, and what you starve will die. Feed your faith. Nourish your vision. Starve your doubts. Mute the voices that poison your peace. And above all, tune your ears to the voice of God. Because when He speaks, confusion clears, direction comes, and power flows. Listen closely. Every divine success is birthed through discipline. Not talent, not charisma, not luck. Discipline, the ability to say no to temptation, the strength to get up early and seek God, the power to control your emotions when everything within you wants to retaliate. Discipline is the altar where greatness is sacrifice and success is forged. God will not entrust influence to those who can't manage themselves. You must govern your appetite, your habits, your relationships. The hand of God rests upon those who are ruled not by impulse, but by conviction. If you master discipline, success will follow you like a shadow at noon. Let me remind you, success is not the absence of battles. It is the presence of God in the midst of them. If you think a successful life is a painless one, you've believed a lie. Some of the most favored people go through the deepest waters. Why? Because pressure produces power. Trials birth authority. Pain forges wisdom. And in the fire, you don't just learn about God, you encounter Him. You learn to lean on Him, trust Him, wait for Him, and the success that comes from that kind of intimacy cannot be explained. It must be experienced. Let this truth strike deep. God will never promote who you pretend to be. He only blesses the version of you that is surrendered. Stop performing. Stop comparing. Stop trying to imitate what looks like success on others. God didn't call you to be a replica. He called you to be a revelation. There is something unique in your journey, something sacred in your scars, something divine in your voice. Don't hide it. Don't dilute it. Don't bury it. Rise up and walk in the fullness of who God designed you to be. Your authenticity is the key to the door you've been trying to open. And hear me now. What you tolerate will determine what you attract. If you allow chaos, you will repel peace. If you tolerate dishonor, you will lose your sense of worth. If you live among deception, you will confuse your discernment. Draw a line in the sand. Protect your peace. Honor your purpose. Guard your soul. Because success requires standards. You must elevate your expectations not in pride, but in reverence, because what God has placed in you is holy. It must be stewarded with wisdom and protected with courage. Success, my friend, is not random. It is intentional. It is the result of a life built on sacred choices day after day. The choice to pray when it's easier to sleep. The choice to speak truth when silence is safer. The choice to forgive when bitterness feels justified. The choice to stay pure when compromise is applauded. These are the building blocks of divine success. And when God sees these choices, these holy, quiet, unseen sacrifices, He responds with favor that shakes the earth. You must also learn the power of alignment, because success is not just about what you do, it's about where you are planted, though. Are you positioned where God wants you? Are you listening to voices that feed your spirit or drain your strength? Are you pouring your time into assignments that carry eternal value or wasting it on temporary thrills? Alignment is everything. A seed can be perfect, but if planted in the wrong soil, it will never grow. Get planted in places where God is present, in atmospheres where your faith is stirred, around people who challenge you to rise, not settle. And let's go even deeper. Your success is tied to your level of trust. The more you trust God, the more He can release into your life. But trust is not just words, it's action. It's walking in peace when the storm is raging. It's giving when you're down to your last. It's stepping out when there's no safety net. Trust is raw. Trust is radical. Trust is the language that moves heaven. If God knows He can trust you to trust Him, then He will pour out what you didn't even ask for. Success flows in the current of complete surrender. Let me shake you awake. You are not waiting on success. Success is waiting on you. It's waiting on your courage. It's waiting on your obedience. It's waiting on your discipline. It's waiting on your alignment. Stop saying one day and start declaring, "This day I choose to walk with God. This day I let go of excuses. This day I rise above the limitations I once accepted. This day I step into the identity God has spoken over me since the beginning of time." Because the moment you align with His voice, the moment you choose purpose over comfort, that's when success begins to unlock. But remember, the success God gives will always point back to Him. It will never be about your name, your fame, or your empire. It will be about His glory, His kingdom, His purpose in the earth. If the success you seek is for your ego, it will eventually destroy you. But if it is rooted in humility and fueled by a desire to serve, it will multiply beyond your imagination. God trusts those who reflect His heart. So check your motives, refine your intentions, make sure your deepest desire is not to be seen, but to be useful in God's hands. And finally, understand this deeply. The reward of success is not just material, it is spiritual. It is peace that cannot be shaken. It is wisdom that guides without confusion. It is joy that doesn't depend on applause. It is influence that uplifts others instead of crushing them. It is legacy that echoes beyond your lifetime. This kind of success cannot be bought, copied, or manipulated. It is born in the fire of God's presence and sustained by the fear of losing Him. And now I want you to open your heart wider, because what I'm about to declare is not only truth, it is divine revelation. You see, the kind of success that comes from God is not a possession, it's a transformation. It's not about acquiring more, but about becoming more. When God calls you to success, He's not calling you to comfort. He's calling you to be changed. The greatest miracle is not when your situation changes. It's when your character changes in the presence of God. Because the higher God lifts you, the deeper your roots must grow. If your character does not match your elevation, your success will become your downfall. Let me speak directly to your potential. God has already placed everything you need within you. You don't need to beg anyone for your breakthrough. You don't need to compromise to gain access. The source of your increase, the key to your next level, the power to fulfill your assignment is not outside of you. It's within. It was deposited by God Himself before you were even born. And success comes not when you search for what's missing, but when you unlock what's already there through obedience, discipline, and unwavering faith. But understand this clearly. You cannot operate in the fullness of what God has given you if your life is out of order. Chaos blocks clarity. Disobedience cancels direction. A cluttered spirit cannot receive divine instruction. If you want to attract success, you must create space for God to move. Clear your heart of resentment. Cleanse your mind of toxic thoughts. Organize your time around what matters eternally. Success flows into order. And when your life is structured around the fear and reverence of God, the flow of blessing will be unstoppable. Now let me stir something even deeper within you. Success is not always loud. Sometimes the most powerful victories are silent. They happen in private battles no one sees. The success of turning away from temptation. The success of choosing silence over revenge. The success of staying consistent when no one claps for you. These victories are invisible to the world, but they are celebrated by God because God sees beyond numbers, beyond titles, beyond applause. He sees the soul, and He rewards what is done in secret with results that cannot be denied. If you truly want to attract success, you must understand the mystery of divine timing. Not every door is meant to open. Some doors require patience, perseverance, and process. Rushing will ruin what God is trying to prepare. Many fail not because they lack ability, but because they lack patience. They try to manufacture results instead of waiting for God to manifest them. But when you trust His timing, you will receive not just what you desire, but what is right. And the right thing at the right time is the foundation of lasting success. And let me declare this boldly: your atmosphere matters. You cannot soar while surrounded by snakes. You cannot grow where gossip is normal and negativity is tolerated. The people you keep around you will either stir your spirit or suffocate your vision. You need voices that remind you of your calling. You need people who speak to your destiny, not your dysfunction. Stop entertaining company that makes you comfortable in compromise. Success requires you to be selective with your circle. God will bring the right people, but you must let go of the wrong ones. Let's talk about the foundation. If your definition of success does not begin and end with pleasing God, you are building on sand. You can gain the whole world, but if your spirit is empty, you have lost everything that matters. The world teaches you to chase recognition, but God teaches you to chase righteousness. The world promotes platforms, but God prepares you in secret. The world pushes you to be known, but God molds you to be aligned. And when you get your priorities in order, success begins to find you. Because God rewards those who put Him first, not just in word, but in lifestyle. And let me make this truth unshakable in your soul. God does not bless arrogance. You can have skill, but if pride is in your heart, success will turn against you. Humility is the foundation of divine promotion. Stay low in your spirit. Stay teachable. Stay grateful. Because the moment you think you've arrived, you disqualify yourself from going further. Success is safest in the hands of those who know they are nothing without God. And those who truly walk with God don't use success to boast. They use it to bless. They understand that favor is not for flaunting. It's for serving. Let me take you higher. True success leaves a legacy of light. It doesn't die when you do. It impacts generations. It outlives your name. It plants seeds of truth, integrity, and faith that flourish long after you're gone. What are you building? Are you building a tower to your own ego, or are you building an altar that glorifies God? Because towers fall, but altars draw heaven. The measure of your success is not in how high you climb, but in how deeply your impact roots itself in eternity. And you must also understand this: you cannot attract success while entertaining double-mindedness. You cannot walk in two directions and reach your destination. A divided heart cannot host the power of God. You must choose fully, faithfully, fearlessly. Either you trust God with all, or you trust Him with nothing. There is no in-between in the realm of divine success. Half-heartedness will delay what full obedience would have already delivered. Choose today to be all in. Choose to walk with a single purpose. Choose to pursue success the way God intended, with holiness, with discipline, and with unwavering faith. Now I ask you, are you prepared for the responsibility that comes with success? because it is not a game. With elevation comes exposure. With influence comes attack. With authority comes accountability. Many want the crown, but few are willing to carry the cross of self-denial. You must be built to last, not just to shine. You must have a soul that can endure the pressure of favor. And God will test you before He trusts you. Every test is preparation for the territory He wants to give you. Pass the test, and the territory is yours. Do not fear the pruning season. God cuts off what you do not need to carry what you are called to bear. He removes what hinders. He breaks what must be rebuilt. And though the pruning is painful, it is purposeful. It makes room. It refines your vision. It sharpens your faith, and when it's done, you'll not only walk in success, you'll sustain it. So let this sink in deeply. You were not born to live beneath your purpose. You were created by God to reign in discipline, to lead in excellence, to thrive in righteousness. But it will not come by wishing. It will not come by watching others. It will come by deciding. It will come by surrendering. It will come by doing the hard things, the holy things, the hidden things, and when you do, success will no longer be an accident. It will be the natural result of a life fully surrendered to God. Because when God is at the center of your focus, the source of your strength, and the author of your steps, then success doesn't come and go. It follows you. It surrounds you. It fills your life with meaning, direction, and divine impact. That is the success that heaven honors. That is the success worth living for. That is the success no enemy can steal. No man can stop, and no time can erase. So now, as you stand at the threshold of your destiny, let me speak this final truth into the depths of your soul. If you truly want to attract success, you must first attract the presence of God. Because where God dwells, peace reigns. Where God leads, purpose is clear. Where God speaks, confusion ceases. And where God moves, success follows. Not the fleeting success of this world, but the unshakable, unbreakable, divine success that transforms everything it touches. Do not let the clamor of this world mislead you. Do not exchange your character for the fleeting roar of applause. Do not surrender your soul in pursuit of illusions. Instead, anchor your life on surrender to God. Choose obedience even when it demands a price. Choose humility when pride shouts the loudest. Choose true purpose when distractions crowd in. And above all, choose to glorify God in every action. For genuine success is not found in wealth, recognition, or the spotlight. It is found in walking daily in rhythm with God's will. It is resting at night with the assurance that you have pleased the one who sees everything. It is awakening each morning with peace in your soul, strength in your spirit, and fire in your being. Let others pursue crowns that will tarnish. Let others chase after empty applause. But as for you, walk with God, serve with devotion, live with discipline, speak with intent, and advance with faith. And when the years have passed, when the dust has settled, and when your life is weighed not by men but by heaven, you will be declared truly successful. Not because you climbed the highest peak, but because you walked steadfastly with the one who placed you there. That, my friend, is the triumph that never fades and the reward that endures forever. My friend, there comes a season when the noise grows too loud, opinions multiply, and distractions press down on your soul. In that hour, true strength is not found in raising your voice, but in embracing silence. Not in answering every call, but in turning inward. Not in chasing applause, but in seeking God. Right now, God is inviting you into stillness, not to hide you, but to shape you. The world will tug at your name, demand your attention, inflate your pride, and drain your spirit. Yet when you bow before God and focus on the work He is doing within you, a quiet transformation begins that no stage, no crowd, and no human praise can produce. God refines in silence. People rush to reply, quick to defend, too restless to remain still. But God says, "Be still. Look at what I am forming inside you." You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. You don't owe anyone an explanation for every step. You need not run into the world's noise to be seen or heard. The greatest power is not found in prideful noise, but in humble silence. God does His deepest work when your mouth is closed and your heart is open. God fights for the one who bows quietly, who resists pride, and who places their full attention on His voice alone. You do not have to fight to be understood. You have to fight to remain grounded in God's presence. Some of you are losing your strength because you're constantly trying to manage how others see you. You're speaking too much, defending too much, responding to voices that don't deserve your energy. But hear this, silence is not weakness. It is wisdom. Humility is not self-abandonment. It is surrender to God's greater hand. When you focus on yourself on growing in private, healing in private, praying in private, you are inviting God to do something eternal inside of you. Let them talk. Let them assume. Let them mock. But you stay silent, stay humble, stay close to God. You don't need the world's understanding when you have God's favor. The more you elevate yourself to respond to every attack, the more you remove yourself from God's covering. But when you lower yourself, when you choose silence over ego, humility over performance, you position yourself for divine strength. Some of you are fighting battles with your mouth that can only be won in the Spirit. You are using energy to prove yourself, to explain your journey, to gain respect from those who were never assigned to understand you. But God says, silence is your shield, humility is your sword, focus is your power. When you speak too quickly, you interrupt what God is trying to reveal. When you act out of pride, you forfeit the promotion God was preparing for your humility. There is nothing more powerful than a man or woman who says, "I don't need validation, I only need God." And that person, quiet, focused, surrendered, becomes unstoppable. You see, the world teaches pride. It rewards noise. It applauds the loudest person in the room. But God exalts the lowly. God honors the humble. God lifts up the one who does not exalt himself. You want to be powerful, then empty yourself before God. You want to be elevated, then stop chasing applause and start seeking alignment with the will of God. Your silence in the presence of conflict is not cowardice, trust. Your refusal to fight back with your tongue is not weakness. It's wisdom from above. Every time you choose silence over reaction, you are stepping deeper into God's strength. Every time you choose humility over ego, you are choosing eternity over the temporary. You don't need to clap back. You don't need to prove your worth to broken people. You don't need to match energy with fools. You are not called to their level. You are called higher. And those who walk with God don't react like everyone else. They respond from a place of divine awareness. God doesn't train warriors in crowds. He trains them in caves, in silence, in prayer, in tears that no one sees, in nights where no one understands. God strengthens the soul in seasons where no one claps for you. And in that silence, your roots grow deep. In that silence, your faith becomes unshakable. Focus on yourself, not for pride, but for purification. Work on your character. Cleanse your heart. Discipline your habits. Align your motives. Let God prune everything that does not bear fruit. When you stop looking outward and start looking inward, God will begin to reveal things inside of you that were blocking your destiny. Some of you are surrounded by chaos because you've been too focused on the world's noise, but God says, "Come away. Sit with me. Let me show you what needs to be healed. Let me deal with your broken places. Let me silence the storm inside your mind." And when you allow that silence to speak louder than the chaos, you will begin to walk with a confidence that does not need applause because it comes from God alone. Too many people want to be seen before they are ready. They want to speak before they are wise. They want to lead before they've learned how to follow. But God does not elevate those who rush. God promotes the patient. God promotes the silent. God promotes the humble. If you can be trusted with silence, you can be trusted with power. If you can be trusted to sit in the back quietly, God can trust you to lead from the front boldly. But the process requires discipline. It requires you to bite your tongue, to walk away from pointless arguments, to humble your ego, to not respond even when you are right. And that right there is spiritual maturity. There is strength in staying silent when you could have spoken. There is power in walking away when your flesh wants to stay and fight. You don't need to respond to every insult. You don't need to prove your worth. God sees. God knows. God rewards. The ones who walk in silence are the ones who God lifts in due season. But you must trust His timing. You must resist the urge to promote yourself. God cannot bless pride. God cannot anoint arrogance. God anoints the broken, the contrite, the lowly. And when you walk in humility, your silence becomes your strength, and your focus becomes your protection. The ones who go far in life are not the ones who shout the loudest. They are the ones who learn how to shut the door, get on their knees and do the inner work. They are the ones who understand that real transformation doesn't happen on the outside. It happens when no one is watching. God works in hidden places. He refines in the dark. He promotes in the quiet. And when you stop looking for the spotlight, you will start seeing the sunrise of God's presence in your life. Let the world race for applause. You be still. Let them run to be heard. You remain silent because while they are talking, God is preparing you. You may feel overlooked. You may feel forgotten. You may feel invisible. But listen to this. God does His greatest work in people who the world overlooks. You are not forgotten. You are being forged. You are not invisible. You are being preserved. You are not behind. You are being aligned. And this process requires silence. It requires humility. It requires you to stop defending yourself and start depending on God fully. The moment you release control is the moment you truly give God permission to lead. But that leadership will never begin until your pride ends. You don't need to share your every move. You don't need to explain your growth. You don't need to convince anyone of your journey. Just focus on yourself. Grow quietly. Heal deeply. Pray earnestly. Listen more than you speak. Seek wisdom more than you seek attention. And above all, stay humble. The ones who kneel before God will stand before any giant. The ones who humble themselves will be honored by heaven. And the ones who stay silent in the fire will be remembered by God when the time for promotion comes. Focus on yourself and let God focus on your destiny. Humble yourself and God will raise you in due season. Stay silent and your silence will speak volumes. You are not called to noise. You are called to purpose, and purpose is refined in humility. There is a beauty in walking silently while everyone else is shouting. There is a strength in focusing inward while others chase outward validation. The soul that is anchored in God does not panic in storms because it has already found peace in the silence. The voice of pride is loud, but the whisper of God is soft. And if your soul is too noisy, you will miss it. God does not shout to compete with the world, He whispers to see if you're truly listening. So, quiet the noise, turn off the distractions, lower your voice, and let your heart be still. That's where you will hear Him. That's where He will give you direction. That's where He will begin to reveal things you never saw before. You've tried doing it your way. Now try surrendering. Try silence. Try humility. Let go of the pride. Let go of the fear. Let go of the pressure to perform. And just be still. Focus. Not on them, not on your enemies, not on the ones who betrayed you, not on those who laugh at your silence. Focus on yourself. Humble yourself. Stay silent. And in that silence, watch how God begins to move mountains on your behalf. Watch how He restores, elevates, and redeems. Watch how He answers the prayers you never spoke out loud. Watch how He brings peace into places you thought were permanently broken. Watch how He uses your silence as a weapon, not to destroy others, but to build you. The battle is not always won with a sword. It's won with stillness, not with a loud voice, but with a quiet soul, not with pride, but with humility. And when God sees that you are willing to stay hidden in His presence, rather than chase the world's praise, He will trust you with a purpose greater than anything you've imagined. Be still. Be lowly. Be quiet. Because in that place, God will do more for you than you could ever do for yourself. You may think that silence is weakness in a world that demands reaction. You may believe that humility makes you less than others. But listen closely. In the eyes of God, the humble are the strongest, and the silent are the wisest. The proud shout for recognition, but God lifts the one who bends low in sincerity. The loud push to the front, but God draws near to the one who quietly waits on Him. This is not about shrinking, it is about surrender. It is not about disappearing, it is about aligning. When you humble yourself, you are not stepping down. You are stepping into a deeper place of divine authority. God does not operate in ego. He works through brokenness, through humility, through quiet hearts that are yielded to His will. Some of you are walking through seasons where you feel God is hiding you. You are not receiving the attention you used to. The doors are not opening as fast. The applause is fading. But this is not punishment. This is preparation. God hides you to heal you. He silences your platform so He can strengthen your foundation. If He allowed you to move too quickly, the weight of the spotlight would crush you. So He brings you into a quiet season where your character is shaped, where your soul is refined, and where your motives are purified. The silence is not your end. It is your elevation. The delay is not a denial. It is divine discipline. And when God is finished building you in the dark, He will reveal you in the light. But only if you let go of pride, only if you humble yourself and submit to the process. You see, pride demands progress now. It wants recognition without responsibility. It craves visibility without virtue. But God will never give you something that will destroy you. That is why He says, come away from the noise. Come away from the comparison. Come away from the competition. God wants to give you peace, not pressure, but peace is found in humility. Peace is born from silence. And the moment you choose to step back from chasing approval, God begins to show you who you truly are. Not what others think, not what your past says, not what the world demands, but who you are in the stillness where God alone speaks. The person who learns to sit with themselves in silence is the person who becomes a vessel for God's greatness. They do not need noise to feel significant. They do not need claps to feel valued. Their confidence is not built on the opinions of others. It is rooted in the truth that God is with them, even in the quietest valley. And that truth becomes a foundation so strong that no storm can shake it. But this kind of strength cannot be bought. It cannot be taught in a classroom. It cannot be inherited from others. It is earned in the fire of silence, in the crucible of humility, and in the daily discipline of focusing on what truly matters, your relationship with God. You must understand that not every battle is yours to fight. Not every argument deserves your words. Not every critic deserves your energy. Sometimes the greatest answer you can give is silence. Because when you remain silent, you allow God to speak. When you humble yourself, you allow God to move. And when God speaks on your behalf, no accusation, no slander, no betrayal can stand against His justice. You are not your defender. God is. You are not your Savior. God is. And the more you try to fight your own battles, the more you delay the victory that only comes through surrender. There is wisdom in knowing when to speak and when to be silent. And those who walk with God deeply are not impulsive with their words. They understand the weight of silence. They know the value of waiting. They trust that God will do more in one moment of divine intervention than they could do in a lifetime of striving. Silence becomes their weapon. Humility becomes their armor. And focus becomes their direction. These are not passive traits. They are powerful strategies. And when you embrace them, you will begin to walk with clarity, discernment, and strength that does not come from man, but from God Himself. Some of you have been so distracted trying to fix others that you've neglected your own soul. You've tried to correct everyone, explain everything, solve every conflict. But God is saying, focus on yourself, not in selfishness, but in sacred responsibility. Clean your heart, examine your intentions, repair your thinking, redirect your desires. There is work to be done inside of you that is more important than anything happening around you. And when you take that seriously, when you look inward with honesty and surrender, God will meet you there with transformation. Too many people are performing. Too many are pretending. But God is calling for authenticity. He's calling for realness. He's calling for those who would rather be right with Him than popular with people. He's calling for those who will choose silence over spectacle, purity over praise, humility over height. And in that secret place, in that quiet space where no one is watching, God will reward you openly for what you did in secret. The tears you cried in silence, He saw them. The forgiveness you gave without applause, He counted it. The self-control you showed when your flesh wanted revenge, He honors it. Nothing done in humility is wasted. Every seed you plant in silence will bear fruit in season. The wise are not those who talk the most. They are the ones who listen to God the deepest. They are not easily provoked. They are not easily shaken. They walk with a calm that confuses the proud. They respond to insults with peace. They turn away from drama. They guard their energy. They keep their focus because they know the price of distraction is too high. Every time you get caught in foolish arguments, you lose time. Every time you lower yourself to fight with prideful people, you lose focus. But when you stay silent, you keep your peace. And peace is more valuable than being right. Peace is not found in louder word, and it is found in deeper surrender. It is not the result of a perfect life, it is the reward of a humble spirit. God gives peace to those who let go. Let go of the need to be seen. Let go of the urge to respond. Let go of the pressure to perform. Humble yourself. Focus on what matters. Be still. And the same God who parted seas for the faithful, who calmed storms for the devoted, who raised up the lowly and cast down the proud, that same God will guide you, but you must let Him. Let the world chase platforms. You chase purity. Let the world chase relevance. You chase righteousness. Let the world chase popularity. You chase purpose. Because the ones who bow will be lifted high. The ones who walk quietly will be led boldly. And the ones who surrender fully will be blessed completely. But it begins with silence. It begins with humility. It begins with focus. You can't hear God clearly when pride is speaking louder than your faith. You can't see the path clearly when ego blocks your view. Strip it all away. Get quiet. Get low. Get focused. When you focus on yourself through the lens of God's truth, you begin to realize just how much work there is to be done inside. The hidden bitterness, the silent fears, the buried pains must be dealt with. Not on a stage, not in a crowd, but in the secret place where your soul meets God. And only a humble spirit is willing to face those places. Only a surrendered heart is willing to say, God, change me from the inside. That is where healing happens. That is where true growth begins. Not in noise, but in stillness. Not in pride, but in humility. And when that inner work is done, when you've submitted, when you've grown, when you've humbled yourself, then you will rise. But your rise won't come with arrogance. It will come with quiet power. You won't need to boast. Your presence will carry authority. You won't need to demand attention. Your peace will draw it. And those who once looked down on you will ask, how did you become so strong? And you will know it was not by might, not by performance, not by force, but by staying silent, staying humble, and focusing fully on what God was doing within. When you walk with God, you begin to understand that power does not always look like thunder. Sometimes it looks like quiet obedience. Sometimes it looks like tears falling in prayer while no one is watching. Sometimes it looks like walking away from conflict, not because you are weak, but because you are strong enough to let God handle what your flesh wants to control. This world tells you to speak your truth, to assert yourself, to demand your place. But what the world doesn't understand is that those who walk with God do not need to prove anything to anyone. God's approval is enough. His wisdom is enough. His plan is perfect, and His timing cannot be rushed. There is something sacred about a person who chooses silence in a time of attack. There is something powerful about a person who chooses humility when they could choose revenge. That kind of strength cannot be imitated. It must be cultivated through time spent alone with God. It is in those hidden moments that your soul is forged. The outside world may not see it, but heaven sees everything. Every insult you ignore, every false accusation you endure without retaliation, every moment you choose peace instead of pride, God records it and He will not forget it. What is done in humility will be rewarded by God Himself. Maybe not today, maybe not in front of people, but in due time and in the perfect way. We live in a generation that thinks silence is weakness and humility is failure. But God works opposite to the world. What man praises, God often rejects. And what man overlooks, God chooses to elevate. You don't need to keep up with them. You don't need to match their pace or imitate their noise. All you need to do is stay grounded in the presence of God. Your identity must not come from popularity, from wealth, from status, or from applause. It must come from knowing that you belong to God, that you are known by Him, guided by Him, and covered by Him. The deeper your connection with God, the less you will need from others. The more secure you are in His hands, the less desperate you will be for attention. Humility is not the absence of confidence. It is confidence placed in the right hands. It is saying, I trust God more than I trust myself. It is saying, I don't need to defend what God will protect. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. That's not cowardice. That's spiritual maturity. God honors the one who bows low in reverence, not the one who rises up in pride. He pours His anointing on the heart that seeks Him in secret, not on the lips that shout for approval in the crowd. Your advancement is not measured by volume. It is measured by steady faithfulness in the walk. For silence has a voice in the Spirit. It thunders louder than empty noise. It proclaims trust without a single word. It reveals maturity without begging for attention. And when you embrace the discipline of holding your tongue, even when everything in you longs to react, you position yourself under divine strength. True strength is not in fighting every battle. It is in discerning which battles are God's to win. It is in walking through fire with your mouth closed, knowing that God sees, God hears, and God will repay. You cannot carry the weight of your destiny if you're too distracted by defending yourself. Every time you stop to argue with someone who does not understand your calling, you slow down the journey God has for you. Every time you try to prove your worth to someone who doubts you, you drain energy that could have been used for growth. Let your progress be your proof. Let your peace be your testimony. Let your focus be your answer. Because when God is truly at the center of your life, your silence becomes your sermon. There will always be someone who misunderstands you. There will always be someone who doubts your motives. Let them talk. Let them assume. Let them believe whatever they choose. That is not your battle. Your only responsibility is to stay in alignment with God. When your motives are pure and your focus is clear, no amount of noise can derail what God has already written. The path of the humble is not free from hardship, but it is always guarded by God. And when you humble yourself, God becomes your shield. When you stay silent, God becomes your advocate. You don't need to shout to be powerful. You don't need to boast to be relevant. You don't need to advertise your goodness. If you truly walk with God, your life will speak without a word. Your actions will carry weight. Your peace will confuse those who expected you to break. And your humility will attract blessings that pride could never earn. Because God opposes the proud, but He lifts up the one who lowers himself. That's not just a lesson, it's a law. You cannot fake humility before God. He sees your heart. He knows your intentions. And He rewards those who come to Him with sincere reverence. Every time you choose silence instead of gossip, you are planting seeds of wisdom. Every time you choose humility instead of retaliation, you are building a foundation that cannot be moved. Every time you choose to focus on your inner work instead of seeking outer recognition, you are preparing yourself for something greater. But it takes discipline. It takes maturity. It takes a soul that is anchored in something higher than the praise of people. The humble soul understands that validation from God is more important than attention from the crowd. Let your silence be your strength. Let your humility be your covering. Let your focus be your clarity. Because in this noisy world, it is those who have mastered the art of being still who hear the clearest. It is those who have surrendered their need to be seen who are seen by God. You don't need to market yourself when heaven has already marked you. You don't need to chase platforms when God has already prepared your place. Stay low. Stay still. Stay surrendered. In the quiet place, God reveals truth. In the humble hearts, God deposits power. In the focused life, God releases favor. So, do not waste time explaining yourself. Do not waste energy chasing those who do not value your presence. Do not lose your way trying to make others comfortable. Your peace matters. Your growth matters. Your connection with God matters more than anyone's opinion. You are not for everyone, and that's okay. You are for God, and if you are for God, He will be for you. He will go before you. He will open doors. He will close wrong ones. He will correct what you cannot. But He needs your humility. He needs your stillness. He needs your complete trust. And if you give that to Him fully without conditions, you will walk into seasons you did not earn. You will receive favor you did not chase. And you will experience peace that passes all understanding, not because you shouted, not because you forced it, but because you submitted, because you focused, because you humbled yourself in the sight of God. And the one who sees all things will lift you up in due time. There is a sacred strength in the one who refuses to be moved by noise. There is divine wisdom in the heart that resists the urge to respond to every voice. God does not speak through chaos. He speaks through calm. He does not guide through ego. He guides through surrender. You must understand the more deeply you walk with God, the less you feel the need to justify yourself. The more you abide in His presence, the quieter your spirit becomes because you know that your life is not a performance, but a process in the hands of the Almighty. And when you trust the process, you will not rush the outcome. You are not called to be loud. You are called to be lights. And light doesn't need to scream to be seen. It simply shines. In a world addicted to attention, you must become addicted to alignment with God. That means letting go of your desire to explain yourself, to be understood by everyone, to fix every misunderstanding. It means finding your identity not in opinions, but in obedience. When you reach that level of faith, you stop chasing affirmation. You stop craving applause. You stop running after people who were never sent by God. Instead, you become anchored, rooted, unshakable. Because the deeper your roots in God, the less the storms outside can move you. And this is where God begins to trust you. Not when you have 1,000 followers, but when you follow Him in silence. not when your name is known by many, but when your soul is known by Him. God raises up the one who has been tested in obscurity. He exalts the one who stayed quiet in the fire. He gives power to the one who submitted in stillness. You don't earn that kind of favor by striving. You receive it by humbling yourself again and again. Even when your pride wants to rise, even when your flesh wants to speak, even when your heart wants to retaliate, the real power is in restraint. It's in the ability to walk away, to keep your peace, to protect your focus. Because not every battle is your calling, not every challenge is your assignment, and not every voice deserves your attention. If the enemy can't destroy you, he will distract you. And one of his favorite weapons is pride. Pride that tells you to prove yourself. Pride that tells you to respond. Pride that demands to be seen. But God calls you to something higher. He calls you to humility. Not the kind that is timid and passive, but the kind that is bold enough to be still. The kind that says, I don't need to win this argument because I'm already victorious in God's hands. The kind that says, I don't need to show off because I know who I am when no one is watching. That kind of humility breaks chains. That kind of humility silences the enemy. That kind of humility invites God to fight for you in ways you never imagined. You cannot build a life of peace on a foundation of pride. You cannot build a future with God if your heart is consumed by the desire to be right, to be seen, to be praised. Let it go. Let the need to explain yourself die. Let the desire for approval be buried. God will not share His glory with your ego. And the more you cling to the opinions of people, the further you drift from the truth of God. But the moment you release it, the moment you say, God, you alone are my validation, that is when you begin to rise. Not in the world's eyes, but in God's divine favor. People may look at your silence and mistake it for weakness. They may interpret your humility as submission to them. Let them, because you are not serving people's perceptions. You are walking in alignment with a higher purpose. You are obeying God even when it costs you your pride. And obedience to God will always cost you something. But what you lose in ego, you gain in clarity. What you lose in attention, you gain in peace. What you lose in applause, you gain in purpose. Because God does not waste the faithfulness of the humble. He stores it. He honors it. He multiplies it. There will come a day when all the silent sacrifices will speak. There will come a time when your hidden prayers will bloom in public favor. But you must trust the timing. You must trust the silence. You must trust the God who sees it all. Every battle you chose not to fight, every insult you endured, every tear you cried in surrender, every moment you kept your mouth closed while your heart was breaking, He saw it. He recorded it, and He will repay it. Not with fleeting applause, but with eternal reward. Not with temporary praise, but with lasting peace. Stay focused, because what God has for you requires more than a good appearance. It requires a clean heart. It requires a pure motive. It requires a quiet spirit that knows when to speak and when to stay silent. And many will not understand your silence. They will mock your stillness. They will question your humility. But their misunderstanding is not your responsibility. You do not owe anyone an explanation for the path God has placed you on. Let them question. Let them walk away. Let them misjudge. You keep walking. You keep building. You keep growing in the silence, in the stillness, in the sacred space where only you and God dwell. Do not envy those who rise quickly. Do not compare yourself to those who build on shallow ground. What God is doing in you is deeper. It's slower. It's quieter. But it is stronger. He is building something in you that will last not for a moment, but for a lifetime. And that requires deep work. That requires patience. That requires a humility so strong that even when people overlook you, you remain faithful. Even when your name is not mentioned, you remain consistent. Because your reward does not come from men. It comes from God alone. When you choose humility, you step into alignment with the very nature of your Creator. God resists the proud, but He draws near to the humble. He lifts the lowly. He blesses the one who does not exalt themselves. And in a world that's obsessed with image, you must become obsessed with integrity. In a world that rewards performance, you must pursue authenticity. This walk with God is not about being impressive, it's about being surrendered. It's not about being popular, it's about being faithful. And if you can be faithful in silence, faithful in obscurity, faithful in humility, then you are ready to carry what God is preparing for you. There is a weight to what God is building in your life. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be microwaved, and it certainly cannot be built on pride. Lay your ego down. Lay your need for applause down. Lay your desire to respond to every voice down. And focus. Focus on what God is doing in you. Focus on who He is shaping you to become. Focus on the healing. Focus on the discipline. Focus on the refinement. Because that work, though hidden, though quiet, though painful at times, is the work that produces true strength. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are in process. You are being prepared. You are being purified. And in due time, God's time, you will rise. And when you rise, it will not be because of your voice, but because of your silence. Not because of your pride, but because of your humility. Not because you forced your way in, but because God opened the door, and that is the kind of rise that lasts. That is the kind of promotion no one can take away. That is the result of a life fully surrendered to God. And now I tell you, if you desire to walk in true favor, then walk in the unseen. If you desire to carry real peace, then learn to carry it in silence. God does not anoint the loudest voice in the room, but the quietest spirit in the secret place. It is not the one who boasts of their strength, but the one who bows before the Almighty in humility, who becomes the vessel for something greater. You will never find lasting fulfillment in the eyes of people. People change, crowds shift, applause fades, but God remains. And when you are rooted in God, you are no longer shaken by human opinion. Let them say what they will. Let them mock your silence. Misunderstand your humility. Question your stillness. But you remain planted. You remain grounded. You remain focused. Because you are not walking for their praise. You are walking for God's approval. And His approval's not loud, it's steady. It's not always visible to others, but it is always powerful. It shows up in your peace, in your resilience, in your ability to endure what others crumble under. That strength comes from God, and it grows only in the garden of silence and humility. Every day you are faced with a choice. React or respond. Retaliate or retreat. Speak or be still. And your answer should always be guided by your submission to God. Not your feelings, not your emotions, not your pride. Feelings change, emotions deceive, pride destroys, but God remains. When you pause before you speak and ask, is this pleasing to God? That is the beginning of wisdom. When you choose to be still rather than to stir up chaos, that is the beginning of maturity. And when you humble yourself and say, God, you lead and I will follow, that is the beginning of favor. This world is obsessed with proving, performing, achieving, and being noticed. But God is not impressed with performance. He's drawn to purity. He's drawn to authenticity. He's drawn to the one who quietly says, even if no one sees me, I will still honor you, God. Even if no one claps for me, I will still walk with integrity. Even if no one thanks me, I will still serve with a full heart. That kind of life is not wasted. That kind of life is watched by heaven, and God rewards it. Not always immediately, not always publicly, but always perfectly. Many people want the harvest, but are unwilling to go through the hidden season of planting. They want the crown, but resist the cross of humility. But listen, what God builds in secret is always stronger than what man builds in public. A tree that grows fast and tall but has shallow roots will topple when the wind comes. But a tree that grows deep in the soil, slow, steady, grounded, can withstand every storm. You are that tree. Your roots are your humility. Your silence is your strength. And your focus is your protection. Protect it, guard it, nurture it, because your fruit will be seen in time. But your roots are what sustain you. Do not measure your life by how much noise you make. Measure it by how deeply you trust God when there is no noise at all. Do not evaluate your worth based on what others see. Evaluate it based on what God is doing in the quiet parts of your heart. That is where your future is being formed. That is where your destiny is being written. And if you truly believe that God is the one who orders your steps, then you must also believe that He has a reason for the silence, a purpose for the delay, a blessing in the stillness. God is not rushed. He is not pressured. He is not insecure. And when you walk with Him, you learn to be the same. You stop rushing the process. You stop comparing your journey. You stop needing to be the loudest in the room because you have already heard the loudest voice that matters. The voice of God saying, "Be still and know that I am God." That knowing will carry you through the seasons where others doubt you, where others leave you, where others question your worth. But you will not be shaken because your identity is not in their hands. It sits in God's. And if God has called you, no human being can cancel you. If God has hidden you, no spotlight can replace you. If God has planted you, no storm can uproot you. But He will not elevate what has not first been purified. And purification always begins in the silence. It begins when you shut the door, when you turn off the world, when you kneel in humility and say, "God, search me, change me, prepare me." That is when the real transformation begins. Not in the noise, not in the performance, but in the surrender. Do not seek revenge. Do not seek to be proven right. That is not your job. It is God's. Let Him handle the accusations. Let Him deal with the slander. Let Him manage the misunderstanding. You focus on your posture. Focus on your peace. Focus on your purpose. Because the moment you engage in every battle, you are stepping down from the platform God is trying to build in your spirit. And the platform of your life must be built on honor, on truth, on humility. Not on arguments, not on ego, not on applause. You don't need to shout your purpose. You just need to walk in it. You don't need to explain your journey. You just need to remain faithful in it. You don't need to announce your growth. You just need to keep going. Time will speak, fruit will speak, favor will speak, God will speak. And when He does, no one will be able to deny what He has done. They may not understand your silence now, but one day they will witness the reward of it. And you will not have to say a word. Your life will be the testimony. So keep walking, keep listening, keep growing. Let the pride fall off. Let the noise die down. Let the need for validation disappear. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be aligned. You're not here to dazzle. You're here to obey. You're not meant to be loud. You're called to shine with quiet faithfulness and humility. When you walk in that way, God will do what only He can do. He will lift you. He will carry you. He will surround you with favor as your shield. If you remain in that posture of humility, silence, and sacred focus, you will not miss what belongs to you. You will not miss what God has written for your life. You will not miss your appointed moment. God never forgets the one who bows low. He does not ignore the one who surrenders. He never abandons the one who quietly trusts His plan. Hold on. Stay the course. Guard your spirit. And in the appointed time, the God who sees in secret will reward you openly, abundantly, and beyond what you ever imagined. There comes a time when heaven's silence begins to carry a voice. A time when the storm that once roared is humbled by a gentle whisper. And I want you to catch it today. Not with your ears, but deep within your spirit. Because God is speaking to you right now. Words the enemy hopes you'll never hear. Truth your pain has tried to muffle. A message your circumstances have attempted to bury, but you must hear it clearly. God declares this is the end of your hardship. Not because you've earned it, not because you've achieved it, but because in His mercy He has spoken an end to your trial, for He still reigns on the throne. And nothing continues beyond the season. He ordains. The night may have dragged on, the valley may have been deep, but dawn is breaking. And the voice of God resounds over your life, declaring, enough. The affliction has finished its course. The pain has done its work. The tears have watered the ground, and now the harvest begins. For when God speaks, chains are shattered. When God declares, time responds, seasons shift, doors open, hearts heal. And today I'm not here to ask your opinion. I'm not here to beg your belief. I'm here to deliver a word from the Most High. Your suffering has an expiration date, and that date is today. Because what was sent to destroy you has only refined you. What was meant to break you is only revealed how unbreakable God made you. People may have abandoned you. Circumstances may have betrayed you. But the truth still stands. God has never left your side. He has seen every tear. He has counted every sleepless night. And He has heard every prayer you thought went unanswered. What you thought was silence was preparation. What you thought was delay was divine strategy. And now God is stepping into your life to declare the wilderness is over. This is not the end of your life. This is not your defeat. This is your moment of turning. a sacred pivot divinely appointed. God is not watching from afar. He is leaning in. He is drawing near to lift the burden that has crushed your shoulders. He is reaching into the ashes of what was and breathing new fire into your future. He is not a God of random chaos. He is the master of seasons. And the season you're stepping into is not defined by what you lost, but by what you're about to gain. Let me tell you, your pain was not in vain. The waiting was not wasted. The isolation was not empty. Every second of your suffering was known to God, and He has stored every moment like seeds waiting for rain, and the rain is coming. The drought is over. The heavens are shifting. God is about to pour out what the enemy never saw coming, and it will overflow. Too long you've lived under the shadow of fear. Too long you've questioned your worth. Too long you've walked with a limp in your spirit, pretending to be fine while breaking inside. But no more. This is not the day of defeat. This is not a funeral. This is a resurrection. God is breathing life into what looked dead. He is calling out what was buried. He is resurrecting your faith, your strength, your hope. This is not the end of the road. This is the turning point, the breaking of chains, the lifting of burdens, the beginning of something so sacred that even the pain begins to make sense. God does not allow suffering without purpose, and He never declares the end without preparing a new beginning. You may not feel ready. You may still see the mess. But that's exactly how transformation begins. God doesn't wait until you have it all together. He steps into the ruins and rebuilds from the ground up. He doesn't need your perfection. He requires your surrender. He doesn't ask for your strength. He moves in your weakness. And when you finally come to the end of yourself, that's when you begin to see the power of God move. Not because you're powerful, but because He is. He's not impressed by your efforts. He's drawn by your dependence. And right now, if you can just open your heart and believe that God is speaking this word over your life, that this is the end of your tough time, then everything is about to shift. Not because of hype, not because of emotion, but because God does not lie. When God says it's over, it's over. When God closes a chapter, no man can reopen it. When God lifts you out, no force in hell can drag you back down. You've been through the fire, but you were not consumed. You walked through the flood, but you did not drown. And now it is your time to walk into peace. The peace that surpasses understanding. The peace that doesn't make sense but settles your soul. The peace that says, I may not know what's coming, but I know who holds tomorrow. God does not change. He does not sleep. He does not forget. And He never fails. And if He has allowed you to come this far, it means He is not finished with you. There is still purpose in your bones. There is still fire in your soul. There is still a future that only God can write. You see, tough times don't mean God is absent. They mean God is preparing. And the harder the battle, the greater the breakthrough. You didn't go through all of this to come out empty. You didn't cry all those nights to remain in sorrow. God is not cruel. He is not distant. He is your refuge, your rock, your deliverer. And He's declaring over your life right now, you've suffered enough. The lessons have been learned. The strength has been forged. The faith has been purified. And now the time of lifting is here. You will rise. You will recover. You will smile again. Not because everything is perfect, but because God is faithful. And His faithfulness does not depend on your feelings. It depends on His promise. He promised never to leave you nor forsake you. He promised to be close to the brokenhearted. He promised to bind up your wounds. And if He promised it, He will perform it. Do not mistake the delay for denial. Do not confuse the silence for absence. God has been working behind the curtain, and now He is about to reveal what He's been preparing. Some of you lost relationships. Some of you lost jobs. Some of you lost peace. But God says you are not empty. You are ready. Ready for the next level. Ready for what's been hidden. Ready for what eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. Because the tough time has been a training ground. And the warrior you've become was not built on the mountaintop. It was forged in the valley. And now that valley is behind you. You will look back and not even recognize the person you were. The pain made you wiser. The waiting made you stronger. The silence made you listen. And now God is saying, Turiyat, come forth. Step into the light. Step into healing. Step into freedom. This is the hour. This is the moment. The tough time is over. Not because you escaped it, but because you conquered it. And what tried to bury you will now testify of your survival. The same people who doubted you will witness your rising. The same devil that attacked you will flee at the sight of your peace. Because God has changed your atmosphere. He has shifted the climate. And nothing can stop what He has begun. You have endured not just a trial, but a divine proving ground. This wasn't just hardship. It was heaven's shaping. You didn't just go through difficulty. You went through the fire and came out refined like gold. And what you didn't see during those long, weary nights was how God was working silently like a master craftsman behind the scenes. He was removing what couldn't go with you into your next chapter. He was pruning so that you would bear greater fruit. He was stretching your faith so that it could hold the weight of the blessings that are now approaching. You felt loss, but God saw preparation. You felt delay, but God saw development. You felt forgotten, but God never took His eyes off of you, not for a second. If only you could see what He protected you from while you were weeping. If only you could understand the storms He never let reach your shore. His silence was not neglected, was restraint. Mercy held back what your heart wasn't ready to carry. Let this truth echo in the chambers of your soul. The tough time was never about punishment. It was about positioning. God was shifting the ground beneath your feet. He was closing doors not to hurt you, but to root you. He was removing people not to isolate you, but to insulate you from what could have destroyed you. This was a divine rearrangement. And now the process is complete. The tears watered the soil. The fasting broke the chains. The prayers tore through the heavens. And now, the signal has been given. The trumpet in the Spirit has sounded. Roll. The cloud is moving. God is announcing an end to the oppression that lingered too long, to the discouragement that settled like dust, to the heaviness that clung to your chest every morning. It's lifting now, not by your might, not by your intellect, not by coincidence, but by the command of God Almighty. And hear this with fire in your soul. What's coming next is not a return to normal. It is not a recycled version of your past. What God is doing now will make sense of every unanswered question. It will silence every voice that mocked you. It will restore the years that were stolen, not just in pieces, but in overflow. God is not interested in small recovery. He is a God of complete restoration. He does not patch up the broken. He makes all things new. And when He declares the end of something, it is not a mere suggestion. It is final, absolute, and sealed in the heavens. This is your divine ship. The season of wandering is over. The season of questioning is behind you. The time of doubt is ending. Your inner storm is meeting the stillness of God's hand. Now is the moment to rise. Not in your strength, but in God's authority. Not with fear, but with fire. Stand not as a victim of your past, but as a testimony of what God can do with a surrendered soul. You were pressed, but not crushed. You were struck down, but not destroyed. And now you are rising with scars that speak louder than sermons. You are walking with a limp that reminds you of your wrestling with God, but also of your victory. You are moving forward not because life got easier, but because God got louder. His voice is calling you out of hiding, out of doubt, out of weariness, and into purpose, into peace, into provision. There is a divine urgency in this hour. This is not the time to look back. This is not the moment to second guess. You cannot return to what God has already closed. You cannot reattach what God has severed. When He says it's over, that is your cue to move forward. Don't stay camped in the wilderness when the cloud has moved. Don't remain in the grave when God has called you forth. Yes, it was painful. Yes, it was lonely. But yes, it is over. And what God is doing next requires your full trust. You must walk by faith now, not by what you see, but by what God said. And He said, the tough time is finished. Let that sink deep into your spirit. Let it become your declaration. Let it silence the voice of doubt that still lingers. When God delivers a word, it becomes the foundation of your next step. You don't need to understand how. Just believe. Who is speaking this over your life? The Creator of the universe, the one who hung the stars, carved the oceans, and knows every hair on your head. If He says your struggle is ending, then nothing, no enemy, no circumstance, no fear can undo that. It's already written in the eternal records of heaven. The shift has begun, and now your only task is to walk in it, to step forward, to believe that healing is not only possible, but promised, to understand that what once held you down will now become your stepping stone. God is not a man that He should lie. He doesn't tease His children. He doesn't raise your hopes to let you fall. If He has brought you to this point, it's because He intends to bring you through. The finish line is in sight, and it is not just the end of a chapter. It is the start of a testimony, one that will echo through generations, one that will inspire others to believe, one that will make even your enemies marvel at the favor resting upon you. You will no longer be known by your struggle. You will be known by your survival. And more than that, you will be known by your surrender to God's process. That's where the power lies. Not in pretending to be strong, but in fully depending on God. Because when God carries you out of a storm, the world takes notice. And they will ask how you made it. And your answer will not be about strategy or luck or timing. It will be this: God said it was over. Do not let the enemy convince you that just because you feel weary, you are weak. That just because the pain left a scar, you are somehow disqualified. No, scars are evidence of survival. They are proof that you were hit but not taken out. They show that while others gave up, you kept moving. that while others walked away from their faith, you held uneven, if it was with trembling hands. And now God is honoring that perseverance. He is not rewarding perfection. He is rewarding faith. And even faith the size of a mustard seed can move mountains when it is placed in the hands of the Almighty. That mountain of sorrow that sat in your chest, it's coming down. That mountain of fear that stood before your future, it's crumbling. That mountain of shame that whispered, "You'll never rise again," God is casting it into the sea. God is not limited by what limited you. He is not intimidated by your past, nor is He discouraged by your weakness. In fact, that weakness is where His strength thrives. He chooses the broken, the battered, the overlooked, and the tired, because when He lifts them up, no one can say it was human strength that did it. It becomes a testimony that draws eyes back to the heavens and says, "Surely this was the hand of God." And now He is about to do something in your life that will leave no room for doubt. What He is about to release over your life will shut the mouth of every critic, every voice that question whether you'd make it out. He is preparing to do exceedingly abundantly above all you can ask or imagine or not in the next life. But here now in this present moment, you're not waiting for hope to find you anymore. Hope is standing at your door knocking. Open your heart and let it in. Because hope is not a fantasy. It's a force. And when God fills your life with it, everything changes. The colors return to your days. The heaviness lifts. You begin to dream again, breathe again, believe again. But this time, your belief is not naive. It is not easily shaken. It has been tested in fire. It has endured the crushing weight of sorrow. It has stood face to face with despair and declared, "God is still good." And that kind of faith is unstoppable. That kind of faith shakes the foundations of hell. That kind of faith is what pulls you out of the dark and into the dawn. Understand this: your tough time was not random. It was a sacred divine appointment in the school of endurance. God wasn't punishing you. He was preparing you. Preparing you to carry more peace. Preparing you to speak with more authority. Preparing you to help others out of the very pit He pulled you from. He has entrusted you with experience, not just for yourself, but for someone else's deliverance. Because when you come out of this, and you will, you won't just be free, you'll be equipped, Mo. You'll have eyes that can see suffering and hands ready to lift. You'll carry wisdom wrapped in compassion. And your very presence will be proof that tough times don't last, but people anchored in God do. There are seasons where God hides you, not to reject you, but to protect what He's building in you. He had to take you out of certain places, not because you didn't belong, but because the environment was contaminating your growth. He had to cut off relationships, not because you were unlovable, but because the attachments were draining your spirit. You didn't lose those things. You were preserved. He separated you so that He could sanctify you, because what He's about to release in your life required space. And God will not pour new oil into old wineskins. This is a new day, a new measure, a new assignment. And the old can't go with you. So now you must make peace with what didn't work out. Forgive what you cannot understand. Release what you can no longer carry. The season has shifted. What you carry now is too heavy to drag old burdens with you. God is saying, let it go, lay it down. The battle is no longer yours, it's mine. That anxiety you've been wearing like armor, take it all. That self-doubt you've allowed to guide your decisions, tear it down. That guilt that keeps resurrecting your past, bury it for good. God is not calling the version of you that lived in survival mode. He's calling the version that is ready to live again. The one that knows peace can bloom even after pain. That knows restoration is not a fantasy, but a birthright in the presence of God. Listen closely now. Not with your ears, but with your spirit. You can almost feel it. The wind is changing. The air is lighter. The weight on your shoulders is starting to lift. That is the sound of divine movement. That is the breath of heaven signaling the end of your season of struggle. It won't always be like this. And for you right now, it no longer is like this. The line has been drawn in the spirit. The darkness has reached its limit. God has set the boundary and declared no more. No more torment. No more confusion. No more spiritual drought. The dry place is being flooded. The barren land is about to bloom. The time of mourning is being exchanged for dancing. And where there was once lack, there will be overflow. You may not see the full picture yet, but trust this. God never begins a work He does not intend to finish. He never starts writing a story only to leave it half-fold. Your life is still under divine construction, and the beauty that is about to emerge will not come from worldly success, but from spiritual transformation. You are about to see why the pain had to be permitted, why the delay was essential, why the doors had to stay shut. Because had they opened too soon, they would have swallowed you. But now you've been fortified. Now you've been matured. Now you're not just walking. You're walking in divine alignment. And that, my friend, is the power of God. He not only ends tough times, He transforms them. He doesn't just pull you out, He raises you up. He sets your feet on solid ground and puts a new song in your mouth. You thought it was over, but God was just getting started. And this next chapter is not about recovering what you lost. It's about discovering what you never even imagined. It's about stepping into the fullness of a life lived under the shadow of the Almighty. Not striving, but surrendering. Not worrying, but worshiping. Not fearing, but flourishing. There is a sacred stillness that follows every storm, and you are standing in it now. Not because the winds simply grew tired, but because God commanded them to cease. Do you understand what that means? It means the same power that governs galaxies just intervened in your life. The same force that keeps the sun burning and oceans restrained has stepped into your chaos and drawn the line. He said, "This far and no further." The turmoil that has worn you thin, the weight that's made it hard to breathe, it is lifting now because God has spoken. And when God speaks, the universe must respond. When God declares the end of your tough time, every demonic scheme, every spiritual opposition, every delay that once stood firm must bow to His authority. This is not a fragile hope. This is not a dream you're trying to convince yourself to believe in. This is divine certainty. You are not here by coincidence. You are not hearing these words by accident. God ordained this moment before the foundation of the world because He knew you'd reach the edge. He knew you'd be moments from giving up. He knew your soul would cry silently in the night, "How much longer, God?" And right at that breaking point, He scheduled a divine intervention. You didn't find this message. This message found you. It came like a trumpet in the wilderness, like water in a dry place. Because God refuses to let you quit in the valley when He's prepared a mountain for you to climb. He is not just watching your struggle, He is stepping into it. And when He steps in, everything shifts. Not just the obvious things, even the unseen, the unnoticed, the inner wars no one else knows. You fight. Those are being silenced now because the battle wasn't always outside of you. The toughest war has been inside your own soul. You've smiled when you were crumbling. You've prayed through clenched teeth. You've battled fear with shaking hands. You kept moving forward not because fear was absent, but because something within you refused to bow to the darkness. That something was the Spirit of God sustaining you, lifting you, and fighting unseen battles on your behalf. Now comes the reward. Not a reward men can offer, but one only God can bestow. Peace that isn't tied to outcomes. Joy that asks for no explanation. Strength that rises in quiet moments. God is moving you into supernatural provision. Where you once toiled, now you will encounter favor. Where doors were locked, they will now swing wide. Not because of merit, but because of endurance. For when others chose the easy way, you stayed in the fire and trusted God to bring you through. And He never forgot. He never passed you by. He witnessed it all. The long nights, the silent tears, the quiet courage. And now He is honoring it with a holy release. What God is doing in your life now is not simply about comfort. It's about calling. He didn't let you survive just to rest. He let you endure so you could carry something sacred. The wisdom you gained in the wilderness will become healing for others. The insight you were given in isolation will become guidance for the broken. You are now a vessel of light, and that light wasn't lit by ease. It was forged in the dark. So don't diminish what you carry. Don't downplay the oil that flows from your life now. It is costly oil pressed from pain, refined by time, and poured out by the hand of God Himself. And you need to know this. Nothing that was stolen from you is gone for good. The God who ends tough times is the same God who restores what was lost. And when He restores, He does it with interest. He multiplies what you thought was gone forever. He gives beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, and praise for the spirit of heaviness. He doesn't just replace, He upgrades, and what's coming won't look like what you lost. It will be better, richer, deeper, because it will come with peace. And anything that cost you your peace is too expensive for this next chapter. Right now the weight is lifting, the fog is clearing. You may not feel it all at once, but don't mistake slow healing for no healing. God often works in quiet, steady movements. Mountains don't shift with a bang, they shift with a groan. And your life is groaning into alignment. The ground beneath your feet is stabilizing. The noise of the past is fading, and the voice of God is growing clearer. He's not yelling, He's whispering. Because now that the storm has passed, He can speak in soft tones again. And what is He saying? Come forth, rise up, breathe again, smile again, dream again. Walk boldly into the new season because it has already begun. Let go of the guilt that says you don't deserve it. Let go of the shame that still tries to chain you to the past. Let go of the self-doubt that argues with your destiny. God has already judged you worthy not by your works, but by your endurance. He looked at your pain and saw perseverance. He saw faith, and faith moves mountains. Faith breaks chains. Faith opens heavens. You are not weak for feeling weary. You are mighty for not giving up. And now God is rewarding that tenacity with transformation, not just of your situation, but of your identity. You're not just someone who went through a storm. You are someone who emerged from it, clothed in strength, anointed by the struggle, and appointed for greater things. The pain you endured was not for nothing. The weight you carried wasn't wasted. God is too intentional to let your suffering be in vain. He is the master builder, and every brick of hardship was laid with precision. Every tear you cried was counted. Every night you spent staring at the ceiling, begging for answers, was heard. And now He's answering not with explanations, but with restoration, because when God answers, He doesn't always explain what He was doing. He shows you why it had to be done. You're about to walk into answers that don't come in words, but in wonders. You're about to live the reason for your season. The questions that once screamed in your soul will bow to the peace that comes when God shifts the atmosphere. You've been faithful over little, and now He is making you ruler over much, not to make you boastful, but to make you fruitful. Your survival wasn't for you alone. It was for the ones who will follow your footsteps, hoping someone can show them that the dark doesn't last forever. And you'll show them not with sermons, but with your scars, not with theory, but with the authority of experience. You've become a living message of God's mercy, a walking example that the fire may rage, but it cannot consume what God has preserved. You are not marked by what tried to kill you. You are marked by the hand that kept you alive. There were moments you almost broke, times you questioned if you had the strength to make it another day. But look at you now. You're still standing, and not by your own doing. You're standing because God held you when you were too weak to hold yourself. And now He is not just holding you. He is lifting you, elevating you, pushing you into the purpose that was buried beneath all the chaos. He's bringing it to the surface, now like treasure rising from the depth. And when God reveals purpose, no enemy can bury it again. No opposition can steal what He ordained. What you are walking into is not open for negotiation. It is sealed by divine decree. There is a spiritual momentum building in your favor. You may not feel it in the natural yet, but something is shifting in the unseen. God doesn't wait for perfect circumstances to move. He speaks things into existence long before you see the evidence. And today He is speaking acceleration over your life. You've crawled long enough. You've wept long enough. Now comes the season of swift progress, divine alignment, unexpected blessings. The people who rejected you will watch as you rise. The doors that were once locked will open without explanation. Opportunities you didn't chase will chase you. Not because you manipulated anything, but because you trusted everything to God. This is the power of surrender. It invites the supernatural, so it allows God to write the story without interruption. And when He writes with fire. He writes with favor. He writes in ways that man cannot erase. What He is about to release over your life won't require you to compete. You won't need to strive for it, beg for it, or prove yourself worthy. You just need to receive it. It's coming because He promised it. It's arriving because He ordained it. And it's yours because He called you by name when no one else saw your value. When others walked past you, when life overlooked you, when friends turned away, God was calling you His. And when God claims you, everything connected to you must come under His order. That means no more disorder in your spirit, no more confusion in your mind, no more chaos in your emotions. Peace is claiming your atmosphere. Clarity is flooding your path. Assurance is being planted where doubt once grew. And don't be surprised when things that once brought you fear no longer have power over you. God is rewiring your reaction. He's renewing your mind. The old triggers are losing their grip. The past is losing its sting. You won't be manipulated by memories anymore. You won't be tormented by what-ifs. The tough time no longer defines you. God has declared a new identity over you. Victorious, chosen, secure. Some people around you may not understand the shift. They knew you by your struggle. They identified you by your battles. But God is changing your name in the Spirit. No longer burdened, no longer forgotten, no longer broken. He is calling you redeemed, strengthened, restored. And when God names you, that name carries authority. It carries protection. It carries destiny. The labels that life stuck on you are falling off like dust. The words others spoke over you are being reversed in the courts of heaven. The curses are breaking. The cycles are ending. The generational patterns that tried to repeat themselves through you are being interrupted by the power of God's hand. This is your reset, a holy reset. God is not just delivering you. He is delivering your bloodline. He is cutting off what plagued your family for years. He is stopping the repetition of pain. You are the interruption. You are the shift. You are the proof that when God steps in, nothing stays the same. Your future will not mirror your past. The trauma stops with you. The limitation ends with you. The fear dies here. And from this day forward, a new legacy begins. One built not on survival, but on supernatural strength. One fueled not by fear, but by faith. And now as the dust settles and the fire of affliction fades behind you, you must understand this. You are stepping into a holy moment, divine, crossing over. The wilderness is behind you. The silence, the struggle, the shadows, they are no longer your portion. God is drawing a clear line in your life. A line that marks the end of confusion and the beginning of clarity. A line between who you were in the fire and who you are in the aftermath of deliverance. This isn't just about being rescued. It's about being revealed, because the fire did more than test you to uncover you. It burned away what was false. It stripped off what was weak, and what remains is pure, refined, ready. You've been made new, and what God restores, He reassigns. You are not returning to where you were. You are rising into who you were always meant to be. God has built a foundation beneath your pawn you couldn't see while you were weeping, but one that's been holding you steady all along. That foundation is faith. Not the shallow kind that shouts on the mountain but falls apart in the valley. No, this is deep faith, gritty faith, weathered faith, the kind that can't be shaken because it was born in the storm. And now that faith is about to produce fruit. God didn't just preserve you to survive. He preserved you so that through you others would find hope. There is a purpose to this recovery, a mission on the other side of this miracle. He didn't bring you out to hide you. He brought you out to shine through you. You are no longer hidden. Heaven is calling you visible. You are no longer overlooked. God is putting a spotlight on what He's done in your life, not so you can boast in yourself, but so you can boast in Him alone. What's next will require boldness. Not arrogance, but holy boldness. The kind that comes from knowing God is the one who opened the door. And if He opened it, no man can shut it. You don't need to explain this season to those who weren't with you in the last one. You don't need validation from voices that didn't encourage you when you were down. God is your validation. His presence is your approval. His favor is your evidence. So walk forward not with hesitation, but with holy confidence. The same God who brought you out is going ahead of you now. And every step you take in obedience is a declaration that your tough time is over, and your time of overflow has begun. And don't be surprised when restoration comes from places you never expected. Don't limit how God moves. What you lost in years, He can return in moments. What you thought was gone forever, He can resurrect with a single word. He is not bound by human timelines. He does not operate on earthly logic. One touch from God can shift decades of damage. One decision in the Spirit can reverse a lifetime of pain. And that is what He is doing right now. You may not see the full picture, but you can sense it. You feel the atmosphere around you starting to change. You feel the weight on your shoulders beginning to lift. That's the sound of breakthrough. That's the sound of chains falling. That's the sound of heaven leaning in with favor. This is the season where you will not have to chase what God has already assigned to you. You don't have to strive for what is already yours. You simply need to stand. Stand in truth. Stand in obedience. Stand in faith. The tough time may have taught you to survive, but this new season is going to teach you to thrive. And thriving in God's presence means living without fear of the next battle, without waiting for the next disappointment. It means you begin to breathe with ease again. You laugh again, not nervously but freely. You love again, not cautiously but fully. That's what God is giving back to you. Life and life more abundantly. There is a holy wind blowing now. Can you feel it? It is carrying you forward. You are not walking alone. You are not hoping blindly. You are moving in the rhythm of God's promise. And that promise is that He will complete what He started. That He will uphold you with His hand. That He will lead you into green pastures, even if all you've known are valleys. The ground may still be wet with your tears, but flowers are blooming from the soil. Joy is rising from your sorrow. Peace is being poured into every cracked place of your spirit. God is turning mourning into dancing, not in theory, but in truth. Your life is about to sing a new song, not written by pain, but by promise. So lift up your head, straighten your spine, roll your shoulders back, and stand tall. Not because of pride, but because of confidence in the one who never failed you. If He brought you out, it's because He's not done showing off His power in your life. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are favored, chosen, called, and your assignment didn't end in the fire. It began there. This is not the end of your story. It's the start of a new volume. And every page from this point forward will be marked by evidence of God's hand. The tough time was real, but the breakthrough is even more real. It has weight, it has glory, and it has your name on it. You are walking out of the fire, not empty-handed, but carrying the spoils of victory. You're stepping out not as a victim, but as a vessel. God is about to display through you what endurance produces. He's about to make a public spectacle of the enemy's failure. The very trial that was meant to take you out has become the proof that God still delivers, that He still reigns, that He still lifts the lowly and exalts the humble. Your life will be a banner that shouts to the world, God still speaks, God still heals, God still answers prayer. You've been quiet long enough. Now it's time to testify, not with mere words, but with the undeniable evidence of a life transformed. And now, as you stand at the threshold of a divine turning point, let this truth settle deep within your spirit. God has declared the end of your tough time, and heaven has responded. What was meant to break you has only made you bolder. What tried to silence you has only strengthened your voice. The season of suffering has fulfilled its purpose. And now, by the authority of God's Word, you are being released into restoration. This is not merely relief, it is restoration. It is not only an escape, it is an ascension. You are not stepping away empty-handed. You are stepping forward wiser, stronger, with vision sharpened and covered in grace. Glance back only to witness how far God has carried you. Lift your eyes ahead, knowing the path before you is divinely secured. The doors opening in your future are not coincidence. They are divine assignments. The peace flooding your soul is not fleeting. It is everlasting. You will no longer move in survival mode. You will walk in holy purpose. God is not only shifting your situation, He is transforming you. This is your appointed time to rise, not by your own might, but with full confidence that God has already gone before you. What once brought pain will become your testimony. What once weighed you down will feel light in the presence of the Almighty. The battle is finished. A new chapter has begun. God has declared it, and it stands firm. Listen carefully right now. A season will come when the clamor around you grows unbearable. The smiles seem endless, the words sound so kind, and the helping hands so ready that you start to assume everyone near you is on your side. But I need to speak the truth into your life today. Not everyone who stands beside you truly stands for you. Not every hand that reaches toward you intends to bless you. Not every voice that cheers is genuine. And not every presence in your circle is sent by God. Some people are positioned around you by the world. Others are placed there by God. One brings peace, the other brings only confusion. One leads to clarity, the other to chaos. Yet here is the miracle. God, in His perfect wisdom, will not let you walk blind forever. He will reveal the truth to you. He will reveal it sometimes with fire, sometimes with storms, with moments that rock your very soul to show you who truly belongs in your life. Many of you have wept, asking why someone changed, why a close one grew distant, why a trusted friend betrayed you, why the voice that once praised you now whispers behind your back. But let me tell you something divine. That shift was not an accident. That change was not a coincidence. That was God's holy hand removing the mask. God is not interested in your comfort more than He is in your protection. And when your protection requires exposure, He will allow it to come. Even if it hurts, even if it shatters you. Because God loves you too much to let you build your life on lies. He will tear down the fake so the real can stand. He will strip away the false loyalty so true loyalty can be born. And sometimes the people you fight to keep are the very ones God is trying to remove. When God wants to bless you, He sends someone. But when the enemy wants to break you, He also sends someone. And you must be so connected to God, so deeply anchored in His light that you can discern the difference. Not with your eyes, but with your spirit. Because the ones who are against you don't always show their face with anger. Sometimes they smile. Sometimes they laugh with you. Sometimes they sit right next to you in your highest moments, waiting to see you fall. But God, oh God, sees through the shadows. He sees through the acting, the pretending, the manipulation. And at the right time, not your time, not their time, but God's appointed time, He will shine a light that no darkness can hide from. You'll see conversations you weren't meant to hear. You'll catch behaviors that once were hidden. You'll witness betrayal you never imagined, not because God wants to hurt you, but because He wants to free you. And hear me, sometimes God will let you get close enough to someone just so you can see who they really are when the storm hits. Because storms don't just test your foundation, they reveal the people around you. When the rain starts, the real ones stay. The fakes look for shelter. The real ones pray with you. The fakes gossip about you. The real ones lift you up. The fakes gossip about you. The real ones lift you up. The fakes disappear until your light shines again. But by then it'll be too late for them, because God will already have revealed the truth. God will already have exposed the agenda. God will already have confirmed what you suspected but ignored. This is why you must not mourn the ones who walked away. You must not chase the ones who exited. You must not beg for the ones God removed. Because what left your life had to leave so what is real could remain. When someone is meant for your journey, God will confirm it. And when they are not, God will remove the peace. He will disturb your spirit. He will allow discomfort to push you to truth. And child of God, there is no greater peace than knowing that who stands beside you is truly for you. Not because of what you give, but because of who you are. You are not alone in this. God is not blind to your pain. God is not silent to your questions. God is working. And when He works perfectly. Every delay, every denial, every exposure is preparation for a new level of discernment, a new level of protection, and a new level of blessing. But first, God must show you who's real. There are moments when God will allow you to walk through the valley, not to punish you, but to purify the circle around you. Sometimes the valley is the testing ground, the refining fire, where truth is separated from deception, and loyalty is revealed not by what people say when things are easy, but by what they do when things get hard. And I tell you today with a voice full of urgency, God is not interested in how many friends you have, how many followers surround you, or how loud the applause gets. God is interested in alignment. God is interested in who is walking with you in spirit and in truth. Because when God gives you an assignment, when He places His power upon your life, there are people who cannot carry the weight of your calling. They may clap for your anointing, but they cannot endure the warfare that comes with it. And God, in His mercy, will not allow you to build your destiny with bricks from broken people. He will remove the ones who envy your growth. He will silence the ones who resent your peace. He will distance the ones who smile at your victories but secretly hope for your downfall. And I say to you with fire in my spirit, don't curse the separation. Praise God for it. Don't mourn the silence. Thank God for the quiet, for it's in the stillness that God speaks the loudest. You must understand, some people were only in your life to teach you who never to trust again. Some were lessons, not lifelines. Some were sent to show you how far you've come. And others, oh yes, others were sent to remind you of what you must never go back to. But because of your heart, because of your kindness, because of your loyalty, you kept letting them in again and again. And now God is stepping in, and He's saying, enough. Enough of you tolerating people who drain your soul. Enough of you explaining yourself to those who never valued your truth. Enough of you bending backward to keep people who never even stood up for you. God is done watching His child suffer in the name of false loyalty. God is done allowing your destiny to be delayed because you're too afraid to be alone. Let me tell you, being alone with God is better than being surrounded by the wrong crowd. Being alone with peace is better than being embraced by hidden hatred. And when God clears the room, it's because the next chapter cannot include characters who were never part of the plot. He knows their hearts. He hears what they say when you're not around. He sees the secret messages, the whispers, the hidden jealousy, and the passive bitterness. And while you saw a friend, God saw a distraction. While you saw support, God saw sabotage. While you saw support, God saw sabotage. While you felt loyalty, God saw leeches. And He said, "No more." Child of God, you must understand God does not play games with your purpose. He will offend your feelings to protect your future. He will allow the storm not to break you, but to cleanse the atmosphere around you. And when the dust settles, you'll look around and realize the very ones you thought you couldn't live without were the ones blocking your peace, stunting your growth, and delaying your elevation. You'll begin to thank God for every closed door, every unanswered text, every betrayal, every silence. You'll see it now, not as abandonment, but as alignment. Because when people walk out, that's not the end. That's God making space. That's God removing counterfeits so He can send the authentic. That's God pulling weeds before He sends the harvest. And hear me, when God is about to lift you, He doesn't just bless you with more. He tests the hearts of those around you. He reveals the motives. He exposes the intentions not to humiliate, but to protect. And if your spirit has been restless, if your heart has been burdened with confusion about someone in your life, if you've been second-guessing the loyalty of those closest to you, don't ignore it. That is not paranoia. That is not insecurity. That is God's discernment rising within you. Listen to it. 6, pray over it. Move with wisdom, because what God reveals, He does so for your freedom, for your safety, and for the journey ahead. What is fake cannot remain where God is about to take you. Trust the shift. Now hear me. With all the fire that burns in my soul, when God starts revealing who's real in your life, it will not always come with gentle whispers or peaceful dreams. No, sometimes the truth hits like a hammer. It shatters illusions. It disrupts comfort. It wounds the pride. Because when God lifts the veil, it's not to entertain you, it's to awaken you. And make no mistake, awakening is never soft. It is a holy disruption. It is God shaking the ground beneath your feet so that anything not rooted in truth, anything not sent by Him, anything that does not serve your divine calling falls away. Some of you have been holding on to people that God has already removed in the Spirit. You're still trying to resurrect what God has buried. You're still trying to find light in what God has already declared as darkness. But hear this now. God does not partner with confusion. God does not bless what keeps you in bondage. God does not strengthen what keeps you weak. And when He reveals, it is a call to action, a call to release, a call to align your loyalty with Him, not with people who have proven again and again that they do not honor your worth. You see, loyalty is sacred, but blind loyalty is dangerous. There comes a time when your love for others must not outweigh your obedience to God. And obedience sometimes means walking away. Sometimes it means letting go. Not in bitterness, not in revenge, but in holy surrender. Because if God had to pull someone out of your life, it means He heard conversations you didn't hear. He saw traps being set. He saw intentions that your heart in all its purity could never detect. And even though it hurts, even though your heart bleeds from the loss, you must trust that God's hand is still sovereign. He doesn't just remove, He replaces. But first He must purify. And oh, how God purifies with fire. You may go through seasons of loneliness. You may sit in rooms that feel emptier than before, but don't confuse emptiness with abandonment. God has not abandoned you. He's isolating you for clarity, for revelation, for preparation. And the people you once leaned on, the ones you thought would walk with you forever, may become strangers overnight. Don't fight it. Don't chase what God is erasing. Let them go. Let the chapter close. Let the season end, because what God is preparing for you is not casual. It's consecrated. It's set apart, and it cannot be tainted by false alliances. Let me say this loud and clear. Real people, God-approved people, they won't compete with you. They won't manipulate you. They won't drain you, distract you, or deceive you. They will recognize your value. They will protect your name in rooms you're not even in. They will honor your journey even when you stumble. They will correct you with love and pray for you in silence. They don't need to be loud, flashy, or constant. They just need to be consistent, truthful, and God-sent. And until they arrive, walk with God alone. It's better to walk with truth in solitude than with deception in company. Because when you align with God fully, He aligns the people in your life accordingly. He filters, He sifts, He removes, He replaces, and He does it all with divine timing. So if the phone stopped ringing, if the invite stopped coming, if the love turned cold, don't panic. That's not rejection. That's redirection. That's God preserving you for the next level. And let me assure you, what's coming requires faith. It requires purity. It requires that only those who can handle your truth, your growth, your blessings, and your battles walk with you. And when they come, when God sends the real ones, you won't have to question it. Peace will surround the connection. Confirmation will follow the bond. No, there will be no striving, no chasing, no forcing, only flowing. Because when it's from God, it flows. So wipe your tears, straighten your shoulders, and lift your head. What you lost wasn't your foundation. It was just scaffolding. Temporary support for a season that has now passed. God is building something eternal in you. And the real ones, those who are destined to stand with you, will not just witness your rise, they will help carry the weight of your calling. There is a sacred reason why God allows exposure to come before elevation. Because if He elevated you with the wrong people by your side, your blessing would become your downfall. If He lifted you while you were still surrounded by hidden enemies, by those who clapped with one hand and cursed with the other, your peace would crumble, your progress would stall, and your purpose would be poisoned. So God, in His infinite mercy, begins the process of revealing. And this revelation doesn't always come through thunder or fire. Sometimes it comes through the quiet, through the sudden changes, through the disappointments that seem to come out of nowhere. One day you're laughing with someone, the next they're gone. One moment you're being praised, the next you're being falsely accused. But child of God, hear me. God is not in the business of confusion. He is in the business of clarity. What He allows to fall apart, He does so with purpose. What He allows to break off, He does so for protection. You may not understand it while it's happening. Your heart may wrestle with confusion. You may question yourself, replay conversations, blame your kindness. But the truth is, it's not about what you did wrong. It's about what God is making right. God is not just concerned with your comfort. He is focused on your calling. And when your calling becomes threatened by counterfeit connections, He steps in. He does not ask your permission. He does not consult your emotions because your destiny is too valuable to gamble with. He would rather see you cry now than see you crush later. And yes, you will cry. You will grieve what felt real. You will mourn the loss of those who once felt irreplaceable. But in time, you will see it was necessary. The betrayal was necessary. The silence was necessary. The distance was necessary. Because without it, you would have continued walking with blindfolds on, tethered to people who secretly hoped you would never rise above them. But God knows your worth even when others don't. He knows your heart, your effort, your sincerity, and He refuses to let you pour all of that into empty vessels. So He lets the cracks show. He lets the masks slip. He lets the truth surface. And yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it's painful. But it's also holy because there is no growth without separation. There is no next level without letting go. Some of you are on the verge of your breakthrough, and yet you feel like you're being broken. That's not punishment. That's preparation. You're being pruned so you can produce more. You're being refined so you can carry more. You're being emptied so God can fill you with what's pure. So don't curse the breaking. Don't fight the isolation. Don't resist the change. Embrace it. Because in this sacred season, God is teaching you something priceless. How to trust His revelation over your own understanding. You don't need to figure out who's real. You just need to stay close to God and He will show you. And when He shows you, believe it. Stop making excuses for people God has exposed. Stop repainting red flags just because your heart is attached. You cannot move forward with chains wrapped around your ankles. You cannot soar with dead weight tied to your spirit. And make no mistake, emotional weight is the heaviest kind. It will suffocate your clarity. It will drain your energy. It will sabotage your joy. That's why God is stripping it. That's why God is shaking everything around you. Because He's removing what doesn't belong. Now, He's tearing down what you've built out of fear, out of loneliness, out of pressure. And He's building something that will last. Something that is grounded in truth, in peace, in divine alignment. So I tell you, when people walk away, let them. When hearts grow cold, release them. When silence comes, don't chase noise. Learn to be still. Learn to sit in the silence and listen not to your emotions, but to the whisper of God. Because in that whisper, He will guide you. He will comfort you, and He will surround you. Not with many, but with the few who are real. The few who are chosen, the few who are sent not just to be around you, but to walk beside you in truth, in loyalty, and in purpose. Some of you listening right now are in the middle of that sacred exposure. You're watching the ones you trusted the most begin to reveal cracks in their character. You're witnessing inconsistencies, feeling unspoken tension, sensing something is off, and you don't know whether to confront it, ignore it, or walk away. But let me tell you what is happening. God is placing a spiritual mirror in front of every relationship in your life, and He is asking you this question. Is this helping you walk closer to me, or is it silently pulling you away? Because real doesn't always mean loud. Real doesn't always mean available. Real doesn't even mean agreeable. Real means aligned with what God is doing in your life. And if someone's presence in your life is stalling your peace, disturbing your focus, or planting doubt in your spirit, then it's not from God. The truth is, God is not obligated to maintain connections that threaten your destiny. You may feel loyal to the bond, but God is loyal to your purpose. And when the two begin to conflict, He will always choose your purpose. That's why it hurts. That's why it confuses you, because your heart is still clinging to what God is cutting away. But let me say this clearly. When God reveals who someone is, believe Him the first time. You don't need 5 more confirmations. You don't need a sign written in the sky. The unease in your spirit, the lack of peace, the patterns you keep ignoring, those are all divine alerts. And when you ignore them, you delay your healing. You delay your elevation. You delay the new doors God is trying to open. Because God cannot bless the version of you that continues to entertain what He's already declared is over. There is a sacred cost to disobedience. And sometimes the cost is another cycle of heartbreak, another delay in purpose, another year wasted in confusion. But child of God, you don't have to stay there. You can choose clarity. You can choose peace. You can choose alignment, because God is not the author of chaos. If the relationship brings nothing but confusion, God is not in it. If the friendship constantly drains your joy, God did not assign it. If the alliance keeps pulling you away from truth, it was never divine. And when God shows you this, He is inviting you not into pain, but into freedom. Because true freedom is not just about deliverance from enemies, it's about deliverance from attachments. And that right there is the breakthrough many people never receive. They get out of bad situations but stay connected emotionally to people who were never real, and so they walk free in body but enslaved in heart. But God wants all of you. He doesn't want just your hands lifted in praise. He wants your discernment sharpened. He wants your boundaries fortified. He wants your wisdom elevated, because the next season of your life requires more than talent. It requires clarity. You must know who is for you and who is simply using you, who is walking with you and who is walking beside you just to see if you fail. And I say this with urgency. Do not confuse proximity with loyalty. Just because someone is close doesn't mean they care. Just because they know your secrets doesn't mean they protect your spirit. Real ones don't need access to everything because they respect the sacred. They don't just hear your struggles, they pray over them. They don't just show up when you shine, they stand when you're silent. They don't compete with your calling, they celebrate your favor. And until God brings those kinds of people into your life, don't settle for company that only loves you in comfort, but abandons you in conflict. If they only love the version of you that pleases them, it's not love, it's control. And when God begins to break those chains, let Him. Because what's coming to your life will require purity of connection. God is going to send people who align with your spirit. They will be few, but they will be powerful. They will be quiet, but they will be steady. And they will not pull you from God. They will push you toward Him. That is how you will know. The real ones carry peace, not confusion, truth, not flattery, purpose, not pretense. and God will make sure you see it clearly. There is something holy that happens when God clears the room. At first, it feels like loss. It feels like heartbreak, like rejection, like the ground has been pulled from under you. But what you must understand is that God never removes without replacing. And when He replaces, He doesn't just give you people. He gives you pillars. He gives you those who will hold up your arms when you're weary, not just take from you when you're strong. He gives you truth tellers, not flatterers. He gives you people who know how to pray with you in silence, not just praise you in public. But before those pillars arrive, He must tear down the old walls. Walls that were built with weak bricks laid by those who smiled at you, but never truly stood with you. And sometimes the process hurts because God isn't only revealing others, He's uncovering your own pattern of putting up with too much. He's pointing out the parts of you that kept making excuses for people you should have released long ago. He's showing how your hunger for love made you overlook warning signs. And this isn't to condemn you, it's to mature you. Because when God exposes who truly belongs in your life, He's not just trimming your circle. He's sharpening your discernment. He's elevating your spiritual sight. He's teaching you to see people through His perspective. Not through the filter of longing, but through the filter of truth. Some people still linger in your life only because you haven't faced the truth. Deep down, you know they drain your strength. You know they talk about you when you're not there. You know they only appear when it serves them. And yet, you continue to open the door. But let this be the moment you close it. Let this be the season you choose peace over pity. Let this be the time you walk in the confidence that says, if God revealed it, I believe it. You cannot keep asking God for elevation while refusing to let go of dead weight. You cannot keep praying for peace while clinging to people who bring confusion. And you cannot move into the promise while holding hands with the ones God exposed as poison. There comes a moment when obedience becomes your breakthrough. Not another prayer, not another confirmation, but obedience. When you finally say, God, I trust you enough to walk away, that's when the shift happens. That's when the chains fall. That's when God begins to open doors no one can shut. Because now He knows He can trust you, not just with blessings, but with boundaries. Some of you have spent your life bleeding for people who would not even hand you a bandage. You have spent your energy trying to prove your worth to those who only ever saw you as a tool. But the days of performing for love are over. God is calling you into freedom, and freedom starts with truth. You don't need a crowd to be validated. You don't need approval to feel chosen. You don't need to be understood to walk in purpose. You need God. And when God becomes your source, you no longer chase validation. You rest in revelation. You no longer beg for loyalty. You wait for what's sent, and God will send it. Oh, He will send it. He will send real people, real friends, real supporters, real voices who carry His presence, not just opinions. And when they come, you will know. There will be no striving, no guessing, no pretending, just peace, just truth, just confirmation. But you must make room. You must be willing to unclutter your life from what God never said. And I promise you, when you do, you will not be left empty. You will be filled with something pure, deeper, stronger than anything you've ever had before. Because what God has for you is real. And before he releases it, he's making sure you can recognize it. You see, God is not in a hurry like we are. We want answers now. We want clarity now. We want to see who's real and who's not. The moment we sense something is wrong, but God is strategic. God is intentional. He doesn't just remove people quickly. He lets time expose them. He lets circumstances reveal hearts. He allows seasons to shift just enough that what was hidden under comfort now begins to rise to the surface. He waits until the moment when you're strong enough to see, wise enough to understand, and brave enough to walk away. Because truth without strength is dangerous. If God showed you the full truth while your heart was still too weak to let go, you'd fall into despair. So He strengthens you first. He lets you go through moments of confusion, not to punish you, but to prepare you for the day of clarity. And when that day comes, the mask falls. The true intentions become visible. The energy changes. The tone shifts. What used to feel easy begins to feel heavy. What once brought peace now stirs anxiety. And this is the part many people miss, because when that shift happens, they don't want to accept it. They remember the good times. They replay the memories. They talk themselves into staying. But God is not revealing these things for your memories. He's revealing them for your future. And when the future calls, you cannot answer with yesterday's company. You cannot carry an old mindset into a new miracle. You cannot reach destiny dragging along what was meant to be temporary. Some people were only assigned to your preparation, not your promise. They were meant to walk with you through the wilderness, but they were never destined to cross into the land God has prepared. And if you don't let them go, you'll find yourself circling the same mountain again and again, wondering why you're stuck, why you're drained, why the door hasn't opened. It's because you're carrying more than what God asked you to carry. And God cannot release what's next until you release what's now. That's why He's showing you. That's why the pressure is rising. That's why the discomfort won't go away. It's not the enemy. It's not just bad luck. It's God speaking through silence, through disconnection, through spiritual unease. He's pulling you out of the familiar, into the faithful, out of comfort zones, into covenant places. But you must decide, are you going to follow the voice of God or the voice of your fear? Are you going to trust His exposure or cling to your expectations? Because what God reveals is not always what we wanted to see, but it's what we needed to see. And if you ignore it, if you keep welcoming what God is trying to release, the pain will multiply. Not because God is cruel, but because disobedience always comes with a price. There are moments when God is whispering, "Let it go." And every day you delay, the heaviness in your spirit increases. But when you obey, when you surrender, the friendship, the relationship, the environment, the influence, suddenly the weight lifts. Suddenly your mind is clear. Suddenly your peace returns. That's the power of obedience. That's the evidence of truth. God does not reveal to destroy your heart. He reveals to deliver your soul. He wants you free, not partially, not temporarily, but completely. And true freedom only comes when the truth is accepted, not ignored. So if the mask has fallen, if the signs are clear, if the peace is gone, don't second guess it. Don't delay your healing for the sake of keeping the peace. Because fake peace is not real peace. Real peace doesn't require you to pretend. Real peace doesn't make you question your worth. Real peace doesn't demand your silence to keep others comfortable. God is calling you to real truth, real clarity, real people, and when they enter your life, you'll wonder why you ever tolerated anything less. But until then, walk alone if you must. Stand alone if you must, because walking with God alone is far safer than walking with many in deception. There's a sacred power that rises in a soul that has learned to walk alone with God. Not lonely, but set apart. Not empty, but full of clarity. Because when God removes what's fake, He doesn't just want you to see the truth. He wants you to be transformed by it. He wants you to become someone who no longer settles, no longer compromises, no longer allows access to hearts that never had good intentions. This is the hour where God is separating the weed from the weeds. Not just in the world, but in your inner circle. And if you've been feeling distant from certain people, don't force the connection. If the conversations feel hollow, if the energy feels off, if the loyalty feels fake, trust that. That's God's protection speaking to your spirit. And He speaks not through chaos, but through unease. You know it already. You've seen the signs, but you kept telling yourself they'd change. You kept hoping they'd understand. But let me speak this plainly. God doesn't call you to babysit dysfunction. God doesn't assign you to rescue those who refuse to grow. He may use you to speak truth, but it is not your burden to carry dead weight. If the relationship only survives when you shrink yourself, that's not love. That's bondage, and God is not in it. That's why He's shaking it. That's why you're restless, because God is removing what's not rooted in Him. And when He does, He's not just pulling people out of your life, He's pulling you out of their grip. He's freeing your mind. He's cutting the soul ties. He's protecting your purpose, because your destiny is sacred. Your peace is valuable. Your calling is too high for low vibration alliances. And when God reveals who's real, it's because your next assignment cannot afford false energy. You don't need those who cheer for your downfall behind closed doors. You don't need those who cheer for your downfall behind closed doors. You don't need those who mimic your voice but poison your name. You don't need those who tolerate you in private but envy you in silence. What you need, what God will send, are people who pray when you don't have strength to speak. People who check on you when there's nothing to gain. People who protect your absence with the same honor as your presence. But before they come, God must first cleanse your space. He must remove the distractions. He must close the doors you keep reopening. And you must stop romanticizing what God has already removed His hand from. Stop telling yourself the history justifies the connection. Stop thinking loyalty means tolerating dishonor. Let me tell you, real loyalty has a backbone. It tells the truth. It stands in love, not manipulation. It walks with you, not ahead of you or behind you, but beside you, even in the fire. And if someone cannot handle the fire God is using to refine you, they're not meant to carry the glory that comes after. So don't apologize for growing. Don't apologize for elevating. Don't apologize for choosing peace. You owe no one an explanation for what God has shown you. Your discernment is not up for debate. When God shows you the truth, your responsibility is obedience, not negotiation. You are not crazy. You are not too sensitive. You are not imagining it. You are spiritually awake. And when you're awake, you cannot pretend to sleep. So if the connection has gone cold, if the words have become shallow, if the presence feels heavy, it's time to let go. Not in bitterness, not in pride, but in wisdom. Because letting go is not always a loss. Sometimes it is the beginning of something greater, something purer, something more aligned with the divine plan for your life. And the moment you release what's false, God begins to release what's real. He begins to surround you with voices that don't just echo you, but refine you. Hearts that don't just like you, but love you in truth. Souls that don't just watch you rise, but help you carry the weight of the crown God is placing on your life. And oh, what a peace it is to be surrounded by what's real. There is a turning point in every chosen one's life when God stops allowing the noise and begins demanding the silence. And it's in that silence, that sacred separation, that God does His deepest work, not just in your surroundings, but within you. You see, the moment you finally accept what God has revealed, something begins to shift in your spirit. You stop begging for closure from people who were never capable of giving it. You stop waiting for apologies that were never sincere to begin with. You stop needing the approval of those who never saw your value. And you begin to live differently. You begin to walk with a posture of peace that cannot be faked. You begin to carry yourself with dignity that does not depend on who affirms you. You begin to protect your space, guard your energy, and value your time, not out of pride, but out of wisdom. Because when God opens your eyes, you can no longer live blind. And that new vision, spiritual sharp God breathed, makes you see everything clearly. You begin to recognize manipulation without them even speaking. You discern dishonor before it takes root. You sense deception in places that used to feel familiar. That's not you changing for the worse. That's God maturing your discernment. He's teaching you how to walk in truth without needing everyone's company. Because, let's be honest, some of you have stayed in circles that no longer fit who you're becoming. You've outgrown the conversations. You've outgrown the gossip. You've outgrown the patterns, the cycles, the mindsets that once felt normal. And now you feel it, that aching discomfort when you're around people who speak one way but live another. That deep knowing when someone's presence feels more like pressure than peace. That's not arrogance, that's alignment. God is realigning you. He's pulling your spirit into a new atmosphere. He's shifting your soul into a higher place. And not everyone is allowed to come. You must accept this. Elevation requires separation. God doesn't elevate with baggage still attached. If it doesn't fit the new season, He will shake it loose. And if you try to hold on, you'll feel it. You'll feel the weight, the warfare, the resistance, because God will not let you walk into the promise with polluted hands. He is purifying your circle. He is purging your relationships. And this time, He's not asking you, He's commanding you to let go. Not because He wants you alone forever, but because He wants you ready. Ready for the right people. Ready for the next assignment. Ready for the real ones who will not dilute your anointing, but defend your calling. But you cannot meet them while entertaining those who mock your growth. You cannot receive new oil while clinging to broken vessels. You cannot hold what's divine while chasing what's draining. Let them go. Let the silence come. Let the room be empty, because what God fills it with next will shock you. He's about to surround you with people who see you without needing explanation, who pray for you without being asked, who support you without conditions. But until then, Honor the exposure. Honor the closing doors. Honor the discernment that won't let you rest in places that no longer carry God's presence. You're not crazy. You're being called higher. And the higher you go, the more quiet it gets. But that's where God speaks the clearest. That's where peace floods in like a river. That's where purpose wakes up and chains fall off. But you must go alone first. You must let Him show you what's real, who's real, and why He had to remove what He did. And when it all makes sense, and it will, you'll drop to your knees, not in sorrow, but in praise. Because what you thought was loss was actually God's protection. What you thought was rejection was actually redirection, and what you thought would break you was the very thing that brought you closer to the truth that changes everything. God will always show you who's real. And when He does, it's your job to believe Him. And now you stand at the edge of a new season, one shaped not by what others have done to you, but by what God is doing in you. You have seen things you cannot unsee. You have felt shifts that you can no longer deny. And though your heart may still ache from the weight of exposure, your soul is lighter than ever. Because what God has lifted off of you, oh, it was never meant to stay. Those connections that faded, they were never real. Those voices that once praised you but now ignore you, they were never sent by God. The silence, the distance, the rejection, it was never about your lack of worth. It was about the abundance of your calling, and now you're beginning to see it. God didn't let them stay because they couldn't handle the next version of you. The healed you, the focused you, the called and consecrated you. You are not who you used to be. And that's a miracle. You're no longer seeking validation from empty wells. You're no longer giving explanations to people who never valued your voice. You're no longer stretching yourself thin to be understood by those who never cared to listen. Because now you understand not everyone was supposed to come. Not everyone was assigned to your future. Not everyone was built for the altitude God is lifting you to. And that's okay. You are not less for walking alone. You are not broken because they left. You are not cursed because the door closed. You are covered. You are protected. You are chosen. And what God removes, He removes with holy intention. Every disappointment you endured, He saw it. Every betrayal that broke you, He witnessed it. Every tear you cried when no one was watching, He caught it, and He did not forget. He used it. He turned it into fuel. He turned it into wisdom. He turned it into fire in your bones, so that now when you speak with power. Now when you move with authority. Now when you love from discernment, not desperation. This is the shift. This is the awakening. This is the moment when everything changes. Not because the world got better, but because your eyes opened. You now know who you are. You now know what peace feels like. You now know what real love looks like. It looks like consistency, not convenience. It looks like truth, not performance. It looks like presence, not pressure. And God, yes, God is the author of all that is real. He is not the God of masks. He is not the God of hidden motives. He is not the God of manipulation. He is the God of light, the God who exposes every shadow. And in His light there is no shadow that can remain hidden. So the next time someone shows you who they are, believe it the first time. And when God pulls back the curtain, don't close it again. Don't argue with the truth. Don't trade discernment for nostalgia. Don't let loneliness drag you back into bondage. You're free now, and freedom comes with a new walk, a new sound, a new circle, a new fire. Let them call you cold. Let them call you distant. Let them say you've changed, because yes, you have. You've changed into who God always intended you to be. You have become someone who refuses to settle for less, someone who no longer begs, someone who will not tolerate anything that wounds your spirit. Now you walk with God in honesty. And that honesty will keep you safe. That honesty will lift you up. That truth will steer you. That truth will steer you. And from this moment on, whatever comes, whoever leaves, whoever stays, you will know. You will see it plainly. You will feel it immediately, because your eyes are no longer on people. Your gaze is fixed on God. And when your eyes are fixed on God, you will no longer need to worry about who is genuine, because He will reveal them. And what He reveals, He does with divine precision, with everlasting love, and with perfect protection. And when He reveals it, it will not only change how you see others, it will forever transform how you see yourself. Every soul reaches a point on its journey where the road seems blocked, the light grows faint, and the heart feels crushed under the weight of yet another disappointment. Some of you right now know exactly what that moment feels like. You've poured out your strength. You've prayed, wept, and waited, yet the answer has not appeared. The door still hasn't opened. The healing hasn't shown up. The breakthrough feels like it belongs to another lifetime. But listen closely. This is not the finish line. This is not the last chapter. This is the setup for the miracle. For when your strength runs dry, God's power flows in. When people insist there is no way, God speaks, "Watch me make a way." The world may urge you to quit. Voices around you may whisper it's already too late. Your own mind may battle with doubt, fear, and confusion. But your life is not meant to be guided by human verdicts. You are called to trust in the Almighty, the one who splits seas wide open, who draws water from stone, who breathes life into dry bones. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. God sees you. God hears you. And God will make a way where there seems to be none. Miracles are not myths. They are not ancient stories reserved for the past. Miracles are real. They are alive. They are happening right now. The very breath you're taking is a miracle. The fact that you're still standing after all you've been through is proof that God is not done with you. There is a reason you didn't break. There is a reason you're still here. God is preparing something far greater than you imagined. But He's calling you to believe, not just casually, not just weakly, but to believe with a fire in your soul, with a steadfast spirit that refuses to let go of the promise. There's something holy about holding on when everyone else lets go. There's something powerful about believing when it looks impossible, because that's when God steps in. That's when the impossible becomes possible. That's when the Red Sea parts. That's when the chains break. That's when the walls fall down without a touch. It is not your job to figure out how God will do it. It is only your job to believe that He will. Your miracle does not depend on your resources. It does not depend on your education, your connections, your status, or your strength. It depends on your God. And He is the master of miracles. He is the waymaker. He opens doors that no man can shut. He lifts the humble and shatters the proud. He brings justice for the oppressed and raises the bowed down. He has never failed, and He will not fail you. Maybe you've been walking through a desert, spiritually dry, emotionally drained. Maybe the silence has lasted so long that you've begun to wonder if God is even listening. Let me tell you something. The silence does not mean absence. The delay does not mean denial. God is not ignoring you. He is working in the unseen. He is setting things in motion behind the curtain. The stage is being prepared for something that only God can do. When it happens, it won't make sense. It won't be explainable by logic. People will look at you and say, "How did this happen?" And your only answer will be, "God made a way," because that's what He does. He brings rivers into wastelands. He turns mourning into dancing. He lifts up the broken and gives strength to the weary. He is not limited by what limits you. He is not restricted by what restricts you. He is sovereign, eternal, and mighty beyond measure. But He's looking for a heart that believes. He's searching for a soul that will say, "I trust you even when I can't trace you. I believe even when I don't see the evidence yet." That kind of faith moves mountains. That kind of faith makes the impossible bow to the possible. That kind of faith brings heaven's power into your life. There are moments in life when everything will try to convince you to give up. Your emotions will scream that it's over. Your circumstances will shout that it's too late. But if you listen closely, not with your ears, but with your spirit, you will hear the whisper of God saying, "I'm still here. I'm still working. I will make a way." Don't limit God to your understanding. What He has planned for you is greater than what you can imagine. His ways are not your ways, and His timing is not your timing. You may feel delayed, but you are not denied. You may feel forgotten, but you are deeply remembered in the heart of God. He has written your name in the palm of His hand. He knows your story from beginning to end. And He is writing a chapter of glory that no one can erase. Your situation may seem lifeless, but God breathes life into dead places. Your future may look closed, but God is the God of open doors. Don't you dare give up now. Don't let go of hope. You are closer to your miracle than you realize. That pain you feel is not the end. It's the pressure before the breakthrough. The shaking you sense is not your destruction. It's the sign that chains are being broken and strongholds are coming down. There is a divine strategy unfolding in your life. Even if you don't see it yet, there is purpose in the waiting, power in the pain, and promise in the pressure. God is refining you. He's not punishing you. He's preparing you. He's building your character, strengthening your spirit, and getting you ready to carry what He's about to release in your life. So believe. Believe in the impossible. Believe when others mock you. Believe when you don't feel strong. Believe through tears. Believe through the storms. Believe because you know who your God is. He is faithful. He is just. He is powerful. And He will not abandon you in the wilderness. He will lead you out with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. There's someone listening right now who's been told it's too late. You've been told the diagnosis is final. You've been told your best years are behind you. You've been told the damage is too deep to be restored. But they don't know your God. They don't know the God who restores what was lost, who redeems what was stolen, who revives what was dead. Don't let their words carry more weight than God's truth. Don't let fear shout louder than your faith. You were not created to live in defeat. You were not born to stay stuck. You were formed with purpose, destined with greatness, and chosen by the Almighty to reflect His glory. So rise up in faith, Shake off the dust. Lift your head. Your miracle is coming. Not because you deserve it, but because God is good. Because God is good. Because God is good. Because God is merciful. Because God loves to take the broken and make them whole. You may be at the end of your rope, but you are not at the end of your hope. God has a final word, and it is not failure. It is not loss. It is not despair. His final word is victory. His final word is restoration. His final word is breakthrough. So walk like it's already done. Praise like the chains are already broken. Speak like the way has already been made. Because when you act in faith, you align yourself with the power of God. You are not weak. You are being strengthened. You are not abandoned. You are being pursued by divine grace. The path may not be visible yet, but trust that the steps are being laid one by one. The same God who made a path through the sea will make a path through your storm. The same God who rained manna from heaven will supply your every need. The same God who delivered from the fire will walk with you through the flames. And when He brings you through it, and He will bring you through it, don't forget who did it. Don't forget the nights you cried and the moments you almost quit. Don't forget the faith it took to stand. And when you stand on the other side of the miracle with tears running down your face and joy overflowing in your soul, you'll look back and say, it was God. It was always God. And now I speak to the ones who are worn out, not in body alone, but in spirit. You've held on for so long. You've waited through so many nights, and yet you feel the weight of silence. But hear me with all the power and truth my soul can deliver. Just because you haven't seen the miracle yet doesn't mean it's not already in motion. Sometimes God delays what we desire to deepen what we need. Sometimes the waiting room is the preparation room. And God in His perfect wisdom holds back the blessing until your hands are strong enough to carry it and your heart is ready to honor it. When the sun hides behind the clouds, it does not mean it has stopped shining. And when God seems silent, it does not mean He has stopped working. His delay is not His denial. His silence is not His absence. His timing is not bound to your clock. He is above time, beyond logic, and infinitely wiser than we can ever understand. What you call a setback may be God's way of shifting you into position. What you see as rejection may be divine protection. The problem is too many people give up 5 minutes before the miracle arrives, and they let the pressure speak louder than the promise. They let the fear drown out the faith. But you must be different. You must stand in the fire and say, even if I see no sign, even if I see no sign, even if I hear no sound, I still believe God will make a way. That unwavering conviction becomes a magnet for the power of God. That unshakable trust becomes the doorway through which the miraculous flows. God does not operate according to popular opinion. He is not moved by statistics or limited by impossibilities. What is impossible for man is simple for God. He doesn't need approval to open a door. He doesn't require permission to change your life. When He commands, the earth obeys. When He decrees, no force in the universe can resist. If He says you will rise, nothing can hold you down. If He says the storm will pass, the winds must cease. Let your heart absorb this truth. God is not trying to figure it out. He already has the answer. Before you face the problem, God had already written the solution. Before you cried the first tear, He had already scheduled the joy. Your miracle is not a question of if, it's a matter of when. And the when is tied to your belief, your trust, your endurance. Those who wait on God are never wasting time. They are being renewed, refined, and ready for the greater glory to come. So lift your spirit with this assurance. God is a deliverer. God is a restorer. God is a waymaker. He lifts up those who are bowed low. He crowns the faithful with strength. He exalts the one who kneels in surrender. And He will take your tears and turn them into testimony. He will take your pain and make it a platform. What looked like the end will become the launching pad for a new beginning. You see, miracles are not always loud. They don't always come wrapped in lightning and thunder. Sometimes they arrive in the stillness, in the quiet turn of events, in the moment when you thought nothing was changing. And suddenly the way is made. Suddenly the opportunity appears. Suddenly the answer comes. And not by your might, not by your power, but by the hand of God alone. It's time to speak to the mountain, not about the mountain. Too many are busy describing the problem instead of declaring the power of God. Speak life into your future. Speak favor into your situation. Speak hope into your circumstances. Say it with boldness. God will make a way for me. Not because you've earned it, not because you've figured it out, but because He is faithful, because He is merciful, because He is merciful, because He honors those who believe. You may be in a place right now where doors are slamming in your face. You may feel like every step forward pushes you 3 steps back, but the door that God opens is the only one that matters. The opportunity that God sends is the one that will lead to lasting peace. Man may delay it, people may try to block it, but when God's hand moves, no one can stop it. He doesn't just open doors, He creates doors where there were none. He doesn't just make a way, He becomes the way in the middle of your wilderness. And don't underestimate the value of the process. Don't curse the path that shaped you. The struggle may have wounded you, but it also taught you how to stand. The fire may have burned, but it purified your purpose. Sometimes the miracle is not just in what God does for you, it's in what He does in you. The greatest transformation often comes not through comfort, but through challenge. So don't run from the trial. Don't despise the delay. Let God finish what He started in you. Let Him mold you through the process so that when the promise comes, you're ready to receive it with wisdom and with gratitude. And while you're waiting, praise Him. Worship Him in the wilderness. Lift your hands even in the dark. Because when you praise in the middle of the pain, you're not just enduring, you're elevating. You're shifting the atmosphere. You're showing God that your trust is not based on what He does, but on who He is. God is not testing your ability. He's testing your belief. He already knows what He can do. He wants to know. Do you believe He can do it for you? Do you believe He can provide even when the bank says no? Do you believe He can heal even when the doctors shake their heads? Do you believe He can heal even when the doctors shake their heads? Do you believe He can raise your life from the ashes and give you beauty in place of your pain? Let me tell you, God loves to work in the impossible. He delights in showing His power when all hope seems gone. That's when the miracle shines brightest. That's when His name is glorified most. Because when there is no other explanation, no other way, no human logic that can account for the blessing, that's when you know it was God and God alone. And I tell you with fire in my soul, your moment is coming. That long-awaited breakthrough, that hidden door, that unexpected favor, it's on the horizon. But you must keep walking. You must keep believing. Don't let the enemy steal your expectation. Don't let fear rob you of your faith. Don't let the waiting turn into wavering. Your miracle is too close. Your purpose is too great. Your God is too faithful. There is a divine truth that must be etched deep into your heart. God does not need conditions to be favorable before He moves. He is not waiting on a report to change, on a person to shift, on a door to creak open just a little. No, when God decides to act, He overrides the natural with the supernatural. He speaks, and it is done. He wills it, and it stands firm. His command is final, and no resistance on earth or in the heavens can halt what He has ordained. That is the one you place your trust in. That is the one who will make a way for you no matter how hopeless it may seem. There is someone watching this right now who has been circling the same mountain for years, emotionally, financially, spiritually asking, when will this end? You have knocked and knocked, but the door has remained shut. You've prayed through tears that soaked your pillow, through whispers that never left your room. But what you must realize is that sometimes God will hold back what you asked for in order to prepare you for what you didn't know you needed. Sometimes the no is not rejection, but redirection. Sometimes the pause is not punishment, but protection. For God in His infinite wisdom sees the end from the beginning. You are not walking in circles. You are being trained in persistence. You are not being ignored. You are being refined. Each delay is stretching your faith. Each silence is deepening your roots. God is not in a hurry because what He's building in you is meant to last. He's not just trying to get you out of a problem. He's transforming you so that when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't break you. So that when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't break you. So that when the doors open, you walk through with humility and strength, not pride and weakness. Let this be clear. There is no power on earth greater than the will of God. No opposition can prevail against the decree of the Almighty. If God says it's time, then it's time. And when your appointed time comes, everything will align. The resources, the relationships, the opportunities, they will appear at just the right moment. Not early, not late, but divinely timed according to God's perfect calendar. So don't measure your progress by what you see. Don't base your faith on what others are experiencing. Your journey is unique. Your process is sacred. What God is doing in your life is tailored just for you. It may not look like success yet. It may still feel like a wilderness. But every step you take in faith is a seed planted in the soil of promise. And when the season shifts, when the clouds break, you will reap a harvest that cannot be denied. You are not alone in this walk. God walks beside you in the valley just as surely as He reigns above the mountains. He is closer than your breath, nearer than your thoughts. When the world forgets you, when friends forsake you, when even your own heart fails you, God remains. He is the steady hand in your chaos, the whisper of peace in your storm, the fire that cannot be extinguished even in the darkest night. And when your strength begins to fade, when your knees buckle beneath the pressure, when your voice trembles with doubt, that is the moment God's power becomes most evident, because you were never meant to carry the load alone. You were never meant to climb the mountain by your own might. God allows the weight so you will discover His strength. He allows the struggle so you will lean on His presence. For it is not in your ease, but in your endurance that God reveals His majesty. To those who feel forgotten, remember the seed that lies buried the longest often produces the greatest fruit. Just because no one sees your growth doesn't mean it isn't happening. God works in the soil, in the depths, in the hidden places where no spotlight shines. And when He chooses to bring you forth, the world will see what He has been cultivating in silence. Let your faith rise, not because everything makes sense, but because you trust the One who holds all things together. Let your hope be stubborn. Let your belief be loud in the face of discouragement. Speak to the future with boldness. Say it before you see it. God will make a way. Not might, not maybe. He will. Even if the facts say it's too late. Even if the doors have been closed for years. Even if your heart has grown weary from waiting, God is still able. His power does not diminish with time. His promise does not expire with delays. What He spoke into your life remains intact. His word will not return void. It will accomplish what He sent it to do. Not a single syllable will fall to the ground unfulfilled. All He asks is that you believe. And belief is not passive. It is a force. It is a force. It is a fire. True belief pushes back against fear, against doubt, against every lie that says it's over. True belief says, even now, even here, even in this, I believe God will move. And that belief, my friend, activates the power of the unseen. It invites God's hand to intervene. It welcomes the miraculous into the mess. It calls what is not as though it were. Do not let circumstances define your expectation. Let God's character define your confidence. He is not like man. He does not grow tired. He does not forget His promises. He does not tease your hope. If He said He will make a way, then He will make a way through the fire, through the flood, through the impossible. You may not understand the method, but trust the outcome. You may not see the next step, but trust the guide. You may not have the strength to carry on, but trust the sustainer. He has brought you this far, not to leave you now. He has invested too much in your journey to abandon you before the promise. So rise, not because the struggle is over, but because your God is greater than the struggle. Lift your head not because the burden is gone, but because the one who carries it with you is mighty and merciful. Stand in faith, not because you feel strong, but because God's strength is made perfect in your weakness. You have cried long enough. You have questioned long enough. Now it is time to believe again. Believe not in your own ability, but in the unstoppable, undefeatable, all-powerful force of God's will. Believe that His hand is on your life, that His plan is unfolding, that His promise is alive. Even if you see no signs yet, keep walking, keep hoping, keep speaking faith into the atmosphere, because at the appointed time, your miracle will not be delayed. And when it comes, it will come swiftly. It will come with clarity. It will come in such a way that everyone around you will say, "Surely God has done this." You won't have to explain. You won't have to prove. The fruit of your faith will be your witness. The power of God will speak louder than anything your words ever could. So many walk through life burdened, bowed low by fear, anxiety, and the crushing weight of unanswered questions. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why does it feel like God is silent? Why is the way still closed? But hear me now with the fullness of conviction. The silence of God is not the absence of God. His stillness is not neglect. It is precision. When God chooses to delay, it is never without purpose. His pauses are strategic. They are divine interludes designed not to frustrate you, but to prepare you for the very thing you've been praying for. You must understand this. Before every miracle, there is a testing. Before every breakthrough, there is a moment of uncertainty. Before the way is made, there is often a wall. But what separates those who witness the power of God from those who miss it is not luck, not chance, not human effort. It is the refusal to stop believing. It is the decision to hold on to faith when everything in the natural tells you to let go. There will be seasons where God strips away the noise, the comforts, the crutches you once leaned on, not to leave you empty, but to remind you of what truly sustains you, Him alone. He will lead you into a place where only His voice can guide you, where only His hand can provide, where only His power can bring you through. That is not punishment. That is intimacy. That is the place where faith is not just an idea, but a fire that burns through every doubt and lights the way in the dark. Listen carefully. The miracle you're waiting for is not just about the result. It's about the revelation. It's not just about what God will do for you, but what God is doing in you. He is forming a strength in your spirit, a clarity in your mind, and a resilience in your heart that no storm will be able to shake. When you believe in the miracle, when you refuse to bow to fear, when you keep walking even with tears in your eyes, you declare with your life that your God is bigger than the mountain in front of you. And make no mistake, God will reward that faith. God never overlooks endurance. He hears the quietest prayer whispered in the stillness of midnight when no one else knows. He remembers the heart that chooses to worship, even when circumstances give no reason to sing. That kind of faith ascends to heaven. That kind of trust echoes into eternity. That is the faith that moves the very hand of God. Stop focusing on the height of the mountain before you. Fix your eyes on the greatness of your God. Do not enlarge your problems. Lift up the one who commands storms to be still. Do not drown in what you cannot control. Rest in what God is able to accomplish. He is not far away or indifferent. He is not letting you suffer without direction. He is weaving every detail into His perfect plan. Even the pain, even the setbacks, even the betrayals. He is weaving it all into a tapestry of triumph. And when the moment comes when God steps in, everything will change in an instant. That is the power of divine intervention. It is sudden. It is undeniable. It is overwhelming in its beauty and timing. And when it happens, you won't be able to take credit for it. No one else will either. It will be so clear that only God could have done it. That is how God moves so that all glory returns to Him. But until that moment, your assignment is simple yet powerful. Believe. Keep the door of your heart open. Keep the oil of your hope burning. Speak with confidence even when your voice shakes. Walk with expectation even when the path is unclear. Speak what you believe, not what you see. Because your words create atmosphere. Your faith shifts the unseen, and your hope invites the power of the Almighty into the middle of your storm. And don't fall into the trap of comparing your timing with someone else's blessing. Don't allow the enemy to whisper lies that God has forgotten you just because others are stepping into their harvest. Every person has their own season. Every soul walks its own journey. What God has planned for you is specifically tailored for your life, your calling, your destiny. He is not late. He is aligning every detail to match the promise He whispered into your spirit long ago. So stay planted, stay faithful, stay grounded in the truth that God is not finished with you. Even if it feels like the pages have stopped turning, even if the story seems stalled, God is still writing. And what's ahead is far greater than what's behind. What's coming will be worth every sleepless night, every prayer you thought went unheard, every tear that fell in secret. Not one of them was wasted. God bottles your tears. He hears your cries, and He moves with compassion toward those who call upon Him in truth. And yes, the enemy will try to distract you, and he will use fear to blur your vision. He will use discouragement to paralyze your faith. He will whisper that it's pointless, that you're forgotten, that you've missed your moment. But he is a liar, and you must speak back with truth. You must declare, God is still on the throne. God still has a plan. God is not finished with me. God will not abandon the work of His hands. He does not leave His people in the wilderness. He leads them through. He does not close doors without preparing new ones. He does not prune without producing greater fruit. Every divine delay has a divine purpose. And the way that God is preparing for you, though you may not see it yet, is filled with favor, peace, restoration, and abundance. Let your confidence be in who God is, not in how things appear. Stand in reverence, not in panic. Walk in patience, not in pressure. For God is not just the God of the outcome. He is the God of the process. And every step you take, every trial you face, every moment you endure with faith is drawing you closer to the promise that awaits. You are not invisible to the Most High. Your voice echoes in His courts. Your name is known in the heavens. And what He has spoken over you, what He has declared into the very fabric of your existence, will come to pass. He is not a man that He should lie. His word is sure. His will is unstoppable. His timing is perfect. And when the miracle comes, it will not be late. It will not be small. It will not be ordinary. It will be exactly what you need in a way only God could design. There is a truth the world has forgotten. But you must remember, when you walk with God, you are never walking toward defeat. You are walking through it. You may face walls. You may face waves. You may face weapons formed against you, but they will not prosper. They cannot prosper. Because the presence of God in your life is not symbolic. It is power. It is not theory. It is fire. You are not relying on empty hope. You are relying on the one who created the stars and hung them in their place. The one who said, "Be," and it was. That same voice still speaks. That same power still moves. And He has set His hand upon your life. And even when you don't feel it, even when the ground beneath you shakes and the sky seems closed, God is still moving. Just because you can't see the root doesn't mean the tree isn't growing. Just because you can't hear the answer doesn't mean the command hasn't already gone forth. You must stop judging your progress by your senses. Faith is not built on what you can measure, and it is built on what you believe. It is the inner fire that declares, my circumstances are not my destiny. My situation is not my sentence. My God has the final say. There are moments in life when you will be called to walk through doors that haven't even been built yet. Doors that exist only in the unseen, waiting to be formed by the command of God. And when others laugh at your faith, when they question your vision, when they doubt your path, you stand firm and speak with confidence. I walk not by what I see, but by what I know, and I know that God is making a way. That is the kind of faith that moves mountains. That is the kind of belief that makes the impossible bow to the will of the Almighty. You must understand, God does not need anything outside Himself to bring your miracle to pass. He is not waiting for conditions to become ideal. He does not consult with your enemies, your family, or your history before blessing you. When He says yes, no one can say no. And if He closes a door, it is not to harm you. It is to protect you from what was never meant for you. His no is as holy as His yes. His delay is as merciful as His breakthrough. Do not be disheartened when others seem to rise while you wait. Do not envy those who seem to run while you can barely crawl. Their timeline is not your truth. Their pace is not your promise. You are not late. You are not behind. You are on God's schedule. And His timing is never rushed, never reactive. It is perfect, purposeful, and precise. When He blesses, it will not be a drop. It will be a downpour. Not a portion, but an overflow. Not a survival, but a testimony. God does not build with speed. He builds with substance. And while you feel hidden, He is developing your roots. While you feel delayed, He is increasing your capacity. You are not waiting in vain. You are being prepared to receive something so divine, so glorious, so heavy with meaning, that it requires a stronger version of you to carry it. That's why the waiting hurts. That's why the process feels endless. Because what is coming is greater than what you can currently handle. And here is something even deeper. Sometimes God withholds the visible miracle to preserve the eternal lesson. Because if He gave it too soon, you might forget the journey. If He released it too easily, you might overlook His hand. But when you've been through the fire, when you've walked through the flood, when you've survived what others didn't, then you'll know without a shadow of a doubt that it was God, only God. Let your spirit rest in this unshakable truth. You are not fighting for a miracle. You are walking toward the one that is already written into your destiny. It's not up for negotiation. Well, it's not dependent on man's permission. Well, it's already signed and sealed by the will of God. And when the time is right, it will manifest not because of your strength, but because of God's sovereignty. And while you wait, protect your thoughts. Guard your mouth. Speak only what aligns with faith. The words you speak shape the atmosphere around you. If you speak defeat, you empower fear. If you speak doubt, you invite delay. But if you speak the truth of God, if you declare life where there is death, healing where there is pain, breakthrough where there is bondage, you become a vessel for divine power. Your voice becomes a trumpet of victory, echoing the sound of trust in the face of impossibility. And I tell you again with all the authority of conviction, God has not forgotten you. The battle has not disqualified you. The silence has not erased your name from His plan. In fact, you are closer now than you've ever been. Closer to the open door. Closer to the moment when everything will shift. And when it does, it will happen so fast, so powerfully, that all the years of waiting will collapse into a single moment of fulfillment. And you will stand there overwhelmed not just by the miracle, but by the faithfulness of the one who brought you through. You will not just rejoice in the blessing. You will rejoice in the wisdom of the waiting. You will not just celebrate the door. You will celebrate the path that led you there, no matter how painful it was. Because you will see with clarity, you've never known that God's plan was always better. His way was always higher. His timing was always right. This is not the end. This is the proving ground. This is the sacred space where your faith is forged, your character refined, your soul anchored. And when the way is revealed, and it will be, you will walk through it not as a beggar, but as one who trusted the King of all creation. Not as a survivor, but as a conqueror. Not as one who hoped vaguely, but as one who believed fiercely. There are moments in life when all you have left is a whisper, just a flicker of strength, a fragment of hope, a quiet breath in the midst of chaos. But if that whisper is anchored in belief, if that breath is directed toward God, then it carries more power than 1,000 shouts of doubt. Because when your spirit reaches for God, even in weakness, His strength rushes in. When your faith clings to Him, even in silence, His mercy flows. When your faith clings to Him, even in silence, His mercy flows. When your heart refuses to quit, even when the world says you should, that is where miracles begin to stir. That is the sacred place where impossibility begins to bow. You must understand that God doesn't look at your circumstances the way you do. He doesn't see what's blocking you. He sees what's beyond them. He doesn't focus on what's missing. He sees what's about to arrive. While you measure your life in problems and timelines, God operates in purpose and eternity. What looks like delay to you is a setup to Him. What feels like rejection is often His redirection. And when God redirects, it's not to harm you, it's to preserve you. It's to bring you to the exact place where His power can be displayed in full. Do not let your heart be seduced by the illusion of permanence. Nothing in this world is final unless God declares it so. A closed door is not the end. A failed opportunity is not the conclusion. A broken heart is not your destiny. These are not stopping points. They are transitions. And transitions are always uncomfortable. They stretch your soul. They test your foundation. But if you hold on to God, if you keep walking, even with trembling legs, He will reveal what the struggle was preparing you for. God allows pressure not to crush you, but to uncover what's within you. Faith isn't proven in ease. It is proven in adversity. Strength doesn't rise when the wind is calm. It rises when the storm is at its fiercest. And what God is doing in your life right now is birthing something that cannot be destroyed by external conditions. He is building endurance that won't crumble when others fold. He's developing vision that can see past the smoke, past the noise, past the confusion. And some of you listening to this right now, you've been feeling overlooked. You've watched others rise while you remain hidden. You've seen doors swing open for people who barely put in the effort while yours remain sealed shut. But let me tell you the truth. The longer the preparation, the greater the impact. When God hides you, it's not because you are forgotten. It's because you are being fortified. You are being shaped into someone who can handle the weight of the blessing that's coming. Because what God is about to release in your life is not a surface level moment. It's a foundation shifting, destiny aligning breakthrough. It's not just to impress others. It's to fulfill His plan. It's not to boost your pride. It's to glorify His power. And when it comes, it will carry weight. It will carry purpose. It will change not just your life, but those around you. Because when God makes a way, it ripples beyond you. Your obedience becomes a testimony. Your endurance becomes a light. Your belief becomes a catalyst for others to believe again. And I say this with love, but with holy urgency. Stop minimizing what God can do through you. Stop letting past failures define your future. Stop allowing other people's opinions to chain your vision. God has already declared your worth. He has already authored your future. You are not an accident. You are not too late. You are not too far gone. The breath in your lungs is proof that your assignment is not complete. And if God is still writing, who are you to close the book? God does not consult your history to determine your destiny. His power is not limited by your past. He specializes in using the unlikely. He chooses the underestimated. He elevates the quiet ones because when it's all said and done, only God can get the glory. When no one believed in you but God lifted you, then it's undeniable. When every odd was against you but you rose anyway, then it's clear that it was God alone who made the way. So open your eyes not to what's going wrong, but to what is still possible. Open your ears not to the noise of the doubters, but to the whisper of God's promise. Open your heart not to fear, but to faith, because God is not done. He is still working. He is still moving. He is still moving. He is still turning dry seasons into rivers, dead ends into exits, ashes into crowns. And when it comes, when the miracle arrives, when the way is finally open, you'll see that every delay had a purpose. You'll realize that what you thought was unanswered was actually being orchestrated behind the scenes. Every tear was watering the soil. Every prayer was setting the atmosphere. Every step of obedience, even when you didn't understand, it was building a path straight to your breakthrough. And in that moment, you will weep, not out of sorrow, but out of awe. You'll say, "Now I see. Now I understand." It was never just about the miracle. It was about the journey. It was about the shaping. It was about knowing my God, not just through blessings, but through fire, through pressure, through surrender. So press on. Don't stop. Don't back down. Don't curse the process. Don't let go of the promise. God's word will not return void. His hand will not falter. His plan will not fail. The way is being made, not by your might, not by your logic, not by your connections, but by the power of the Almighty. Believe again, hope again, pray again, walk again, even if it's slow, even if it hurts, even if you can't see the outcome. Walk, speak, trust, because God will make a way. And when He does, nothing will be the same. Not your heart, not your story, not your future. For when the Creator of all opens a door, it stays open. No man can shut what God has chosen to release. Stand in that promise. Cling to that fire and know your miracle is not far. It's closer than it's ever been. And it's coming. Not because you are worthy, but because God is faithful. Always faithful, forever faithful, eternally faithful. And He is making a way for you right now. So now, as you stand at the edge of all you've been through with the weight of waiting heavy and the questions still echoing in your soul, let this truth burn like a fire within you. God will make a way, not might, not maybe, not maybe. What He has promised, He will fulfill. What He has spoken over your life, He will bring to pass. The delays did not cancel it. The setbacks did not erase it. The silence did not silence Him. His plan is still intact. His hand is still over you. And the way, though you cannot see it yet, is already being carved through the wilderness. Do not let the storm around you shake your soul. Stand firm in who God is. He is not a spectator watching from afar. He is the one writing your victory. He knows exactly where you stand. He understands every need in your heart. And the next chapter of your story is already in His hands. Your part is simple. Believe with courage. Believe without wavering. Believe with loyalty. Trust that God will do what no one else can. So lift your face again. Dry the tears. Take the next step forward. Speak hope. Declare victory. Expect the impossible. Because God is already working in your favor, and your miracle is drawing near. And when it arrives, when the path opens, when the answer comes rushing in, when the door bursts wide, you will stand amazed, realizing it was never about your effort, not your wisdom, not your network. It was God, only God, forever God. Hold fast to faith. The God of miracles will open the way before you. There are moments in every believer's journey, moments that feel like heaven has gone quiet, when everything is still and you begin to wonder if God hears your prayers. Have you ever stood on the edge of something that seemed too overwhelming to carry, too mysterious to explain, yet too sacred to turn away from? That space, my friend, is where God begins His work. It is the holy threshold where He prepares to open a door. But God never flings a door wide without giving notice. He is not a God of chaos. When He is about to transform your life, when He is about to shift the very atmosphere, when He is ready to release favor and blessings long held back, He sends signals. And these signals are never weak or hidden. They are bold. They are unsettling. They stir your spirit awake, and they demand your attention. You cannot overlook them unless your heart has grown dull or distracted. God begins to move right in the middle of your discomfort. He begins to shake the ground beneath you. The very people you once depended on start to drift away. The places you once felt safe in begin to feel tight and suffocating. You try to settle where you are, but something in your spirit refuses to be still. That restlessness you feel is not a mistake. It's a sign that the current place is too small for the next blessing God is about to release. God will not allow you to be comfortable in a place He is calling you to leave. That unease is not from the world. It's from the throne of God. He's awakening you. He's preparing you. He's about to open a door, but He wants to make sure you're ready to walk through it with the strength, faith, and clarity required to carry the weight of the next season. And when God is about to open a door, you will start to feel isolated. Yes, isolation is a sign God will separate you before He elevates you. You might wonder why people no longer call, why invitations stop coming, why familiar voices go silent. But it's not rejection, it's redirection. God removes the noise so you can hear His voice more clearly. Sometimes the greatest promotion begins with divine separation. God doesn't need a crowd to bless you. He doesn't need applause to validate you. He needs your full attention, your surrendered will, and your trust in Him alone. That silence you hear is sacred. It's the space where God whispers secrets about your future. It's the quiet before the storm of blessing. But oh, that silence can feel like abandonment if you don't understand the sign. When the crowd disappears and the room feels empty, lift your eyes to heaven and know that God is getting ready to fill your life with something greater. Do not confuse isolation with punishment. It is protection. It is preparation. You see, God cannot open a new door while you are still clinging to the comfort of the old hallway. He must strip away what no longer serves you. He must prune you like a wise gardener so that you can bear much fruit in the season to come. The branches He removes are not always dead. Some were just not destined to grow with you. Let them go. If they walk away while you are still waiting, thank God. If they misunderstand your calling, bless God. If they speak against you in your stillness, praise God. Because when God is about to open a door, He clears the path. And sometimes that clearing looks like people leaving, doors shutting, and plans failing. But it's not the end. It's the beginning of a divine shift. You will also begin to feel an urgency in your spirit, an unshakable fire that burns not from your emotions, but from the very breath of God. You will wake up with ideas that don't make sense, You'll begin to dream again. You will see visions of things far beyond your reach, and yet they will not leave you. You'll try to silence them, dismiss them, ignore them, but they will come back stronger. That's because when God is about to open a door, He begins to ignite purpose within you. He doesn't show you the full picture. He gives you glimpses just enough to awaken your faith. That holy discomfort you feel in your spirit is not your imagination. It is the voice of God stirring your soul. God does not awaken you for nothing. He does not give you vision without intention. If the vision keeps coming, it's a sign. If the fire won't die, it's a sign. If your soul is being pulled to do something greater, it's a sign. God is about to unlock a new level of your destiny. But here's the truth. The door will only open when you are aligned with His timing. So do not rush. Do not force it. Trust that the urgency is not calling you to move ahead of God, but to prepare your heart, your mind, your faith, and your obedience. He's about to call your name. He's about to reveal why you had to wait, why you had to endure, why the road was so long and lonely. The door is closer than you think, but the fire in your soul, that deep yearning, is one of the loudest signs that God is almost ready to open it. Stay alert. Keep your oil full. Keep your spirit tuned in. For when the door opens, it will be sudden, and you must be ready. When God is about to open a door, He will often disturb your environment. You'll begin to notice that things you once enjoyed no longer satisfy you. The friendships that once fueled you now feel forced. The places you used to find comfort and begin to irritate your soul. This is not a coincidence. It's a divine disruption. God is shifting your atmosphere to prepare you for a new realm. He's tearing away your attachments to the temporary so you can embrace the eternal. The very ground beneath your feet may start to feel unstable, but this shaking is not to destroy you, it's to awaken you. You may begin to face opposition from unexpected places. People you trusted may turn cold, and systems that used to work may suddenly fail. But don't panic. This chaos is not a curse. It is a sign that God is breaking old patterns and opening new pathways. He is removing anything that could sabotage your next season. When your foundation feels like it's crumbling, remember this: God often breaks the soil before He plants the seed. That breaking is sacred. It's painful, yes, but it's proof that something new is about to be birthed. So if you feel the ground shaking, do not retreat. Stand still. If you see doors slamming shut, do not cry. Lift your hand, for behind every closed door is the echo of a new one unlocking. God is not ignoring your prayers. He's aligning your surroundings. And sometimes that alignment requires a holy disruption. You may not understand the why in the moment, but one day you'll look back and thank God for every storm, every silence, every setback, because each one pushed you closer to the doorway He was preparing for you. You see, God does not need your comfort to bless you. He needs your obedience, your faith, and your surrender. So if it feels like the world around you is falling apart, take heart. It may be the very moment God is building a future you cannot yet see. He's not punishing you. He's positioning you. Another sign that God is preparing to open a door is the sudden rise in spiritual warfare. The enemy does not waste time attacking empty vessels. He targets those who are carrying something valuable. If you are facing unusual resistance, unexplained weariness, dreams that disturb your peace, or sudden waves of anxiety and fear, do not dismiss them. These are not random. They are indicators that the spiritual realm has taken notice of what God is about to release in your life. The forces of darkness always try to block the entrance before the door swings open. But hear this loud and clear. No weapon formed against you will prosper, not because of your strength, but because God is your defender. When God places His hand upon you, no force in the universe can cancel your calling. But you must be aware. You must remain vigilant. When the attacks intensify, when the battles increase, it is not time to faint. It is time to fight with your faith. God has already equipped you for this moment. The trial is not a sign of abandonment. It's a sign of advancement. Just before the breakthrough, the pressure will mount. Just before the elevation, the enemy will try to suffocate your courage, but you must hold the line. The increase in warfare is simply confirmation that the door is near, and God never allows you to enter a new place without preparing your spirit to withstand what comes with it. That spiritual battle you're in, it's the birth canal of your next level. You're not losing, you're transitioning. You're not breaking down, you're breaking through. God is proving to you that the anointing on your life is real, that His plan for you is not fiction, and that your endurance has a reward. So do not be afraid of the warfare. Let it remind you that heaven is backing you and hell is trembling, because the door is about to open and nothing can stop what God has ordained. When God is about to open a door, He begins to awaken your discernment. Suddenly, your spirit becomes sensitive to things you once ignored. You begin to see through people's words, to feel their intentions, to sense when something is off, even if everyone else is comfortable. God sharpens your inner voice, not so you can become judgmental, but so you can become wise. This sharpening is a sign that He's preparing to trust you with more. You cannot walk through divine doors with a dull spirit. You cannot handle higher responsibility with blind trust. So God begins to train your eyes and your ears. He trains your spirit to detect distractions wrapped in good intentions. Not every opportunity is from Him. Not every open door is divine. Some doors are traps in disguise. So before He opens the one that is truly yours, God will teach you to wait, to listen, to observe. He will teach you how to say no without guilt and yes with clarity. When you begin to lose interest in things that once excited you, when you find yourself turning away from shallow conversations and meaningless pursuits, that's not boredom. It's spiritual maturity. God is detaching your spirit from the counterfeit so you won't miss the authentic. He is calling you to walk with eyes wide open and a heart anchored in Him. If you are feeling unusually quiet lately, if your desire to be seen, heard, or validated has faded, it is not depression, it's preparation. God is pulling you inward to align you with what's coming outward. And when the door opens, your discernment will be your weapon, your compass, and your shield. Do not despise the season of spiritual awakening. Do not fear the loss of interest in worldly things. This is the sacred space where God tunes your spirit to His frequency. And once you learn His voice, you'll never again be deceived by noise. That door you're waiting for requires a spirit that can hear even when the world is loud, a soul that moves when God whispers, and a heart that obeys without delay. He's preparing you in silence so that when the moment comes, you'll step through with confidence, not confusion. And when God is about to open a door, He begins to increase your capacity. What once overwhelmed you becomes manageable. What once intimidated you now challenges you to grow. You will begin to notice that your tolerance for negativity decreases. You no longer entertain gossip, fear, or the opinions of those who lack vision. That's because your spirit is expanding. God is enlarging your capacity to carry more, to endure more, to believe for more. This expansion doesn't always come with applause. It often comes with pressure. You will feel stretched beyond what you thought you could handle. You may find yourself managing more responsibility than before, handling more trials than usual, and standing in spaces you once felt unqualified for. That's not an accident. It's divine stretching. God is proving to you that you are stronger than your past, wiser than your mistakes, and more capable than your fears suggest. Every test, every burden, every challenge is a tool in God's hand to prepare you for the weight of the next season. The door God is about to open isn't just for blessing, it's for purpose. And purpose requires endurance. It requires stability. It requires a backbone of faith that won't collapse under pressure. So when you feel stretched, don't pray for escape. Pray for strength. When life feels like too much, remember that God never increases pressure without increasing grace. The more He is about to give you, the more He must prepare you. That increase in capacity is evidence that your time is near. The spiritual muscles being developed in this season are what will sustain you when you walk through that open door. The people who doubted you will no longer recognize you, not because you changed to fit their mold, but because God transformed you to fit His purpose. You are not who you used to be. You are becoming who God intended you to be all along. And when that door swings open, you will not walk in timidly. You will walk in fully equipped, divinely prepared, and spiritually refined. Not by your own doing, but by the hand of God, who molded you in secret for a purpose that could only be revealed in time. When God is about to open a door, you will start to feel drawn to deeper places of prayer, not out of obligation, but out of necessity. Your soul begins to crave stillness. You'll find yourself turning off distractions, avoiding meaningless conversations, and seeking moments alone, not for escape, but to commune with the one who holds your future. This desire to be alone with God is not your doing, it's a sign. It's how God begins to separate you from noise, so you can hear instructions that are not meant for the crowd. There are some doors that only open through private revelation. God knows that in the next season, you cannot depend on others to carry your spirit. You must be anchored in Him alone. Another undeniable sign that God is about to open a door is the rise of divine connections. Relationships that don't make sense in the natural, but are orchestrated with perfect timing and purpose. These aren't casual friendships or surface-level acquaintances. These are God-sent people who speak to your purpose, not your past. They challenge your thinking, stretch your vision, and confirm what you've only dared to whisper in prayer. When God is ready to transition you into a new season, He rarely does it without sending someone ahead of you to guide the way or beside you to walk with you. This is not about popularity. It's about purpose alignment. You may be introduced to someone in a moment that feels random, but your spirit will recognize that it's not a coincidence. It's a divine arrangement. God will place in your path people who see the version of you that you haven't even stepped into yet. They won't be impressed by your title, your status, or your appearance. They'll be drawn to the anointing on your life. And that's how you'll know it's a divine connection. These individuals will not drain you. They will water you. They won't compete with you. They'll complete the assignment God has placed in your life. And as they come into your life, they'll often confirm what God has already been whispering to your spirit. It will feel like they've read your thoughts, but in truth, they've just been listening to the same voice you've been listening to, God's voice. Be alert when these connections begin to happen. Don't dismiss people because they don't look like what you expected. Sometimes the vessel doesn't look glorious, but the message they carry is straight from God. And just as God brings divine connections, He will also begin to remove counterfeits. People who once seemed loyal will show their true colors. Relationships built on convenience will start to crumble. This is not a loss. It's a pruning. God is clearing the path for the ones He's chosen to walk with you. When this shift begins, stay grounded. Don't chase those who leave, and don't question those who arrive with peace. Every connection in this season must pass through the filter of prayer. Because when God is about to open a door, He always sends people who can walk through it with you, pray over it with you, or unlock it for you. These are not seasonal allies. They are destiny carriers. And their arrival is a prophetic sign that the door is not only near, it is ready. So He begins to draw you into divine intimacy. And in that secret place, God will pour into you ideas, strategies, warnings, and confirmations. In the silence, you will start to remember who you are. You will be reminded of things God told you years ago that you buried beneath your doubts. He will stir your memory, resurrect your passion, and reintroduce you to the person you were always meant to become. You will come out of those moments of divine encounter with a clarity that cuts through confusion. You will no longer need outside validation because the voice of God will become louder than every opinion. This hunger for prayer, for meditation, for spiritual clarity, it is a sign. Do not ignore it. The closer the door gets, the more urgent the call to the secret place becomes. That tug you feel in your heart is God saying, "Come closer, I have something to show you." And in those quiet, sacred encounters, He will equip you with the wisdom to recognize the right door and the discernment to avoid the wrong one. He will show you not only where to go, but when to move. Timing is just as holy as direction, and God will not allow you to walk into a door unprepared. So if you find yourself yearning to pray more, to be still more, to seek more, know this: the door is closed, the blessing is near, the breakthrough is around the corner. But it is your connection with God that will give you the strength to walk through and stay there. For what good is an open door if you are not spiritually prepared to handle what's on the other side? Let God prepare you in the quiet. So when the moment comes, you won't miss it because you were distracted by noise. When God is about to open a door, He will test your ability to walk by faith, not by sight. In this sacred space between the promise and its fulfillment, God often chooses to withhold visible evidence, not to frustrate you, but to stretch your trust in Him. You may find yourself in a season where nothing around you looks like what God has spoken over your life. The terrain seems barren. Your efforts seem fruitless. And every step forward feels like a battle. Yet within your spirit, there is a quiet assurance that something greater is coming. This tension is not a contradiction. It is a divine setup. God is building in you the kind of faith that does not collapse under silence. He's training your heart to believe even when your eyes see nothing. You must understand that God does not measure your readiness by how loud your praise is in the light, but by how steady your trust remains in the dark. If you are in a place where it feels like heaven has gone quiet, rejoice, because God often speaks the loudest in silence. He wants you to trust His presence. Even when He withholds the plan, that door you're waiting for, it may not appear with flashing signs or trumpets. It may come quietly, unexpectedly, wrapped in obedience. You may be required to move before the full picture is clear, but that's where real faith lives, in the space where logic ends and trust begins. And God honors that kind of faith. He rewards those who hold on when others let go. He elevates those who build altars of praise in valleys of uncertainty. The door you're praying for may not open because of how hard you work, but because of how deeply you believe. And make no mistake, God sees every act of obedience. Every time you chose faith over fear, every moment you praised Him when there was no visible reason. These are the sacrifices that trigger open doors. Not the strength of your hands, but the strength of your heart. So if your environment looks empty, if the silence feels heavy, if the way seems hidden, take courage. These are not signs of delay. They are confirmations that God is near. And when He opens the door, it will be clear that it was not your plan, not your strategy, but your faith in Him that made the way. Another sign that God is preparing to open a door is the deep, sometimes painful realization that you can no longer live beneath your calling. There will come a day when the version of yourself that settled, that compromised, that made peace with mediocrity can no longer survive. It will feel like something inside you is breaking. But what's really happening is that your spirit is rising. God will allow you to feel the discomfort of smallness. So you finally step into the fullness of who He created you to be. You'll begin to see your excuses for what they are, lies that kept you comfortable. The habits you once clung to will start to repulse you. The limitations you accepted will feel like chains you must break. And the fear you once obeyed will begin to lose its grip. This is the internal war that often precedes divine elevation. God stirs up a holy discontent within you. He makes you restless not because you are ungrateful, but because you were never made to stay where you are. That urge to change, to grow, to move. It's not a worldly ambition. It's a divine calling. And God will not allow His chosen ones to live in the shadows of their potential. He will expose every area where you have settled so He can stretch you into the fullness of your assignment. This is not about chasing dreams. It's about fulfilling destiny. And destiny cannot be fulfilled with a complacent heart. So God begins to press you. He calls you out of the crowd. He disrupts your comfort. He reveals the cost of staying small and then shows you the reward of stepping forward. When this happens, don't resist. Don't silence the fire. Fan it, feed it, let it become so strong that it consumes every lie that told you to stay hidden. Because when God opens a door, it's not just for your blessing, it's for your becoming. The person you are now may not be ready, but the person God is shaping inside of you is. So embrace the inner breaking, the stretching, the rising. It is not a breakdown, it is a breakthrough. And on the other side of it is the door God has prepared, waiting for the version of you that refuses to live beneath what He has spoken over your life. When God is about to open a door, one of the clearest signs you will encounter is an increased sensitivity to time. Suddenly, wasted moments begin to grieve your spirit. Conversations that once amused you now feel like distractions. You become sharply aware that every second matters, that your days must align with purpose, and that you can no longer afford to live carelessly. This urgency is not coming from your flesh. It is a signal from God. It is heaven's reminder that time is sacred and delay is dangerous. God is revealing that your next season will demand focused preparation and that the window of opportunity is not eternal. While God is patient, He also operates in divine timing. When the time appointed by Him draws near, your spirit will begin to stir with a sense of holy pressure. You'll feel an invisible clock ticking, not to rush you into anxiety, but to alert you that your moment is approaching. What you do now matters more than ever. Your prayers, your routines, your decisions, they are not by chance. They are molding the person who will stand before that open threshold. And that threshold won't wait for your ease. It will wait for your preparedness. God is saying, bring your life into alignment with the dream I've placed inside you. Stop spending days trying to squeeze into doors I've already called you away from. Stop feeding what drains your spirit. A sudden, holy urgency arrives when God is about to rearrange your path. He doesn't want you to miss what He's about to do, so He heightens your senses. He narrows your circle. And He trains you to protect your time as a soldier protects a stronghold. If you find you can no longer tolerate wasting moments in empty places, it's because God is shaping you for significant purpose. You were never designed for mere comfort. You were designed for a calling. And when that door opens, it won't come to those who toyed away their days. It will open for those who prepared in secret, respected time, and trained their hearts to follow God with urgency and discipline. So don't ignore the clock ticking in your soul. It's not fear. It's faith calling you higher. God is doing something new, and the time to act is not tomorrow. It is now. When God is about to open a door, He will allow you to come face to face with your old self. Not to shame you, but to remind you how far He's brought you and how much further He's taking you. You'll find yourself confronted by thoughts you thought you buried. Insecurities you believed you overcame may try to return. Doubts may knock on the doors of your confidence. But don't be discouraged. This is not regression. It's refinement. God is showing you the final layers that need to be stripped before you walk into your next dimension. The enemy will try to convince you that because old emotions are resurfacing, you're going backward. But the truth is, light always exposes hidden residue before a fresh release. You're not being attacked because you're weak. You're being refined because you're strong enough to carry what's next. When God is about to trust you with more, He purifies your foundation. He will not build on anything unstable. So He brings to light every lie, every hidden fear, every root of bitterness, every lingering insecurity, not to condemn, but to cleanse. And this cleansing feels like a storm. It shakes you. It humbles you. It reminds you that without God you are nothing. But that's the beauty of it. God is not looking for perfect vessels. He's looking for purified one. The fire you're feeling in your soul, the pressure, the tension, the unexpected emotions, they're not setbacks. They're the signs of a holy fire burning everything that cannot go with you into your next season. Embrace the process. Lean into the discomfort. Let God finish what He started in you. The door you're about to walk through requires a version of you that is bold, healed, whole, and aligned. And the moment you allow God to confront the final remnants of your past, He will release you into the fullness of your purpose. Do not resist the mirror He places in front of you. Look deeply, surrender fully, and trust that this confrontation is not your breaking point. It is your launching point. Because when God completes a work in your inner man, the outer breakthrough cannot be stopped. You are not being defeated, you are being delivered. And right on the other side of that deliverance stands the very door you've been waiting for. When God is about to open a door, He will intensify your awareness of what no longer belongs in your life. You will begin to notice certain behaviors, attachments, and even thought patterns that once seemed harmless but now feel like obstacles. The conversations that used to entertain you will begin to drain you. The relationships that once defined you will start to limit you. The comforts you clung to will feel like chains. This is not you becoming arrogant. This is you becoming awakened. God is making you allergic to what is beneath your destiny. He's not just removing things from around you. He's removing things from within you. Old desires will begin to die. Old cycles will start to feel suffocating, and your spirit will crave purity, truth, and alignment. This stripping is not punishment. It's purification. God is making room. He is decluttering your soul. He's preparing you to walk through a door that demands clarity, focus, and unwavering commitment. You cannot carry clutter into your calling. You cannot walk into purpose while dragging the dead weight of your past. So God begins to highlight the habits, the compromises, the inner conversations that silently poison your progress. It may be painful, but it's necessary. The door you've been praying for is too powerful to be approached with divided loyalty. God wants your full attention. He wants your spirit undistracted. And to get you there, He begins to cleanse you of everything that could become a stumbling block. You may not even realize how deeply rooted some of these things are until God shines His light on them. And when He does, do not harden your heart. Submit, let go. Trust that if God is asking you to release something, it's because He's about to replace it with something greater. This is the sign few recognize. The sudden urge to purify your life, to fast from distraction, to pursue a new level of spiritual discipline. It's not religion, it's revelation. God is sanctifying your path because what He's about to open will require a cleaner vessel, a clearer mind, and a stronger spirit. Let Him do the work. Because once He removes the unnecessary, the path to the door will become undeniable. And then, just before the door opens, God will allow a moment that tests your identity one final time. It might be a rejection, a betrayal, a delay that seems to mock everything you believe. You will find yourself standing at the edge of breakthrough, but it will feel like everything is falling apart. Do not be fooled. This is the final fire. God will always test who you think you are before He reveals who He knows you to be. He'll ask, will you still believe when it looks like I've forgotten you? Will you still praise me when the answer hasn't come? Will you still trust me when the door you expected isn't the one I open? This is where many fall away. They misinterpret the final test as failure. But it's not failure, it's formation. God is molding your character to match the weight of the door you're about to walk through. The final battle before elevation is always identity. You must know who you are in God before you step into what He's promised. Because if you enter unsure of your worth, you'll second-guess the blessing. If you walk through the door still seeking validation, you'll allow fear to rob you of the favor. So God creates a situation that forces you to decide, is your faith built on what you see or on who He is? Are you attached to the outcome or surrendered to the process? This is where you grow, not upward, but inward. And in that sacred wrestling match with your own doubt, your real strength is born. You emerge not as the person who begged for the door, but as the person who is ready to walk through it. And once your identity is sealed in God, the door cannot remain shut. Because it was never just about access, it was about becoming. And when you become who God called you to be, no man, no circumstance, no demon can deny what heaven has already ordained. So if you're in the fire, don't retreat. If you're in the test, don't crumble. Lift your head and recognize the pattern. The breaking point is the birthing point. You are closer now than you've ever been. And when you pass this test, the door will open not because you forced it, but because you were formed for it. When God is about to open a door, He may cause your current resources to dry up. What once sustained you may suddenly become unreliable. The job that brought you comfort may begin to feel unstable. The people who supported you may grow distant. Even your physical strength may feel diminished. But this isn't abandonment. It's divine strategy. God knows that as long as you depend on the brook, you will not move toward the river. As long as your needs are being met in the old place, you won't seek the new place. So He allows the brook to dry up, not to punish you, but to propel you. This kind of divine disruption is hard to understand in the moment. It will feel like everything is slipping through your hands. You'll question your decisions. You'll revisit your faith. You'll ask, why now, God? Why this? But God, in His perfect wisdom, is not cutting you off. He's cutting you loose. Loose from the things you thought were your source. Loose from the structures you've leaned on more than Him. Loose from the old way of thinking, surviving, and living. The drying brook is not the end. It is the push. God will never allow a door to open while you're still tied to a place He's calling you out of. So if your current well is running dry, take heart. If the familiar is failing, look up. That scarcity is a signal. That limitation is a loud announcement from heaven. Get ready. I am shifting you. God never shuts down provision without preparing new abundance. But the new abundance is connected to the new place, and the new place is behind the new door. Don't mourn over what is fading. Celebrate what is forming. Because when the hand of God begins to close one chapter, it's because He has already written the next one. And what's waiting in that next chapter is not a repeat of the past. It is a reward for your faith. It is a divine unveiling of what your waiting, your weeping, your working has built. The brook may be dry, but the door's opening. The manna may have stopped falling, but the promised land is near. Trust the signs. God is not taking from you. He's leading you to more. Another undeniable sign that God is about to open a door is the sudden increase in divine clarity. It begins like a whisper and grows into a roar within your spirit. Ideas that once confused you will suddenly make sense. Paths that seemed clouded will now become illuminated. It's as if heaven pulls back the veil and lets you see what was always there, just hidden for the right time. This clarity isn't born from logic or intellect. It flows from obedience and alignment. When your heart is postured before God and your ears are tuned to His voice, you begin to discern His direction with divine precision. What once seemed blurry now becomes unmistakable. You'll start waking up with purpose. Decisions you agonized over will suddenly feel obvious. Doubts that once plagued you will lose their power. That's because clarity is a sign of divine nearness. God doesn't give vision to confuse you. He gives it to confirm your steps, but He doesn't reveal everything all at once. He gives you light for the next step, not the next mile. That's how He builds trust. So when the light comes, when that sudden clarity floods your heart, you must move. Not because you feel ready, but because God has made it clear. When God starts to show you patterns, highlight people, confirm words, and stir visions within your soul, it's time to walk. Do not ignore clarity just because it came in silence. Sometimes the loudest confirmation comes in the stillest moment, and often clarity arrives when chaos is at its peak. That's how you know it's from God. It cuts through the noise. It calms the storm. It settles your spirit. You no longer need to debate or delay. You just know. And when you know, act. Because clarity is not permanent if you keep ignoring it. God reveals direction in windows of time. If you refuse to act when He confirms the way, that clarity will turn back into confusion. Not because God is unclear, but because you hesitated when you should have moved. The open door is not just about opportunity, it's about timing. And when God gives you divine clarity, it's a sign the time is now. Don't look back. Don't overanalyze. Trust that the same God who gave you the vision will also give you the victory. When God is about to open a door, He begins to demand uncommon obedience. Not partial obedience, not convenient obedience, but full, immediate, and sometimes uncomfortable obedience. He will call you to do things that don't make sense in the natural. He will tell you to move when there's no clear reason to move. He will ask you to give when you feel like holding back. He may even call you to walk away from places, positions, or people you've grown attached to, not because they're bad, but because they're not a part of where He's taken you. This kind of obedience will stretch your trust in ways you never imagined. You'll be tempted to negotiate. You'll try to understand before acting, but that's not how obedience works. God is not obligated to explain Himself in order to be obeyed. He's looking for those who say yes, even when they don't know where the path will lead. He's looking for those who trust His character, even when they don't understand His commands. Because true obedience is not measured in ease. It's measured in surrender. And when God is preparing to open a door, He will always test your ability to follow Him blindly. He wants to know if you're more committed to your comfort than to your calling. If you're more loyal to your plans than to His voice. Obedience is the currency of elevation. When God sees that you will obey without hesitation, He knows He can trust you with what's behind the door. So if God is prompting you to make a change, to take a step, to release something, don't delay. That hesitation could be what keeps the door shut. But your obedience could be the very key that unlocks it. And when you obey, even in fear, even in uncertainty, even in pain, you invite the power of God to move on your behalf. There is no door too big, no barrier too strong, and no delay too long when obedience walks ahead of you. Move when He says move. Wait when He says wait. And act when He says act. Because obedience is not just your responsibility, it is your preparation. And then after all the waiting, all the stretching, all the stripping and testing, when your heart is aligned, your faith is matured, and your obedience is proven, God opens the door. Not a door you force, not a door you beg for, but the one that He appointed from the beginning. And when it opens, you will understand why the wait had to be long, why the pain had to be deep, why the loneliness had to be real. Because what God is about to release is not small, it's not temporary, it's not average, it is divine, it is lasting, it is purposeful. And when that door swings open, everything that was once confusing will suddenly make sense. You'll see why He had to delay it. You'll see why certain people had to leave. You'll understand why some seasons felt like silence. It was all part of the preparation. Because the door God opens is not just about blessing you, it's about using you. It's about positioning you to be a vessel to carry His light, His truth, and His wisdom into places that were once dark. You didn't endure the fire just to enjoy the view. You endured it so you could stand in rooms you were once unqualified for and walk with the authority of someone who has been processed by God. When the door opens, walk through it boldly, not arrogantly, but confidently. Not because you're perfect, but because God prepared you. This is not the time to shrink. This is not the time to second guess. This is the moment to step fully into what you were born for. And know this, the God who opens the door will also sustain you behind it. He doesn't just prepare the path, He prepares you for the path. And when the time is right, not a second too soon, not a moment too late, the door will open. And it will be clear that it was never about luck, chance, or effort. It was about alignment with the one who orders all things. So if you find yourself in the fire, hold on. If your spirit feels restless, stay alert. If your surroundings are shifting, take heart. These are not signs of failure. You are hearing heaven's quiet nudges, the small voices that say something is coming, that God is at work, that the doorway is nearer than you imagine. Let faith lift you above every tremor of fear. Let obedience drown out the whispers of doubt. Let your reliance on God outweigh your need to control. For when God cracks a door open, no human hand can shut it. No power can stand against it. No enemy can nullify it. You are not called to batter that door down. Your role is to wait prepared. Prepare, believe, obey, and release your grip. And when the entrance at last appears, step through as someone remade by trial, tempered in silence, honed in the wilderness, and possessing a confidence anchored not in self, but in God's timing and strength. The doors God opens are more than opportunities. They are missions. They are holy trusts. They are reserved for those courageous enough to trust through the waiting and faithful enough to move the moment God says now. There's a reason the Lord commands us to guard our heart, because from the heart flows the very source of life. When emotions are left unprotected, they become open doors where chaos can freely enter. Anger ushers in ruin. Jealousy breeds bitterness. Fear welcomes doubt. An unrestrained sorrow can drag the soul into the depths of despair. But when emotions are laid at God's feet, He takes His place as the guardian of your inner being. He defends your heart like a mighty fortress, shielding it from overreaction, deception, and emotional sabotage. Make no mistake, your feelings are not always truthful. They can mislead. They often speak from unhealed wounds, from disappointments that still ache, from expectations that were never met. And if you listen to every emotion as though it were truth, you will drift far from God's plan and closer to the cliffs of regret. Hear this. Not every feeling deserves to be followed. Not every tear needs to fall publicly. Not every opinion needs to be voiced. Real maturity is when you pause long enough to ask, is this emotion leading me toward God or away from Him? That is the question that separates the wise from the impulsive. That is the question that builds legacies instead of ruins them. Because controlling your emotions isn't about pretending you feel nothing. It's about knowing how to respond when everything in you is trembling. And God honors the one who chooses discipline over disaster. He honors the one who says, yes, I feel broken, but I will not lash out. Yes, I feel offended, but I will not destroy with my words. Yes, I am afraid, but I will not let fear be my master. This is not weakness. This is the highest form of strength, a strength that flows not from muscles or might, but from submission to the will of God. And do not think for 1 second that God is silent in your moments of emotional turmoil. No, He is closest when the storm inside you rages the loudest. He is watching, waiting, whispering, let me take this from you. Let me quiet the fire. Let me give you my peace. But the problem is many of us run to everything else before we run to God. We run to distractions, to validation, to venting, to bitterness, to revenge. And when these things fail to heal us, we collapse wondering why peace won't come. Peace only comes when you go to the source of it. And God is not just the creator of peace. He is peace. You cannot find calmness if you keep feeding your emotions with chaos. You cannot find clarity if you are drowning your mind in noise. You cannot be free if you are always reacting. So stop reacting and start reflecting. Before you speak, reflect. Before you post, reflect. Before you accuse, reflect before you accuse. Reflect. Before you accuse, reflect. Before you explode, reflect. And in that moment of reflection, invite God into the decision. Because when God enters that moment, He gives you perspective. He shows you the end from the beginning. He reminds you that this feeling, this anger, this fear, this sadness is temporary. But the damage it can cause may not be. So choose restraint. Choose stillness. Choose to pause not because you're weak, but because you are led by something higher than emotion. You are led by divine wisdom. You are guided by the one who sees beyond the now. And what a gift it is to not be controlled by how you feel, but to be led by what you know. That God is greater than your storm. That God is stronger than your struggle. That God's voice is more powerful than your emotion. If you trust Him, truly trust Him, then your emotions become a tool, not a trap. They can be used to serve you, not sabotage you. Anger can become holy boldness. Sadness can turn into compassion. Fear can become reverence, but only when surrendered to God. Left to yourself, your emotions will use you. But under God's authority, they will serve you. That is the difference between bondage and freedom. That is the difference between chaos and purpose. And every day you must choose, will I be led by fleeting emotion, or will I be anchored in eternal truth? There is a sacred strength in silence, an inner power and restraint that the world often mocks, but God honors. In a culture where people are applauded for speaking first and thinking later, where every offense must be answered, every emotion expressed, and every slight avenged, the one who chooses stillness is seen as weak. But in truth, it is far more powerful to hold your peace than to lose your temper. God never created you to be reactive like a leaf tossed by the wind. You were created to be rooted like a tree planted by the waters, unshaken, unmoved, steady. Emotions come and go like storms, but your faith must be constant. And that constancy can only come when you hand your emotions over to the one who knows the depths of your soul. He knows why you feel the way you feel. He sees the history behind your triggers. He sees the childhood pain that fuels your anger, the hidden rejection that drives your insecurity, the silent fears that tighten your chest in the dark. But even with all that, He still calls you to rise above it. He does not excuse you based on your wounds. He calls you to healing so you are no longer bound by them. And that healing begins when you say, God, I don't want to be a prisoner of my emotions anymore. I don't want to destroy relationships because I couldn't hold my tongue. I don't want to damage my future because I couldn't process my past. That kind of surrender, raw, real, unfiltered, is where true emotional control is born. Because God does not give you surface-level peace. He works from the inside out. He transforms your heart, renews your mind, strengthens your will, and teaches you how to walk in patience even when everything in you wants to run wild. The world will keep telling you to express yourself, but not everything in you is worth expressing. Some thoughts were never meant to see the light. Some feelings were only meant to be laid down before God in secret. Because if you keep pouring your emotions out on everyone around you, you'll start bleeding on people who didn't cut you. That's not healing. That's harm. God says, come to Him with your emotions, not just your actions. Come to Him with your sadness, your rage, your confusion, your doubt, your shame. Lay it all down. Let Him sort it out. Let Him wash it in His wisdom. Because if you don't process your emotions with God, you will end up projecting them onto the world. You'll see enemies where there are none. You'll mistake correction for attack. You'll think God is silent when He's simply telling you to be still. Stillness is not punishment. It's protection. God is not asking you to suppress your emotions. He's asking you to surrender them. And when you do, you'll find that the fire of rage becomes a light of discernment, that the tears of sorrow become rivers of compassion, and that the winds of fear no longer carry you because God Himself becomes your anchor. And when God is your anchor, you can walk into the chaos of life and remain untouched by the waves. People can misunderstand you, mock you, attack you, and still you will not lose your peace. That is not natural. That is divine. That is the result of a soul mastered by God, not by fleeting feelings. Emotions are meant to be signals, not steering wheels. They can alert you, but they should never lead you. Only God should lead you. And when you let Him lead, even your emotions begin to align with His truth. Your heart begins to calm. Your reactions begin to change. The same people who once provoked you will lose their power over you. Why? Because God is now the one shaping your responses. And His responses are always filled with purpose, never impulsive. That is the true victory. When you no longer have to win arguments to feel in control. When you no longer have to shout to feel heard. When you no longer have to shout to feel heard. When you no longer need revenge to feel validated because God has filled you so deeply that the opinions of others no longer stir the storm. And even if the storm rages, it cannot enter your spirit. You have been sealed. You have been strengthened. You have been taught by the Most High how to rule your own soul. And that is something no person, no insult, no betrayal can take away from you. But understand this level of emotional strength does not come overnight. It is built, it is forged in the fires of daily surrender. It is practiced in the moments when you want to lose control but choose to pray instead. It is built when you want to lash out but choose to walk away. It is strengthened when you are tempted to speak in anger but choose to speak life instead. Every time you choose God over your emotion, you are building spiritual muscle. You are becoming unshakable. And that is what God wants for you. Not to be cold, not to be distant, but to be wise, disciplined, and strong. So that when the emotional waves rise, you are not tossed around like everyone else. You stand tall. You breathe deeply. You say nothing if God hasn't spoken. And in your silence, in your calm, in your self-control, people will see something in you they cannot explain. They will see the mark of God's authority resting on your spirit. And that, my friend, is how you rise. Not through emotional explosions, but through divine composure. The kind that only comes from walking daily with God. The world will tempt you daily to lose your emotional footing. You will be tested not once, not twice, but over and over again. Someone will say something sharp just to see if you bleed. Someone will push your buttons to see if you explode. Situations will arise to try to make you question your worth, your identity, your purpose. And in those moments, your emotions will rise like a wave. But hear this clearly. Just because the wave rises doesn't mean you have to drown in it. When you belong to God, you have authority over the wave. You have the right to say, "No, I will not lose myself today." You can feel the heat of anger without letting it consume you. You can acknowledge the sting of pain without becoming bitter. That is not emotional suppression, it is spiritual awareness. And too many people confuse surrender with silence. But silence alone is not power. Power comes when your silence is filled with purpose, when your restraint is grounded in God's strength, when your peace is not passive but active, guarding your spirit like a soldier at the gate. God does not call you to be a victim of your emotions. He calls you to master them. Not by might, not by pretending you feel nothing, but by constantly pouring every emotion back into His hands. Let Him mold it, let Him filter it, because your heart cannot lead you well if it's unhealed. Your thoughts cannot guide you if they are ruled by wounds. But when you spend time with God, when you pour out your frustrations, your confusions, your fears to Him in secret, He begins to clean the emotional lens through which you see the world. And suddenly, what once made you explode now makes you pause. What once made you retreat now makes you rise. This is the work of God, and it is not always loud. Sometimes it's in the quiet transformation of a soul that no longer bends to chaos. You start noticing it in the way you carry yourself, in the way you no longer explain yourself to everyone. You no longer react to every opinion, every criticism, every mood swing of others. Why? Because your spirit is now anchored in something deeper than emotion. It is anchored in God, and that anchor keeps you steady in storms that used to destroy you. Make no mistake, emotional maturity is not a personality trait. It is a spiritual weapon. When others lose their heads, you keep your crown. When others throw stones, you build bridges. Not because you are soft, but because God has taught you that peace is more powerful than vengeance. And He honors those who choose His way over their feelings. He lifts up those who humble their emotions and exalt His wisdom. And when you walk with that kind of strength, the world begins to take notice. People wonder how you stay so calm in the middle of chaos, how you smile when others are angry, how you remain respectful when disrespected. But what they don't see is the secret place. The hours you spent on your knees asking God to calm your heart, the private battles you fought to not give in to the rage, the silent tears you cried while asking God to give you the strength to keep your mouth shut, to walk away, to not lose control. That is where emotional power is born, in the place where no one is watching but God. And God sees. He sees every time you choose peace over war. He sees every time you choose understanding over reaction. And He rewards it not with applause, but with wisdom, with favor, with inner stability that no man can give and no man can take away. The ability to control your emotions is not weakness, it is alignment. Alignment with the will of God. Alignment with the character of God. You become a vessel through which peace flows into rooms filled with conflict. You become a calming presence in an agitated world. Not because you have no emotions, but because your emotions have been placed under divine management. That's the secret. Not to fight your feelings, but to guide them. To tell your anger you may knock, but you don't get to enter. To tell your sadness you may sit with me, but you will not define me. To tell your fear you may whisper, but I choose to trust God's voice instead. This is how you take back your life, one emotion at a time, brought into the light of God's truth. You are not unstable. You are not too broken. You are not too reactive. You are simply a soul that needs to return to its center. God, let Him be your compass. Let Him be your calm. And the next time your emotions rise like a flood, you'll know what to do. You'll go higher. You'll rise above. Because you've learned that the one who walks with God does not follow feelings. They follow purpose. And that purpose, when fueled by God's strength, will carry you through every test without losing the treasure of peace He placed inside you. When you understand that emotions are not your identity, everything begins to shift. You begin to see your anger not as a curse, but as a call to awareness. You begin to recognize that your fear is not the end of you. It's a signal to lean harder on God. Too often people let a temporary emotion define a permanent identity. They say, I am an angry person, or I'm just emotional, or that's just how I am. No, that is not how God designed you. That is how pain shaped you. That is how trauma trained you. But God never intended your emotions to be your master. He intended them to be your servants. When you allow your emotions to dictate your actions, you give them power they were never meant to have. But when you bring those emotions to God, you take back your authority. And hear me now. There is no emotion too dark, too heavy, too messy for God to handle. He already knows what you feel. He already knows what you're holding back. You don't need to filter yourself in His presence. He invites you to be real with Him so He can be real with you. When you say, God, I am overwhelmed, I am on the edge, I'm about to break. That is not weakness. That is wisdom. Because it takes spiritual maturity to admit you need divine help. And the moment you do, something begins to shift inside of you. God doesn't just take the emotion away. Sometimes He lets it stay so He can train you through it. Because the goal is not just peace in still waters. The goal is peace in the storm. Anybody can be calm when everything is going right. But emotional control is tested when nothing is going right. When the pressure is high, when the attacks come from every angle, and you still choose to respond with grace, with restraint, with dignity. That is where you grow. That is where God trains the warrior in you. And let me tell you, there is a warrior in you. Not a warrior of noise, but a warrior of wisdom. A warrior who knows when to speak and when to stay silent. A warrior who knows when to walk away and when to stand firm. Not every battle is worth your energy. Not every offense deserves your reply. Sometimes the greatest victory is your silence. Sometimes the most powerful weapon you have is peace. Because peace confuses the enemy. When the enemy expects you to explode and you stay calm, you shift the atmosphere. When others expect you to retaliate and you choose mercy, you disarm their control. That kind of power cannot be faked. It must be forged. And it is forged in the secret place where your emotions bow before God's authority and your reactions are filtered through His truth. But don't think for a moment that this process will always be easy. There will be days when you want to give in. Days when your emotions scream louder than your prayers. Days when you feel like you're slipping back into your old ways. And in those moments, you must remind yourself you are not who you used to be. You may feel the old emotions rising, but you don't have to let them rule you. You may feel the urge to snap, to vent, to explode, but you have a choice now. You have the wisdom of God planted deep inside you, and it is stronger than your impulses. Emotions are quick, they want resolution now. But God is patient. God works over time. And the more you trust Him with your emotional responses, the more your spirit becomes disciplined. Discipline doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you don't bow. It means you acknowledge the feeling but refuse to let it rule. And this kind of strength isn't always loud. Sometimes it's found in a whisper, in a breath, in the decision to say, God, take over. That quiet moment of surrender is more powerful than any outburst. Because in that moment, you're not just avoiding conflict. You're building character. You're laying the foundation for future peace. You're protecting the version of yourself that God is shaping. Because every time you choose emotional control, you are preserving your purpose. You are guarding your anointing. You are maintaining your clarity. And that clarity is priceless in a world drowning in confusion. When you see through God's eyes, you understand that not everything requires a reaction. Some things require prayer. Some things require distance. Some things require silence. That's not avoidance. It's alignment. And when you live in alignment with God, you begin to experience a freedom that no emotional chaos can destroy. You walk differently. You speak differently. You move through the fire without being burned, not because you're emotionless, but because your emotions are no longer your God. God is. And when He takes His rightful place in your heart, you will begin to experience a peace that surpasses understanding. A peace that cannot be shaken by betrayal, insult, or pain. Because God will not only calm the storm around you, He will calm the storm within you. And when that happens, you won't just survive life's challenges. You'll master them, one emotion at a time. Do not underestimate the damage that uncontrolled emotions can bring into your life. One word spoken in wrath can pierce deeper than a sword. One decision made in haste can open doors you were never meant to walk through. One moment of pride can shut out blessings God was preparing to pour over your life. You must understand, emotional control is not just about behaving better. It is about protecting your destiny. It is about building a spiritual shield around what God has placed inside you. Because when the enemy can't steal your faith, he'll come after your peace. He'll use frustration to poison your joy. He'll use offense to make you bitter. He'll use stress to make you impatient. And once you start reacting emotionally to everything, you become vulnerable, easy to manipulate, easy to offend, easy to derail. But when your emotions are governed by God, you become a different kind of person. You are no longer easily provoked. You don't jump at every insult. You don't lose sleep over every disagreement. You begin to live above the noise. And that is where God wants you. Above the noise, above the chaos, above the emotional drama of life. You may still feel it, but you are no longer ruled by it. This is not the result of positive thinking or personality. It is the result of spiritual transformation. When you spend time with God, when you consistently surrender your feelings to Him, He rewires how you think, how you perceive, how you respond. You begin to see life through a higher lens. And from that view, you no longer panic. You no longer rage. You no longer crumble. You understand that emotions are not enemies, but neither are they leaders. Emotions must take their rightful place beneath wisdom, beneath faith, beneath discernment. When feelings are surrendered to God's truth, they stop working against you and begin to work for your calling. Anger transforms into boldness. Grief becomes compassion. Even fear laid before the Lord shifts into holy reverence instead of panic. But this change isn't instant. It unfolds moment by moment every time you choose God's path over your own. When you declare, I could lash out, but I won't. I could shout, but I'll stay quiet. I could hate, but I'll embrace peace. These decisions may appear small, but in the Spirit they are mighty victories. Each time you rise above your emotions, you mature. Each time you silence the urge to erupt, your strength multiplies. Each time you deny the flesh and say yes to God, you step into greater power than you held the day before. That kind of strength is uncommon. Yet it is real, and it belongs to those who live each day in surrender to the Lord. And perhaps one of the greatest lies ever told is that emotions are more authentic than faith. That how you feel should always be followed no matter the cost. But that's not truth. That's deception. Because your feelings, while real, are not always right. And if you allow them to take the lead, they will lead you into destruction. But when God becomes your center, He teaches you how to filter every emotion through His wisdom. He teaches you how to slow down, to breathe, to pause and reflect before you act. He teaches you how to become steady in an unsteady world. And let me tell you something. There is a deep holy strength in emotional steadiness. Not numbness, not denial, but spiritual control. A strength that keeps you from burning bridges that God built. A strength that keeps you from wounding those you love. A strength that preserves your relationships, your calling, your peace. Because not every battle is external. Many are internal. You may smile on the outside, but be at war on the inside. And if that war is not surrendered to God, it will eventually spill out and affect everything around you. That's why the battlefield of emotions must be taken seriously. That's why you must daily bring your soul before God and say, search me, clean me, reorder what's out of place. And God in His mercy will respond, not with shame, but with correction. Not with punishment, but with guidance. He will begin to show you why you feel what you feel. He will expose the roots of your reactions. He will peel back the layers of old wounds, pride, fear, and unmet needs. And as painful as that process may be, it is the path to freedom. Because when you understand the why behind your emotions, you are no longer trapped by them. You begin to heal. You begin to grow. You begin to see that your emotions were never the enemy, only the unmanaged parts of your soul that needed God's order. And once He brings that order, you become powerful. Not in noise, not in reaction, but in presence. You walk into situations that once overwhelmed you, and now you are unmoved. You face triggers that used to break you, and now you respond with wisdom. That is the work of God. That is the fruit of surrender. And that is what awaits every person who says, God, teach me to master my emotions. Not with coldness, but with truth. Not with pride, but with purpose. Not for people's approval, but so I may fulfill the calling you placed over my life with clarity, courage, and peace. There is a kind of freedom that only comes when you no longer allow your emotions to lead your life. It is not the freedom the world talks about, the kind that chases every feeling and calls it truth. No, this is a deeper freedom. A freedom that comes when your emotions are placed under the authority of God and not the authority of your mood or your environment. You begin to see things differently. You begin to respond from wisdom instead of impulse. And that shift, that inner transformation, begins to create peace, not just around you, but within you. You no longer need to defend yourself every time you're misunderstood, because you know that God sees your heart. You no longer have to control every outcome because you trust that God is working even when you don't see it. You no longer have to exhaust yourself trying to prove your point because you have learned that some things are better handled in silence and prayer. You stop feeding arguments that were designed to pull you out of your peace. You stop fighting battles that God never assigned to you. You begin to let go, not because you're giving up, but because you are growing up. And spiritual growth looks like restraint. It looks like holding back when everything in you wants to retaliate. It looks like lifting your hands in prayer instead of using them to harm. It looks like crying in God's presence instead of screaming in someone else's face. That kind of emotional control is not weakness. It is strength at its highest form. It is the strength of a person who knows where their help comes from. It is the strength of someone who trusts that God will defend them, vindicate them, heal them, and fight for them. It is the power of one who no longer needs to be right to be at peace. Because peace is not found in victory over people. It is found in victory over your own spirit. And when you learn to master your emotions through God, you become unshakable. The world may shift, but you remain grounded more. People may disappoint you, but you remain stable because your reactions are no longer determined by others. They are anchored in your relationship with God. That kind of life is rare, but it is possible. And it begins when you say, God, take control. Teach me to respond, not react. Teach me to reflect before I speak. Teach me to trust you more than I trust my own emotions. Because emotions, though real and powerful, were never meant to be the compass of your life. If you live by emotion, you will always be up one day and down the next, happy when things go well, crushed when they don't. But when God becomes your compass, even in your deepest feelings, you remain steady. You may still cry, but you will not collapse. You may still get angry, but you will not destroy. You may still feel fear, but you will not run, because now your responses are filtered through a deeper knowing and inner security that God is in control. That even when things feel out of control, He is still holding you. He is still guiding you. He is still teaching you how to carry your emotions without letting them carry you away. And this is where your greatest growth will take place. Not in the moments of applause, but in the moments of pressure. When your emotions press hard against your peace, and you choose peace anyway. When the urge to lash out rises like fire, but you extinguish it with prayer. When your heart breaks, but you keep walking in purpose. That is strength. That is faith. That is obedience. And obedience brings reward, not always immediately, but deeply. God begins to entrust you with more influence, more clarity, more spiritual authority, because He knows you are not led by your emotions. You are led by Him, and He can trust those who are emotionally mature with greater responsibility. But this isn't just about blessings. It's about becoming the person God envisioned when He formed you. Not ruled by emotions, not reactive, not tossed around by every wind of offense or storm of conflict, but mature, disciplined, discerning, steady rooted. That is what God is building in you. And that's why He allows tests, not to break you, but to reveal you, to show you where you still need to grow, to show you what still triggers you, to show you what still needs healing. And when you see it, don't run, don't suppress it, don't ignore it. Bring it to God. Say, here it is, God. This anger, this pain, this fear, this pride, I lay it before you. Change me. And He will. Not always in a flash, but steadily, powerfully, quietly, from the inside out, until one day you realize you no longer respond the way you used to. You no longer fall apart the way you once did. You've been transformed not by willpower, but by surrender. Not by performance, but by God's power working in your soul. There comes a point in your journey where you begin to realize that mastering your emotions is not just about protecting yourself. It's about preserving your purpose. Your calling is too great to be constantly derailed by emotional reactions. Your destiny is too sacred to be thrown off course by momentary feelings. God did not place you here to be swayed by the winds of mood swings and instability. He placed you here to carry something eternal. And anything eternal must be protected. Emotional discipline is not just self-help. It is soul preservation. When you keep losing your temper, you delay your progress. When you keep giving in to offense, you distance yourself from growth. When you act out of insecurity, you stop short of the confidence that God is trying to build in you. But when you stand still and let God rule your reactions, the ground beneath your feet begins to solidify. Suddenly, the things that used to shake you don't anymore. The people who used to provoke you can't anymore. The situations that used to drain you fade into silence because you've changed. You no longer give your power away to people who didn't create you. You no longer hand your peace to situations that have no eternal weight, because now you've tasted something better. You've experienced what it feels like to walk in God's composure, to live from the inside out, not the outside in. And that shift changes everything. You begin to pray more than you speak. You begin to think more than you react. You begin to love more deeply because your love is no longer conditional on how others treat you. You are not living based on feelings. You are living based on God's truth. And that truth grounds you, holds you, lifts you. You become the kind of person who brings calm into chaos, who speaks life when others curse, who builds where others destroy. Not because you're perfect, not because you don't feel, but because you've surrendered those feelings into the hands of the one who made you. And He has reshaped you from the inside. He has given you authority over the very emotions that once ruled you. And now you are not a slave. You are a steward. You steward your anger. You steward your sorrow. You steward your joy. And in doing so, you walk in power, quiet, unshakable, God-given power. And so, as you go forward, remember this. Every emotion is an opportunity to choose either to bow to the flesh or to rise in faith. Anger will come, but you don't have to serve it. Fear will knock, but you don't have to answer. Sorrow will whisper, but you don't have to surrender. You have a choice. And every time you choose God's way over your own, you are not just becoming better, you are becoming who you were always meant to be. Strong, grounded, wise, peaceful. And not because life is easy, but because God is with you. This is not about pretending. This is not about suppression. This is not about hiding how you feel. It is about inviting God into every emotion and letting Him purify it, direct it, and use it for good. You can be real and still be righteous. You can feel deeply and still respond wisely. You can be fully human and still fully surrendered. That's what God desires. Not perfection, but partnership. He wants to walk with you through the messiness of your heart and bring clarity where there's confusion, healing where there's hurt, order where there's chaos. So don't run from your emotions. Run to God with them. Don't deny what you feel. Lay it down at His feet. Let Him show you what to keep and what to cast off. Let Him show you what to keep, and what to cast off. Let Him teach you when to speak and when to be silent. Let Him shape your reactions until they reflect His character, not your past. Because the more you walk with God, the more you will find yourself becoming steady in a world that trembles. You will find yourself walking in rooms that once made you anxious, and you'll be calm. You will hear the same insults that once broke you, and you'll be unmoved. You will face the same pressures, and you'll be grounded. That's the transformation God offers. That's the strength He gives. A strength not built on denial, but on divine order. A peace not built on avoidance, but on truth. A self-control not born from effort, but from surrender. So let today be the day you say, God, I will no longer be ruled by my emotions. I will no longer give away my peace. I will no longer let feelings dictate my future. From this day forward, you will lead and I will follow. You will guide my heart and I will obey. And when you make that decision, not once, but every day, you will see God shape your emotions into something holy, something powerful, something stable. And you will rise not as someone tossed by the wind, but as someone anchored in God, unmoved, unshaken, and unstoppable. So now the choice is yours. You can continue living at the mercy of emotions that rise and fall like the tides, or you can anchor your soul in the unshakable presence of God. You can continue reacting to every insult, every delay, every fear, or you can pause, breathe, surrender, and let God respond for you. This isn't weakness. This is wisdom. This isn't silence. This is strength. When you surrender your emotions to God, you break free from the grip of disorder. You begin to live with intention and meaning. In the midst of chaos, you remain steady. You shine as a mirror of His unshakable peace in a world overwhelmed by noise. Let this be your bold proclamation. No more chains of emotional slavery.